the voice of the reporter who is heating up the match. If there is history to be made, and who would have thought that there are humans with such strength? A man is participating in a weightlifting competition, and he has super muscular muscles. That guy came from hell and is crazy about the gym. That man is athlete Yu Hansel, who only knows about muscles and challenges a 10-ton deadlift. For the first time in WPC history, WPC is the World Powerlifting Congress. Yu Hansel took a deep breath and gathered strength in his legs. Then Yu Hansel exhaled the breath he had taken and lifted the deadlift. Then he expended all his muscle power to lift and shouted strongly. The shirt he was wearing was torn because of his enlarged and hardened muscles lifting it. Yu Hansel tried to lift it and pulled out all the veins on his face. Yu Hansel managed to lift it at the age of 17 and will live to be the strongest living being, exceeding humanity. Suddenly his forehead throbbed, leaving him shocked and confused. Then Yu Hansel immediately slammed the deadlift and held his left chest where his heart was. Then he was lying down and had a nosebleed. Someone yelled out asking if he was okay, but it seemed like he was unconscious, so it was for the medics to come quickly. Therefore, could athlete Yu Hansel give his best? Because the whole world was cheering for him. The reporter asked Yu Hansel to wake up. Then Yu Hansel opened his eyes to see the sky so bright. He asked if he had fainted again, and the doctor had advised him to be careful. However, that will not happen if he is muscular. Then, the epic skill-limitless growth of muscle was created. But someone said that women don't like muscular men. Therefore, the rare actual contractile muscle skill was created. But a model or that muscle growth must be one of the hardest questions in the universe. But it's not the time for him to be like that, because he has protein to eat. Then his unique eye skill had been obtained at Hawkeye level. Then he had acquired the passive skill Normal Calm, but he wondered who kept whispering in his ear. Then the conditions had been reached and he had become a legendary bodybuilder species. But he heard that, feeling like he had ordered chicken. Suddenly, 2 chickens were on top of him. The chickens noticed his face, which was passed out in the middle of the grass. He woke up and was surprised to see the chickens all running around. Then he remembered that he was not previously doing deadlifts, which is a form of weightlifting exercise. Then the clam skill has been activated. Then Yu Hansel saw that he was on a hill and surrounded by chickens. In front of him is a very dense forest. He said if he was in a meadow and a big chicken. He thought what happened, and suddenly he understood what happened to him. Then he said that he ended up in hell because the chickens hated him. Because he likes to eat so much chicken breast, so it makes the chickens very big. Then the chicken pecked his face, but suddenly all the chickens pecked him in the face thinking they had attacked him. Then he got very angry and hit the chicken on the head, asking it to stop attacking him. He was so angry because he didn't have enough protein. Then he was surprised that the Hawkeye level 1 skill was activated and would analyze the opponent's protein content. Then he analyzed the chicken's name, protein content of 68, and could analyze its heartbeat. The skill told him the protein content present, whether it was the gym ancestor's voice. If that was the case, he thanked them and jumped at the chickens. The chickens were startled and frightened, but suddenly became skeletons. He burped because he felt full and ate 1 big chicken by himself. But he thought something was bothering him. That was whether his arms used to be that thin. Even his chest muscles became smaller and he couldn't scratch his back either. Then it was the first time since he was in kindergarten. Then he walked to the riverbank, thinking that if it was impossible, that effort would not betray results. He looked in the mirror above the water and saw his face and lots of fish swimming. He was surprised that the results of his hard work could not be lost. Suddenly he shouted, asking where all his muscles had gone. But whether it was already at that point, it seemed like he felt no problem with where he was. He hugged the tree, having become an anchovy for his large body was gone. Suddenly, he grabbed the tree by the hollow and lifted it with all his might. Then he managed to pull it out and put it on his back, so he tried not to worry about it. Then he did the log squat he was about to start while putting the tree trunk on his shoulder. Then a very strong blue light appeared at his feet. Then he moved up and down while lifting the tree. If you put in the effort, it won't be worth it. Yu Hansel was improving his performance and switched to jumping squats. Suddenly all the animals and birds flew down from the hill. 3 months had passed since then. He was catching his breath, and his eyes were wide with fatigue. Then the effort he put in would not betray his ass, and he did not gain any muscle. Therefore, he didn't want to live. But he had succeeded in making the muscles muscular and strong. He saw that the chickens, at least, still had enough protein. He would therefore start from the beginning of the process with the heart of a gym lover. Suddenly, a giant chicken appeared behind him and stared at him. Then Hansel turned his head in confusion and shouted in surprise, asking what it was that was standing behind him. Suddenly, the monster rooster screamed while flapping its wings, and he tried to run away from it. Then the giant rooster chased him. He wondered why unexpected things always happened to him, because he just wanted to have big muscles. Suddenly, the giant rooster raised its wings and stretched out its tail. It scared him and wondered if he was asking too much. Suddenly, the giant rooster pecked at him, but he managed to dodge. Then it ran again. The giant rooster was very fast and strong. It was possible that he would lose his life if he was hit, and it was very dangerous. But what was dangerous about it was that the giant rooster had muscles on its chest, so that's what made it so cool. So he couldn't take his eyes off it because it was so cool. Then what if the giant rooster flaps its wings? It can definitely increase its muscles. So does he have to make a cable machine and do a cable crossover? That is, a chest exercise type sports equipment. But he thought that muscles wouldn't be able to grow because he was so weak. Therefore, he only did strength training only. Doesn't that have no sense? Because how can he forget that his small muscles are also very strong? So that's why his chest muscles look small, crying. However, he also couldn't lose his life in that place. But the chicken continued to chase him quickly, but he also wanted to build up his big, cool chest muscles. Suddenly, 2 chickens confronted him. The chicken smiled mockingly at him. Then the Hawkeye level 1 skill was activated. But he shouted, saying that he didn't need that skill. Then the skill analyzed the cock with a protein content of 69 kg. Suddenly, the giant rooster was still chasing him and raging. Then Hansel apologized to the chickens. He did an analysis on the chicken named Cocatris, with a protein content of 12,000 kilograms. But he shouted that he didn't need it. But his opponent has a lot of protein. If he consumes Cocatris chest, then the rare, amazing muscle recovery skill will be added. Then he shook and said his muscle recovery. Suddenly he ran and stood in front of the cockatrice. Then most people think that muscles increase during exercise, but that's not true. Because the muscles will be completely destroyed, and at that time the ability and strength of the muscles will temporarily decrease. Then he jumped from tree to tree quickly. Then he thought that when consuming proper nutrition and resting, the damaged muscles would start to develop more than usual. Then they called it super recovery. In short, muscles don't get stronger every time they exercise, but when they rest, they recover faster, because they can also grow muscles faster. Then if he grows his muscles faster, he can stop being an anchovy. Then he gripped the tree trunk firmly and jumped at it, then thought how he could not risk his life. Then the chicken turned its head back, which hit the tree until it scratched. Then he was about to hit the cockatoo, whose head became long and flexible. Then he wanted to hit the cocatris chicken, whose head became long and very flexible. Then he wanted to make a posture that he had repeated many times in order to have a sculpture like a pectoral muscle. Then there was a warning if energy that exceeded the actual contractile muscle skill form was detected. Then did he want to deactivate the skill? Then it was confirmed that the skill was deactivated, because he had exceeded the limit of the number of muscles. Therefore, he had obtained the unique skill of changing skeleton. That skill made his hand turn into a very large and strong muscle, and the cocatris attacked him. He used only one big muscular hand and smashed it straight into the cockatoo's wide-open mouth. Then the cocatris chicken struggled to breathe, but he continued to press his powerful fist. Suddenly, he managed to cut the chicken's neck, and the actual contractile muscle skill was activated again for recovery. The chicken fell down, and he finished it off. His hands returned to their original state and were shaking, because he didn't care whether they would activate or not, while floating in the air. But Hansel only thought about the chicken breast and almost lost consciousness. Suddenly, he fell down and sprawled out. thanking him for the food. On that night, Yu Hansel was cooking chicken cockatrice for dinner, then make his feathers as his bedding. Yu Hansel still doesn't know what time it is and what the place is like. Suddenly, from a distance, there was a mysterious person of 3 people watching him eat cockatrice chicken. He wondered why his muscles were missing again. But there seemed to be something wrong with his sports knowledge. Then there was a very creepy foot wrapped in cloth. At that moment, he thought what kind of things were in that place, but what kind of situation he had been in. Then the mysterious creepy figure smiled and salivated at the sight of Yu Hansel, who was enjoying his food. Then the monsters drooled from watching Yu Hansel eating the huge and delicious chicken. Then one of his colleagues asked to stop drooling, and he wiped it off. The man apologized, having not smelled the aroma of meat for a long time. Maybe what had defeated the cockatrice were the humans in that place, eating the meat. Then the man wanted to go ask the human, but one of his colleagues asked him to stop. What if the human was a dangerous monster? Their bodies were very thin and wrinkled. Then Yu Hansel took a bite of his chicken and glanced at his eyes. They all squatted in front of him with pitying faces. He asked who they were. Then one of the men introduced himself if they were meat, but he shook his head. What they meant was the ghouls that were all over the Ali mine area. Then Yu Hansel used the Hawkeye skill if it was a ghoul with a protein content of 2.6 kilograms. Yu Hansel was surprised because he didn't see humans as meat with his weight. Then he ate the meat and thought that he had never heard of a ghoul before. Then the ghoul said that he was looking for someone who had defeated cockatrice. So does he know about something? Then Yu Hansel answered if he had finished it and apologized for not knowing if the chicken had a possession. Then they were very happy and finally found it. Then the ghoul explained in short if since the most powerful monster died. The territorial battle between the species at that time took place in Ali Mine. Then Yu Hansel noticed them if they had thin legs. If hit once, would it break? Then the ghoul said that cockatrice had very low intelligence, but was very sensitive in terms of territory. Then they bowed, and they asked him for help in taking the life of cockatrice. Then he held his chin and thought well of their request. But Yu Hansel asked them to tell him again if they asked for help. He was very panicked because he didn't know them before. But the ghoul replied that it was the 9th time. Suddenly Yu Hansel laughed while scratching his head, replying that if it's 10 rounds, he should at least do 10 sets. But the ghouls were confused by the 10 sets. Yu Hansel explained that when he did something, he had to do it at least 10 times, pointing at it. But they were confused and annoyed by that. Then one of them asked to just leave, because he didn't think he would help them. Then Yu Hansel immediately apologized to them, because actually, he was busy training his muscles. One of them was very upset, and asked his partner to stop wasting his time and ask him to leave. Then they left, and one of the ghouls said if it didn't matter, everyone had their reasons. Then Yu Hansel asked them to wait, even if it was just chicken thighs, but he couldn't finish it all by himself. Then one of the ghouls asked his partner to take some because it had not eaten meat for a long time. Then Yu Hansel apologized to them, but one ghoul thanked him. Then the ghoul picked up the piece of meat, but he was watching it and whether to let it happen. Since they were ghouls, if they lifted the chicken breast, they would definitely break their waist. Then Yu Hansel asked him to stop, and suddenly he got angry, asking if they knew some of the dangers of deadlifting, if done with the wrong posture. So did he think lifting from the floor dead point was called deadlift? That's why he almost hurt his back. But the ghoul apologized, confused about what he did wrong. Then Yu Hansel was confused, asking if they didn't know what a deadlift was. Then they were confused about not knowing what it was, because it was the first time hearing about it. Then Yu Hansel hid his face, because that was the reason their bodies were like that. But they were confused by that. Then Yu Hansel glanced if his teacher had ever said anything when he was in elementary school. Then they finally moved the chicken breast together. Then Yu Hansel remembered his teacher who told him if he could only truly learn something while teaching it to others. But Yu Hansel asked his teacher not to talk when he was exercising. But his teacher said if his muscles stopped growing, then try to teach others, so that would help him. Then Yu Hansel thought of teaching others. Then they lifted the chicken breast together with trembling legs. Then Yu Hansel lifted the chicken breast and said they would go to his place after eating. They were very happy to ask if it was true. But Yu Hansel asked if they were going tomorrow morning because they still needed to rest a lot so that their muscles could grow. They replied in unison that of course they could. Then the next morning in the ghoul village, Yu Hansel was facing the ghoul king who wished him a strong man's welcome. Then he is the ghoul lord, someone who rules the ghouls. He asked if there was any inconvenience, having come that far. But the skill activated again. If he was the ghoul lord, the protein content was 2,000 kilograms. But he said many times if he didn't need it. Then Yu Hansel wondered if the ghoul lord was some kind of chieftain. He replied if there was nothing that made him uncomfortable. Then the ghoul lord replied that it was good to hear that. Then Yu Hansel noticed that his limbs were thin, but there was a lot of fat in the abdomen, due to lack of exercise and obesity. Then he was convinced that the ghoul lord really liked alcohol and greasy food. Then the ghoul lord thanked them for their gift. Then the ghoul lord leaned back smiling, saying that he had ordered others to bring him the rest of the meat. But Yu Hansel replied that it would take them a long time to bring it to that place. But the ghoul lord burst out laughing, because Yu Hansel was so funny. Is he worried about that lowly creature? Then Yu Hansel is very upset and doesn't like it, asking him to return to the topic. Ghoul Lord said that they had a serious problem, because he had finished off the cockatrice. Then does Yu Hansel not see they are the weakest in Ali mine? Because their species is very weak in physical combat and can't even use skills except for themselves. Therefore, they will only eat rotten corpses. Then Yu Hansel asked what skill it was, while holding out his hand. The Ghoul Lord said that he had heard in his head that skill. But Yu Hansel was confused, asking what the skill was, and whether he was joking. However, the Ghoul Lord tried to hold back his laughter and suddenly smiled attackingly, asking for someone to take him to his place. Then those who had taken him by the hand became prisoners. The Ghoul Lord asked them to kneel in front of him. They were very confused and asked why the Lord had called them. Then the Ghoul Lord asked if they didn't know what sins they had committed. Then the Lord asked to bring something to his men. Then they brought a very large weapon. The Ghoul Lord said that they should submit to powerful monsters, because it was a divine rule followed by all monsters for a long time. That's why he wanted to persuade the people who defeated the cockatrice to become his subordinates. But they lied to him. Then he grabbed his weapon and asked them to pay for their sin of deceiving him. Ghoul Lord smiled happily and activated the heavy blunt X2 skill. Suddenly he struck his weapon with great force, smiling. One of them was so scared that he bit his lip at the sight of someone speaking. Yu Hansel asked what he had done, just wasting people's time. Then harassing and bullying the weak, so is that the culture in the village. Yu Hansel saved them and withstood the blow with just one hand. Then Yu Hansel asked him to tell him. The Ghoul Lord was very confused whether his skills were inactive, or maybe he didn't use his powers properly. Then he raised his weapon, only hurting his palm. The Ghoul Lord thought that he must not have used his skills and powers, so there was no way such a weak monster could block his attack. Then the Ghoul Lord said that he was the lucky one, because he just showed him what a skill is. Because the skill is heavy blunt, which can increase the weight of an object from 2 to 10 times. That made Yu Hansel surprised, being able to multiply the weight. Ghoul Lord smiled, answering because he had a lot of mana, so he could increase it by 4 times. Hence what happens if they increase the weight of that 32 kilograms club to 4 times and pair it with that horrible swing speed. Then, what would happen if they wasted less time to add a disc after each set? Then the Ghoul Lord raised his weapon and activated the heavy, blunt X4 skill. However, it made the ghoul surprised, because easily Yu Hansel hit him with just one hand, and the Ghoul Lord was very confused, asking what was going on. Then Yu Hansel said that his skills were extraordinary, but it was a shame that he was his enemy. However, he was more surprised by his personality. Then the Ghoul Lord raised his staff again, but Yu Hansel very casually warmed one hand forward and immediately held his neck. Yu Hansel asked if he thought he was so strong, so he could decide which other people could live and die. Then the Ghoul Lord was frightened and felt pain. Then the Ghoul Lord got scared and felt pain. Then Yu Hansel was furious and had veins running down his face, asking what the big three were. Then the Ghoul Lord got scared, saying 3 big. So is it that he wants to hit him 3 times? Then Yu Hansel explained if there were 3 exercises: bench press, squat, deadlift. So the total weight of the 3 exercises is said to be the most important of someone who does the big 3. Then the clam skill has been activated, and there is a blue light around it. Then Yu Hansel asked them if they didn't know about it. Then they all simultaneously shook their heads, but the Ghoul Lord tried to let go of Yu Hansel's hand holding his neck. Then Yu Hansel was confused, so that was the first time the showdown happened. Then Yu Hansel asked the Ghoul Lord to lift the barbell in front of him. Ghoul Lord asked if he should lift it, and they all gathered around to see it. Then the Ghoul Lord said, "Don't forget to keep his promise that if you lose, you will become his subordinate." Then Yu Hansel firmly said not to forget to maintain his posture properly, because he might hurt his back. But the Ghoul Lord laughed, thinking that Yu Hansel had no sense, because he certainly didn't know that he could reduce the weight of that object with the heavy blunt skill. Then the Ghoul Lord reduced the weight using the heavy blunt skill by 1/4. They were all very impressed with him because he could lift it easily because he used the skill. The 200 kilograms Ghoul Lord successfully lifted it. Then Ghoul Lord if it was his turn. Yu Hansel replied if he was very good, but next time to wear his ass properly. Then Yu Hansel asked them all to pay attention to him and look properly. If he wins, then he will make them do that too. Then Yu Hansel warmed up, stretching the body. Then the deadlift is a full-body exercise that can be used to measure a person's overall strength. But there are people who think that they use their back muscles to lift it. But the part they use most often is the lower body. Because of this, it can cause injury to the hip. Therefore, it is important to warm up properly and make sure the posture is correct. So the first posture of the deadlift, stand upright with your feet shoulder-width apart. Second, open the chest and straighten the posture by applying strength to the chest back, lower back, abdominal core, and buttocks. Then, Yu Hansel has applied the stages of how to do the deadlift. Third, when the barbell sweeps to the shins and thighs in an almost vertical position, then lift the barbell from the soles of the feet to the entire lower body and the whole body. Then the fourth, make the barbell knee-high. But the Ghoul Lord cheated, using his skill. Is he still able to lift it even though he has given him the heavy blunt X4 skill? Then Yu Hansel tried to lift the barbell with all his might. Suddenly the barbell in his hand floated in the air and made him surprised. They were all very surprised to see a very heavy barbell and added the skill. But Yu Hansel was very relaxed because he failed to control his strength. He apologized to them because it seemed like he had to make another barbell. That scared the Ghoul Lord, and suddenly they bowed to him and made him the new lord, hence asking to lead them. Then the floating barbell fell right behind him. Yu Hansel was confused because they were all leading him, hence getting the Ghoul Lord. Most of the matches with the Ghoul Lord that he lost in round 3, he began to obey them well. Then there were the things he learned after talking to the Ghoul Lord. But to his surprise, that world was very different from the one he was born in. However, there was also a legend that said if the person who came to that world could return to his own world. However, if he returned, they would call him an anchovy in such a state, so his return would be postponed for the time being. Then the world called Laisha has the concept that the strong will eat the weak. Thus, the Ghoul Lord has also pledged allegiance to him. Then Yu Hansel asked him about it, making him confused, so he would call him Ghoulord. Then Ghoulord really agreed with the call. Then Ghoulord said that they had arrived, if that place is where they train the soldiers. Yu Hansel noticed it and thought that judging from their bodies, so he hoped it would be bad. However, the ghoul training ground was very quiet, and no one was training. He didn't expect it to be that bad. Then Yu Hansel asked what kind of training he was doing, but Ghoulord apologized to him, because they had no knowledge of such things. Then Yu Hansel asked to forget about it. So the first-class training that will be done can make their own machines for training. Then Yu Hansel asked them to gather into 15 rows. They were all very confused by that. He said that the ghouls were the weakest, but they still live by eating the leftovers of other monsters. So, what do they think they need the most? So what they need is teamwork, information about the opponent's rewards and speed. But Yu Hansel didn't want all that, and what was needed was a strong body. So for 3 months from then on, he would train them to be a warrior. They were very confused with only 3 months of time. They were very happy and excited, because they were not looked down upon anymore. Yu Hansel was happy that they all liked him, so they started leaning forward. But they were confused about the forward-leaning position. Then Yu Hansel gave them an example. Then they tried to follow Yu Hansel's position, with a fiery feeling asking them to warm up starting from push-ups. Then Yu Hansel asked if they would do 100 push-ups to start. 3 hours later, they were all exhausted and shaking. They all couldn't do it anymore, but it was different with Yu Hansel, who was still excited at the count of 100. Then Ghulord said if the ghouls didn't continue anymore, but Yu Hansel said if they did 100 more push-ups, then they would eat immediately. But they were so exhausted that they couldn't continue anymore, because after they did 7,000 push-ups, so they have to do it again 1,000 times. They were already complaining and couldn't continue. If they continue, they will lose their lives. Therefore, it is better for the Ghoul Lord to be their boss. Then Yu Hansel said that they had done enough. Therefore, he asked them all to get up. They all complained if it wouldn't be possible to do that, because they wouldn't sleep for a week starting that day. Therefore, they wanted Ghoul Lord Nim to challenge him again to take his position. Then Yu Hansel asked them all to stand up. They all stretched their muscles and felt like their bodies would break. Therefore, it was time for them to eat. Then Yu Hansel shouted, "That's why they have that mentality and are called the weakest. Would they be okay with being called the weakest? Because that place was in the middle of the wilderness, and only the strongest could live in the wilderness. So do they want to make a life as a weakling, who only runs away when their friends, loved ones, and family members lose their lives? Therefore, if they feel that they are useless, then get out of that place, because he will refuse to train them." Then Yu Hansel was annoyed with them, so she shook his fist. He said for those who want to stay in that place, then he will continue to do push-ups and will give them muscles, where the muscle can protect them. Therefore, he begged to trust him. Therefore, the best trainers are those who have great knowledge about muscles. Then people who reach their limits with their own bodies need someone. Eventually, they can produce great results with such knowledge, but that is not the best trainer, because the best trainer is someone who can motivate people who are not determined to exercise at all. Then Yu Hansel firmly asked them to do push-ups properly, because they looked like children who were about to die. Therefore, use all his strength to push his weak self, then to protect his parents, father with his right hand and mother with their left hand. Therefore, they all must be able to do it, because push-ups will lighten the burden on their parents, to be raised up. Then they were very excited and expended their energy. Then Yu Hansel continued to motivate them with push-ups, can ease the burden of his parents, and for the awakening of his tribe for his sake. Then Yu Hansel felt that little by little, the ghouls stopped complaining. Perhaps it was also because what Yu Hansel said was true, but it was unclear whether they realized that they had such skills and kept updating offline. Suddenly, the system board appeared if he had fulfilled the necessary conditions. The level 1 Hawkeye skill has evolved to level 2. 3 months later, in the middle of the forest, there was a rumbling sound. Then there was another nation of monsters traveling. Then they asked if it was the right path to the ghoul village. One of the dragons replied that they had been informed that there was a ghoul village. Then they wanted to attack the ghoul village in front of them. Then one of his colleagues asked, should they organize the formation first before attacking? But it seems like he is the leader. He said, why do they need to do that against some ghouls, so just attack them directly. Then they lizardmen will take over the place as their first colony. Then Ghulord said that the lizardmen were in that area. Then Yu Hansel saw from a distance if they had a very good femoris rectus. Then Yu Hansel asked the bench press grips to open their chests and breathe in with their abdominal strength. Then Yu Hansel asked them to force the sphincter. The sphincter is a ring-shaped muscle that serves to close the path or chest opening in the body. Then the lizardmen were in front of the gate of the ghoul village. Then Yu Hansel gave them instructions to push it. Suddenly there was a very large stone floating above them and made fear. The stone fell on them and made many lose their lives. One of the lizardmen races asked who did that. Then Yu Hansel answered who they thought did it was the ghoul monster that was considered weak. Therefore, at that time do not think if the ghoul monster that was the same as the one at that time, because they are not the weakest creatures anymore. At that time, they all already had very muscular muscles. Then the leader of the Lizardmen clan was very scared, because in that situation they would all be annihilated. He saw the boss who was lifting the stone. If the boss was defeated, it would change the situation, because he can feel which one is very strong from him, and it must be their boss. But still, they are just a ghoul and he can't lose to him. Then the Lizardmen clan got angry and went on a rampage asking the Ghoul Lord not to hide behind his subordinates like a coward, so just go ahead and fight him, while tearing off his clothes and revealing his very muscular muscles. Therefore, they would finish the fight one-on-one. Galord then asked what Yu Hansel would do in such a situation. Then Yu Hansel fell silent looking at the rampaging Lizardmen clan. When he was young, Yu Hansel used to keep iguanas. If it's a rare species, it's called a sea crocodile. Then the sea crocodile was always drooling because it wanted to play, with bite force. But the strength of the crocodile's bite is almost 7,000 psi, and that is a force that weighs more than 2 tons. Then such a strong bite force could not penetrate Yu Hansel's muscles. Then Yu Hansel was furious, asking what he should do if his pet didn't want to listen to him. The sea crocodile was frightened, and his teeth broke but could not penetrate his skin. Then Yu Hansel wrung his hand and remembered something. Suddenly, Yu Hansel jumped down from the top of the cliff. Then the Lizardmen clan angrily raised his weapon, saying that the Ghoul Lord would accept his defeat. Then Yu Hansel raised both arms and immediately dropped them firmly until they were bleeding. Then what Yu Hansel did was threaten him, asking if he was intimidating him. Then the Lizardman clan was frightened and asked him to release him, and he was a strange and senseless person. But when he was young, he had heard that he should tell animals if he was stronger. Then Yu Hansel threatened him and said that he was stronger than him with a very scary face. But the man asked to let him go and not to humiliate a soldier. But Yu Hansel continued to pressure and threaten him if he was stronger than him. The lizardmen became more and more frightened and trembled, unable to do anything. Suddenly he said if he gave up while holding out his tongue. That made Yu Hansel happy, because the lizardmen surrendered, and what he learned from the book was accurate. Then the ghouls were very happy. They finally won. The lizardmen asked to let go, and they put down all their weapons. Then, in a place not too far from Haonime, there was a city called Werdo Duchy. There was a king who was giving honor to talented people like them who were in that small country. The king was holding out to 3 people who were bowing to him. Then the king asked them to complete a Class 2 mission, investigating the disappearance of Cockatrice. That man was a Werdo Duchy, feudal lord of a Werdo count. Then they would simultaneously carry out his orders. Then they walked out of the castle. Then the feudal Werdo asked the general if they could give them such an important mission. Then the general laughed and didn't worry about it, because they are soldiers who may be young, but are called geniuses. A person named Leaper, known as a person who likes to play with his opponent with fancy swordsmanship. Then in terms of technique, he was better at anomalous attacks, a master swordsman. Then someone named Hendard, always with him using strong and tough swordsmanship like Leaper. He has a strong power to slash his opponent with an almost blunt sword weapon. If they were together, there was no way they would be defeated unless a dragon appeared. The 2 of them sounded like they were reliable. Then the feudal count recalled that the soldiers behind them were just as good. Then the general scratched her cheek, saying she wasn't very talented with a sword. So how should she say it? But that person has worked hard. Then the feudal count asked why she sent him along with them, and the general replied that the 3 of them had been friends since they were young. Then the 2 geniuses liked him and made the general smile sweetly. Then they were both in the forest looking for the disappearance of Cockatrice. Then there was a goblin who was preparing to attack him using a very sharp bow. The goblin had his hands shaking to determine the enemy he would fight. Suddenly, the Liper disappeared from them. Suddenly, the Liper appeared behind him while swinging his sword. He immediately stabbed him, but the arrow was already released. The arrow almost hit his face. The man asked them to be careful, because there were several goblins among them. Then Hendard immediately took out his sword, which was covered with black cloth. Then Hendard immediately swung his sword and finished them all off. Then Liper got angry at him if the safety of the blog was their priority, but Hendard said that he would not let anyone touch the blog. Therefore, they will protect him, no matter what happens to him. Then the blog took out his sword and shield at the goblin. He thanked them both for protecting him. Then Liper asked if the blog was okay. Hendard apologized for letting the goblins get close to him. Then the blog said that it was grateful that they had finished off the goblins. Then the blog is very jealous of the two of them. Then Liper angrily pulled his shirt and said whether he was playing around, because it has put the blog in danger. Then Hendard apologized because it was his fault. Then Blong thought they got the same training, but why was he the only one who was weak? Then Liper is very angry, saying if he wants someone to get hurt, then just hurt himself, and he has become an incompetent person. But Hendard resigned and asked Liper to punish him. Then the blog wondered how a person like him with no talent could be so strong, so the blog prayed to his god and asked him to give him an answer. Then Yuhansel walked and counted from 86 to 87, but they said they couldn't continue anymore. Then Yuhansel replied that his friend said he couldn't do it anymore. Then the ghouls said that they didn't have much choice. Then they were helping the lizard men to do push-ups and holding their legs. They simultaneously, if they are going to do push-ups, plow, start from one again. The lizard men have their hands shaking and screaming what that means. The lizard men bowed and thanked them for everything. Then Yuhansel replied asking them to stop by again if they wanted to practice. But the lizard men said they didn't want to come and thanked them. Then the ghouls made pose with their burly bodies, saying goodbye to them all. The lizard men were confused, and they left the ghoul settlement. Then Yuhansel glanced at the ghouls, feeling very surprised by the gutty builder when he first saw it. Deloading is a resting phase that can be done after losing motivation or feeling mentally tired as well as physically tired. But when they exercise, the muscles will be torn apart and grow bigger over time. However, when the central nervous system is tired, it will reduce the ability to exercise, which will cause injury. For this reason, it must be avoided properly, and they can call it deloading. Then, during the 9 weeks of training, even the ghouls began to feel a decline in growth rate. They were all exhausted and felt inadequate, because yesterday they were able to do 4,564 reps, but that day they were only able to do 563 reps. A rep is a count of movements performed from the beginning until the movement is completed once. So it seemed like they needed time to rest, so he gave them 1 day to rest, and then he marveled at them the next day. One of the ghouls greeted him and said good morning. By the next day their muscles had built up nicely. Yuhansel wondered if it was just them or him getting bigger and taller. They were very excited and asked what sports they would be doing that day. Yuhansel activated the Hawkeye Level 2 skill. The entity called Ghoul had evolved and grown into a goody builder, with a total weak percentage growing by 8%. He thought that they didn't need to rest at that time. Then Yuhansel asked them to prepare food, because the lizard men had gone home. Then one of the ghouls asked if they could hunt on their own, but Yuhansel replied firmly if they planned to skip training. The ghoul replied that it wasn't what they wanted. They hadn't actually beaten him, because until then they had only moved the game that had been killed by Yuhansel. Maybe they could do it with the pectoralis major. The pectoralis major is a thick muscle, which is shaped like a fan and lies anterior to the chest wall. Then the ghoul moved his chest muscle up and down. Then Yuhansel allowed them to hunt, and that was great, because it increased their training time. Then Galord said he wanted to know if the Gutty Builder could win. Yuhansel heard him and asked what win, but Galord panicked and said nothing happened to him. Galord bowed his head, saying he was just wondering if the Gutty Builders could win from him if they all got together. But it was all just a mistake, so he asked to please just ignore it. Then Yu Hansel grabbed Gulord's shoulders with the veins coming out of his hands and asked him not to worry about it, because Yu Hansel wouldn't lose anyone in deadlifting. That made Gulord surprised and scared. Then they all walked with their luggage on their backs. One of the ghouls complained, asking if they should do that. But Yu Hansel noticed the lunge's posture wasn't too bad. Suddenly his leg dislocated and he screamed in pain. They panicked as they saw his partner in pain holding his leg. The ghoul was crying from the excruciating pain, but Yu Hansel just stood there watching him. Then the blog was practicing swordplay alone at night. Then thinking if Liper and Hendard, they both felt upset because they lost one goblin who escaped. It all happened because he was weak and unreliable. But if he was strong enough for them not to worry about him, no matter what. Hence, he continued to train hard while the others were sleeping. Suddenly there was someone's hand holding it to correct the position of the sword. Then Liper helped the blog practice the sword and how to swing it correctly. Liper asked him to focus his strength on his thumb and hit while feeling the wind. Then the blog asked if he had woken him up. But Liper smiled and replied that he was not disturbed, because they just want their precious friend to be successful. So even though he practiced secretly every time and they always pretended not to know, while gently pinching the blog's cheeks. That's why Liper had to say it, if it was just a bait to help him on his way to a better path. Then Liper looked at the blog's flushed face while pinching his cheeks and smiled sweetly. Then the blog replied that if he was practicing and asked why Liper was laughing so hard. Then Hendard came and asked what the boys were doing without him. They were surprised to see Hendard leaning against a tree with an annoyed face. Then the blog said that they were not doing anything and just practicing. But suddenly, Liper put his index finger on Blog's lips to ask him to be quiet. But Liper suddenly got angry, saying how dare someone who endangers the blog be in that place. But Hendard also got angry if he said that it was late at night. The blog wanted to tell them, but Liper pressed his lips even more not to speak. Then Liper was very angry, saying he thought Hendard didn't think about it. But Hendard replied asking Liper to be careful by removing the veins on his face. Then Liper asked the blog to end the training for the day and let's go to bed. But the confused blog asked why they were fighting over his sleep schedule. Then Liper smiled and gave a thumbs up, answering that they were friends. But the blog said that's why ask him, why friends always fight over his sleep schedule. But suddenly there appeared lizard men who were running very strongly. Then the blog said to forget about it if he forced him to answer, but the Liper would say that he was just joking about it. Then the lizard admin saw the blog talking, if as they said it was late at night, so he invited him to go to bed. Suddenly the blog felt something was wrong. He immediately shouted, asking them to prepare for battle with the lizard men. Then they immediately took out their weapons and protected Blog from the lizard men. Then one of the lizard men asked to ignore them and just run, because someone was chasing them. Then behind the lizard men were many hordes of cockerels whose eyes lit up. The lizard men were very scared and panicked to run away from the cockerels. Then the cockerels were very fast and kept running after them. Suddenly the cock chicken was frightened to glance at his eyes, seeing Yu Hansel along with the ghouls who wanted to catch them. They looked like zombies, saying the protein is in front of them. The cock chicken scattered and ran around, scared to see them. But at the time, Yu Hansel didn't realize that the food chain was undergoing some very rapid changes. Then Yu Hansel was at the top of a very fierce food chain pyramid. Then they all hid behind the bushes. Then Yu Hansel asked if they could do that, because it seems that the muscles of the chickens are better than their muscles. One of the ghouls holding his shoulder said he was sure if all the chickens were just balloon muscles. But Yu Hansel was confused, asking the balloon muscle where he learned that bad word. Then the chicken walked in front of the tree, but he was stuck in both trees to get the caterpillar in front of him. Suddenly the cockerel raged and flexed its muscles and smashed the two tree trunks, so it managed to get the caterpillar. The rooster's body was getting bigger and they had been watching it. It wasn't long before one of the ghouls stood up and left them while massaging his arm. Then he held the two tree trunks, and suddenly he tried to lift them up. But the tree only swayed, and soon he gave up. He said that he would try again later after a 1-minute break, but Yu Hansel replied if he could try again after 3 minutes. Then the ghoul stomped its foot vigorously. Hansel said that it wasn't a bench, so Hansel asked them to consider it and let go of his hind legs a little. Then he replied that he would do it. He immediately held the two tree trunks still. It wasn't long before he lifted it with all his strength and muscles. He shouted very loudly and the tree swayed. But he couldn't lift it, and Hansel asked him to get out. Hansel noticed it because the bench press is a multi-joint exercise, so obviously it's a very efficient exercise. Even their fast twitch muscles were trained with various kinds of push-ups. But what was going on with them? Then Hansel was confused and turned his head to see a cockerel nearby, lined up very neatly. The cockerels were holding on with their little wings and were exercising their muscles. Hansel was surprised, because it was a stage of muscles that continued to increase by so much that he did not realize it. Then they were practicing on their own. Then, one of them asked what it meant. Then Hansel held his face, apologizing to them, because it was his fault that they couldn't do what the chicken was doing anyway. Then the ghoul asked if there was something wrong with his posture, so which part of his muscles should be exercised. Then Hansel shouted, if that wasn't what he meant. It's just that their muscles are used to the routine. Then they were confused, wondering what to do. Hansel replied that they just needed to change their routine. Therefore, Hansel asked them to gather in 5 lines, and not just stand still. Then everyone had gathered into 5 lines as instructed. Then there was a rope tied around the 2 tree trunks. If the thing behind them was a cable machine, so he specifically made it to change their routine. Therefore, they must give him 3 claps. Then they all immediately gave 3 claps simultaneously. Then Hansel gave them an example and was about to start. Therefore, they would all do cable crosses to increase their chest muscles. But if they exercised like that, they could beat the jerking cock. They were all very happy and excited, if Hansel always had the answer to their problems. Then they hit his chest if Hansel was the greatest. Then Hansel asked them to calm down a bit, because he would explain it to them then. Cable cross is an exercise that stimulates the muscles present in the chest and improves muscle quality, because it is only effective if done with the correct posture. So, it is one of the difficult exercises for beginners. Then Hansel said that the exercise was very difficult, so he would show them slowly. They replied, well, sir, simultaneously. The first thing to do is to bend over slightly and bend the knees slightly. Second, do not fully extend the arms and apply force to them to keep them still. Third, stand in the center of the machine, push on their chest slightly, and cross like a bird trying to fly with consistent force. Fourth, depending on the height of the cable and their angle of inclination, then the affected muscle parts can be changed. They do not have to use the acceleration caused by the rebound force, but bend their body and to maintain the body at the time of exercise. Then Hansel's explanation was over. Did they want to ask questions? Therefore, it was their turn. He would make more tools on other trees. Then Hansel had made a lot of them on the trees around it. Then they immediately ran and scrambled if they would go first. But Hansel smiled, because gym lovers are so cute. Then they started the exercise and let out a long breath. Then the cockerels heard them noisily doing the exercise. Then they were all very happy, because their chests became bigger. Then the cockerels looked at their movable chests. Suddenly, all the cock chickens emit a very bright light. It makes Hansel confused. The chicken continues to emit a very bright light all over its body. Suddenly, the cock chicken became bigger than before. It made the ghouls upset and angry. Then they immediately walked and asked Hansel not to worry because they would handle it. Then the chickens ran towards them. They were all running and about to attack each other. Then the Hawkeye level 2 skill was activated and he immediately canned the chicken's head. The chicken has a protein of 132 kg with a body fat percentage of 12%. Then one of the ghouls bounced off the ground and bled from its mouth, having been pummeled by the cockerels. The cockerels were all excited and had evolved. Then there was an argument behind him which was very horrendous. Then Skill Hansel said if he wanted to stop the evolution of cock, then to eliminate their passion. Then the weather on that day was very sunny. Then Ghoulord was stretching his body, yawning. It seemed that keeping an empty house was boring that day. But to my surprise, it wasn't boring. because Gulord was very happy to be free while dancing around. But suddenly his stomach rumbled, because he was hungry. Gulord was thinking that Yuhansol was a nice guy, but their tastes in food were completely different. Hence why he would prepare a meal of fried cock chicken skin. Then Gulord has prepared the ingredients for cooking fried cock chicken skin. The ingredients are cut cock skin, flour, fragrant dried fruits, spices, salt, and oil. Then first slice the cock skin and cut into thick pieces. Then if the skin smells, it should be fried immediately. So, add salt and spices to it and stir. Next, add the spices to the flour and mix well, and after making the magic powder, sprinkle the magic powder over the skin of the shuttle until it is even. He thought maybe with that he could beat Yuhansol. Then lastly, dip it in hot oil and listen to the sound of the cooking oil. Then remove it when it is golden and the fried cock skin is finished. Then in the forest there was a very powerful explosion. Yuhansol was still standing in the middle of those who were fighting. Then one of the ghouls asked if he had trained his inner muscles like Yuhansol said. But why can't he win while holding his chest? Maybe there was something wrong with the training, but maybe they made the wrong move. Suddenly one of the ghouls shouted out saying that he was sure there was a more reasonable explanation. Then Yuhansol asked if they didn't know, because there was a clear difference in the effort and time put into them as well as the chicken. So they only needed to do a little more training, but did he expect to defeat them? Then the ghoul lowered his head, feeling sad, answering if he understood. Then Yuhansol explained that achieving such incredible chest muscles was no easy feat, but that doesn't mean there's no way for them to win. One of the ghouls asked if they could win. Yuhansol replied that they should remember how they got to that point. Then the ghoul thought, if they got to that point together. On the way, Yuhansol asked the brand to hold his waist and to match the eccentric contraction, then count 1 to 4. Eccentric contraction is a contraction that occurs when a muscle increases in length. Then Yuhansol asked if it was difficult, but he frantically replied that it was not difficult. Yuhansol said that his enthusiasm had increased, but still, they had to practice regularly. But just because they would become a little stronger, it didn't mean they were free of weakness. Because on the earth where they live, squatting 500 kilograms is the minimum. So, after all, they have to train their roots first to bring out their strength. Hence, they had to keep at it, even if it was tiring. Then they follow his instructions and he pays attention to them. Then one of the ghouls ducked in front of him and woke up pulling a muscle, tearing his pants. He said that the source of strength comes from the roots. Yuhansol was very happy that he finally realized it too, because they might lose with just the chest. He asks what if they keep combining it with leg strength too. Then, the ghoul releases the aura on his thighs and buttocks. Suddenly he leaped and drove very fast and caught the cock. Yuhansol was very happy because they had survived well until that point. Therefore, he asked them to show their effort and enthusiasm. Then the ghouls tried to attack the rampaging cockerel, but they bounced back up because of the cockerel's powerful chest punch. They all bounced and wondered how. Yuhansol asked if their legs were tired because they came all the way to that place. That's why he realized it late. Then the cockerels all crowed. The cock saw Yuhansol, who was standing in front of him. Suddenly the cock chicken looked at him angrily and annoyed. Then Cock Chicken immediately opened his mouth and ran towards Yuhansol, who was standing there. Then Yuhansol stretched out his hand and was about to do a one-handed dumbbell press to Cock Chicken's face. But the Cock Chicken was confused and looked at its memory photo. There is a photo where the baby chick hatched. Then there is the cock chick walking next to its very large mother. When it grows up, the cock chick exercises its chest muscles by holding each other with each other. Then, the cock chicken managed to have a muscular and hard chest. The cock chicken attacked Yuhansol and he held out his hand. But after that, the memories of Cock Chicken's life ended. Suddenly the cock chicken was already in the pot, stewed with various vegetables. Yuhansol said that they didn't need to be too hard on themselves, because the important thing was that they had grown, while offering a chicken breast. Then they all cooked together the cock chicken. Yuhansol said that they should eat lots of protein, and tomorrow they should try to catch it themselves. Then they all answered in unison and would carry out his orders. Then Yuhansol held up the chicken, asking them to say gains together. Then they all held up the chicken and said gains. Then the surrounding people with chicken legs in their hands had to do 300 push-ups at that time. Then Yu Hansel asked, so they now know, that they are far from exceeding it. But they bowed their heads and replied that it was true. So Yu Hansel asked them to take notes on the things they had been taught. So that day he asked them to try hunting by themselves with caution. Then they would carry out what he asked them to do. One of the ghouls asked how it was with him, whether it would also join the hunt too. Then Yu Hansel was exercising and said that he would join them after he finished exercising. Because there is something more important than fighting, that is training. Then they wished him good luck for the day in unison. Then Yu Hansel did the exercise and said that it was too light for him. Then one of the ghouls asked them to become 3 groups and if anything went wrong. So, they would send a signal with their muscles. Then one of his colleagues asked if he was a genius. Then one of the ghouls got ready and said if it seemed to be decided. Then they could go on that fun hunt. Then they all ran together to go on the hunt that day. Then the heroes were on the ribs of a very large animal. Liper said that, judging from the large skeleton, he thought it belonged to the skeleton of a cockatrice. Blog replied that it was true. Then Hendard said that if there was no head bone left, it seemed like cockatrice was finished off with a single blow of high-class magic, so should he bring the former ruler. Then the blog said that if someone could finish off cockatrice with just one punch, then that person is as powerful as the great wizard Adam, so is it okay for them to be responsible for that? Then Liper and Hendard replied, asking him not to worry, because they wouldn't let him get hurt. But the blog asked them to just focus on the mission. Suddenly, there was a very strong vibration sound that made them confused. Then Hendard asked the blog to stay behind them because something was coming. Then Liper said that the mission was not easy. Suddenly, Cock appeared running scared. Hendard said if it was just Cock, so it didn't matter. Then there were the ghouls who were catching the shuttlecock who were running scared. Then one of the ghouls was confused to see humans, but suddenly Liper asked Hendard to stay with the blog, and also, they had never found a monster like that. Then Hendard answered if he was already on his side, but the blog shouted saying that it didn't need it and asked them both to leave. Then one of the ghouls asked them to stop, and humans are a brutal and slaughtering species, so they wouldn't know how they would act, because reckless decisions can be dangerous. Then one of the ghouls clutched his chest. The blog asked what they were doing, if it was some kind of performance before using an ability. Then they all raised their chests, because they were going to call out teams 1 and 2, so they had to gain an advantage by increasing the number. Then whether rapid muscle development is a blessing or a curse, because the signal given to the goody builder was for all his friends to get together. But it not only sent a signal to their friends, but also triggered it to evolve. Then the cock evolved again and let out a very bright golden light. Then the cockerel changed as it evolved. The blog was confused as to whether it was cock chicken, because as far as he knew, cock chicken was as strong as wyvern. Then the cock chicken pulled out its sharp teeth and ran after the goody builder. They were all confused because they thought it was very chaotic, but it was all destined for them. Suddenly reinforcements arrived and they were very happy to see them. One of the bodybuilders said that the leaders of teams 2 and 3 had arrived. They all smiled and asked if they weren't late. Then of course they weren't late. Then the cock chicken heads walked up to the goody builder who was preparing to fight him. Then one of the goody builder immediately took out their secret technique learned from Yu Hansel. It then released blue aura rays all over its body. Then he was practicing by lifting a barbell and objected to the shaking of his hands. Then Yu Hansel asked him to pay attention to his posture. Since he was already doing it well, it was difficult to help him when he couldn't do it in the correct posture. But what should they do if they want to really feel their own strength safely? It's the goody builder version of the secret bodybuilding technique. They're all geared up and bench press muscle accessories, so don't think about the consequences and rip and gather all the muscles they can. Then they manage to withstand the cock chicken attacks coming at them with their strong arms. Then the goody builder shouted for the cock chicken to receive their chests. Then there was a fierce fight between the cock chicken and the goody builder. Then the goody builder shouted and tried his best to push him away. Eventually, the cock chicken heads were knocked off their feet and bleeding from their mouths. They were all very happy, because they had succeeded in doing so and had won. But the gutty builder was surprised to see his friend being attacked by the cock chicken in front of his head. The gutty builder couldn't do it, but he thanked everyone, smiling sweetly. Then his partner shouted out saying no, seeing him involuntarily attacked by the cock chicken. Then 3 minutes is the time it takes for a person to determine if they like a certain person or not. Since it's been 486 seconds since they met each other, so that's enough time for 3 swordsmen. Then the swordsman helped the gutty builder and finished off all the rampaging cock chicken. So 486 seconds was enough time for the swordsman. But suddenly there was a very strong stomping of a chicken leg that took them by surprise. Hendard was confused and saw a huge chicken like cock chicken. What the swordsman did triggered the cock chicken. The cock chicken went berserk and made a very scary sound. Then the confused blog asked what it was that he saw, because it should have been called a dragon-sized one. The giant chicken went berserk and emitted an extremely terrifying aura from its body. Then there was the first dragon that appeared. It had agreed for reputation. They were very afraid that future dragons might surpass it. So, they took some extreme measures. It was done to distribute its power. So that's how the creation of cockatrice is a species closely related to the birth of dragons. Then the cockatrice shook his head. Hendard said that the cockatrice was not a dragon, but he was sure that their master would admit it, while raising his sword. Then Leiper also swung his sword at the cockatrice, and Hendard with all his might swung his sword. Then Johansson was exercising and didn't feel any vibrations. He held his chest, saying that a beginner can change very quickly. But it seemed like his muscle volume growth was relatively slow when compared to the gutty builder. Nonetheless, they followed him well, even though they were beginners. Then Johansson smiled because 3 months had passed, remembering that at first they were just stranded anchovies, so he had to teach them in a step-by-step process like teaching a baby to walk. Then they all tried to give up, but it was only for a while. Then their developed bodies were good. But why did he feel so bad? Therefore, he missed his master, especially on that day, and while looking at the sky. But was his master okay? Then Johansson thought, didn't his master also disappear at his age? But suddenly a gutty builder ran up to call him. He turned to see the gutty builder who was gasping, saying that they had a problem. It was because everyone had evolved, and now everyone was in danger. At that rate, then, everyone will lose their lives. Then Johansson squatted and asked to tell where they were right now. The Guttebiler pointed to the direction where they were. Then a warning sign appeared. If the energy that exceeded the isolated form of the actual contractile muscle had been detected. Suddenly all of his muscles expanded into a very large size and tore the clothes he was wearing. Johansson was very angry because how dare he put his hands on his children. Then Papa warned that if he confirmed canceling actual contractile muscles. Then a huge force came out at Johansson's feet, which made the ground crack. The ground cracked even more because of the powerful force. Suddenly there was a flash of blue light that flashed from his feet and made the ground even bigger. Suddenly Johansson disappeared and jumped very fast and very strong, making the gutty builder bounce. The gutty builder was confused to see Johansson, who had jumped so high into the sky. Then Leiper tried to attack the very strong cockatrice. He shouted, asking Hendard to distract him, and he would target the fatal area. Then Hendard understood and immediately stuck his sword. He pulled out his sword and held it up, saying the secret technique of spreading sands. Then Hendard shouted for the blog to run, because he had made the dust last for some time. But the blog shouted, saying he should have attacked instead of buying time. Doesn't Hendard think that Leiper is in danger? Suddenly the Leiper was bounced off the ground by the powerful cockatrice's attack. But the Leiper on the bounce gave a thumbs up and said that Hendard had done a good job. Then the blog picked up the gutty builder and asked why he was giving him the thumbs up. Therefore, the blog asked them to stop taking care of him and fight as hard as they could. Then Hendard said if the blog cared about them, but Leiper fell and gave a thumbs up with his hand. Then Hendard said that the blog cared about them, but Liper fell and gave a thumbs up with a shaking hand. Then the cock chicken heads went berserk again and wanted to stomp on them. Hendard called the blog, saying they couldn't win, even if they fight with the best of their strength. But the blog asked if they were too late to avoid it, because he felt he couldn't avoid it. But Hendard asked him not to give up too soon. Then the Gutty Builders were doing the Goody Builder version of the bodybuilder's secret technique. Then they stood on top of each other like a tall pyramid. That was the last secret technique, which was a comprehensive enhancement. Then the cock chicken attacked them strongly. But they tried to withstand the strong attack. The Goody Builder told them to hold on and trust their friend who went to ask for help from Hansel. So, Hansel would come before they would fall. Then he shouted for everyone to hold on with faith in their friends. But suddenly, a very large cock chicken leg was aimed at them. The cock chicken managed to crush them and make them bounce. Then they fell and whimpered in pain. But unfortunately, there were bad things happening at the same time. That is, the cock chicken in front of him raised his wings and stared sharply. They had all slit to get up and the cock chicken was raging at them. But suddenly a very bright light appeared from the sky and hit the cock chicken that wanted to attack them. Then there was blood scattered in front of them, and the cock chicken screamed. Then one of the Gutty Builders said, if it was on that side, if he came on time. Therefore, they believed in Hansel coming, and there was a shadow of someone who appeared from the smoke. Suddenly, what appeared to have defeated the Cokes was Gulord. They were all confused and didn't say anything, seeing that it was Gulord. They asked what their former lord was doing in that place. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion far from their location. Then there was Hansel, who hit the ground until it cracked. Hansel was very upset because it was the wrong direction, while folding his arms across his chest. Then the cock chicken heads gave Gulord a sharp look. Gulord sighed and asked if that was all they could do. But the cock chicken heads looked at him very sharply. Then the blog asks if the monster looks like a ghoul lord. Is he the strongest compared to the others? Then Hendard replied that the attack with a long distance was very impressive. Then the Goody Builder asked them to keep looking, if that person was their boss, the ghoul lord. Then the cock chicken noticed the ghoul lord standing in the middle of them. Then the ghoul lord asked what they saw. So what they thought was that he came without a plan. Then they were very happy, because their ghoul lord had a plan. Then they were very happy, because their ghoul lord had a plan. Even though he was their ghoul lord, he couldn't have come to defeat the cock chicken heads without a plan. Then Gulord shouted out saying that if it was true, he had gotten their attention, so beat them all when it was Hansel. Gulord sat down as he raised his hand and asked Hansel for help. They were all very sad and covered their faces looking around for Hansel. Then Gulord trembled and was frightened to see the cock chicken in front of him while calling Hansel. 6 hours ago, in the ghoul village. Gulord came out of his house and yawned while stretching his body. He asked why the hunting team was taking so long. Because the food had also run out, so he has to go out to look for it while holding his stomach. Then Gulord will leave, because Cockatrice is also gone. But is there any danger that happens next? 5 minutes ago, the Goody Builders were fighting with the cock chicken heads. Gulord heard their voices and asked if it was the sound of the Goody Builders' screams. Gulord was furious, shouting, asking who dared to touch his subordinates and Hansel, because only Hansel and himself could disturb the Goody Builder. He lifted the stone in front of him. At that time, he was not like the other ghouls, because the ghoul lord did not participate in the bodybuilding session. But still, his position did not become low. So whether it was because the trained Goody Builder was weaker than the ghoul lord, but of course not. Then did the concept of the law of the jungle change? Of course not. But there was only one reason. The ghoul lord, who had no choice but to keep using his skills to increase the weight. His skill, Heavy Blunt, had reached its maximum level, and he had become stronger involuntarily. Heavy Blunt, 1:10. He lifted the huge stone with all his might using his skill. Then he immediately threw it with great force. Then he uses his skill to increase the weight of the stone and will be dropped on the cock chicken. He used the skill Heavy Blunt X10. Then the stone fell very quickly and hit the cock chicken, causing a very powerful explosion. At that moment, Galord was confused about what to do at that moment, because he thought they would be destroyed. Then one of the Gutty Builders said if he could still beat that guy with just one attack. So what if Gulord really was as strong as Yuhansel? But Gulord didn't believe that, and asked if it was true. Then Gulord thought that no one could defeat such a big difference, with just one strike. But he felt he had an innate talent, having been born different from ordinary ghouls. Suddenly Gulord became very excited, saying that then come to him the cock-chicken hens, because the Gulord would defeat them all at once. But suddenly Gulord bounced because of the powerful cock-chicken punch. They saw Gulord, who bounced very confused, because they will be completely destroyed at that time. Then the blog apologized to the two of them for really not being able to accept their joke that time. Then the Liper's head bled and replied that they were not joking. But the blog laughed, asking if they were still joking in that situation, because he thought he might do it in the afterlife. Suddenly the blog took out its weapons and shields, screaming that last moment with its friends. At least it would be lonely for it. Then one of the Gutty Builders said that they would use every last muscle cell to fight the cock-chicken. They all ran up against the cock-chicken and thanked him for teaching them. But the training they did was very difficult, but they got a glimpse of how to be strong. Then all of them together fought against the very strong cock-chicken. If there was a next life, then they asked for help to guide again. Then a very fierce battle took place and all tried to bring out their strength as much as possible. Then there was smoke that appeared in the middle of the forest, and someone hit the rock very hard. Yuhansel was standing next to Gulord, who bounced and fell on the rock until it broke. Gulord said that their men were in danger and please save them, shaking. Then Gulord's hand went limp, and he lost consciousness. Then Yuhansel immediately activated the clamminess skill. With overwhelming emotions, the clamminess skill has been detected. Then the clamminess skill was activated, and the emotions were overwhelming. Yuhansel's entire body became trembling and felt a very deep emotion. Then the Gutty Builders were pulling out all their muscle to defeat the cock-chicken heads. One of the Gutty Builders attacked them, but missed. But suddenly the cock-chicken heads ran away in fear, confused and wondering why everyone was gone. Then Yuhansel was walking with a lot of pressure on him. Yuhansel kept beating his chest continuously. Suddenly the cock-chicken was in front of him and looked at him. He activated the clamness skill, but Yuhansel asked the system to stop. Then the cock-chicken looked at him very sharply. But suddenly, Yuhansel became very angry looking at them and said that he was calmer than before. Then the system board said that if the emotion exceeded the limit, the clamminess skill was detected. But the user will be checked with the clamminess skill, which will be cancelled for a day. Then they all ran around together. One of the Gutty Builders said that it must be Yuhansel that was vibrating in their chest. Then the blog held a Liper whose face was red like a boiled crab. The blog asked who Yuhansel was, and the Gutty Builder replied that Yuhansel was their master and leader at the same time, and had the most sensitive muscle tissue of anyone else. But the confused blog asked if that was the only explanation about him. The Gutty Builder replied that there was no point in explaining in words, so he could just see Yuhansel in person. But one of the Gutty Builders said asked not to explain like that, and just summarize the story to them. Because basically he is their new Yuhansel Ghoul Lord. But the blog still couldn't understand anything. Then the cock-chicken hen stared with blazing eyes. Suddenly the cock-chicken made an attack with its powerful muscles. Suddenly, a palm that emitted a very bright light hit the cock-chicken's stomach. Then the cock-chicken was in pain and bounced off its body with just one palm strike. So what Yuhansel did was a one-handed dumbbell press. The cock-chicken bounced very high. Then the other cock-chicken hen was furious and gave him a sharp look. Suddenly, the cock-chicken disappeared in front of him and jumped very high. Then, while in the air, the cock-chicken swung its legs and immediately united the power of the two of them. They slammed into Yuhansel with full force, shattering the ground. Then Yuhansel said negative military pressure 1 to 4, then made the cock-chicken tremble and frightened. Yuhansel managed to withstand the powerful attack with his hands, and his body went into the ground. The cock-chicken was shocked and frightened to see Yuhansel, who raised his legs with all his strength, until it trembled. But the cock-chicken hen didn't want to lose either, and unleashed the power of her powerful leg muscles. Suddenly, they all put their feet together and pressed Yu Hansel. But he still tried to exert all his strength to resist their legs. Then, Yu Hansel did a barbell push pressure. Suddenly, the cock chicken legs that piled up pressing him bounced violently. But Yu Hansel hung on the leg of one of the cock chickens. Suddenly, Yu Hansel rushed over and kicked its head with great force, doing a flying lunge. The cock chicken bled from its mouth and immediately fell down. Then Yu Hansel said that his ancestor once said that he could judge his muscle development based on the level of chest vibration. The cock chicken hens were panicking at the sight of Yu Hansel. Then Yu Hansel pounded his chest again, saying that it was because he brought them to that place. They also came to that place at the right time, so he felt he could make their chest muscles grow with his chest. But what about them? But they were just silent and scared, so they were sweating everywhere. Suddenly, Yu Hansel was very angry, asking if they could do too, what he did. Then Yu Hansel did Hansel CrossFit mode stands for crossed fitness, which is a body exercise with high intensity, where to combine cardio training and weight training in one session. Yu Hansel does the Buffy test, which starts in a position like a push-up and then immediately builds up by jumping. Then the cock chicken went berserk and opened its mouth to eat it. But suddenly there was a peacock-colored palm on the cock chicken's face, very strong. Then the other cock chicken watched him, who was preparing heavily. The cock chicken that was hit had lost consciousness and was bleeding from its mouth. Suddenly, Yu Hansel's muscles grew bigger and bigger as he did a kettlebell swing. He suddenly pulled his hand into the ground and lifted it up. Then all the chickens bounced away due to his strength. Not only did they bounce, but the ground and trees also bounced. Then the cock chicken was confused and frightened to see Yu Hansel, who was lifting the long jump and squat. Then Yu Hansel immediately jumped all over the cock chicken's body. Then he circled above the sky while carrying the tree trunk. Yu Hansel did a triceps cable extension. Suddenly he threw the log at the cock chicken and hit it. Then the cock chicken was lifeless, and its spirit came out of its body. Then they all arrived where the cock chicken was already lying lifeless. Then the blog asked if he was their ghoul lord, and it was impossible, whether it was the power of the humanoid master himself. They were surprised to see the cock chicken scared, and some were already lifeless. Then Yu Hansel stomped his foot on the ground. He felt like he had used too much of his foot up to that point. He couldn't waste any more time, not knowing how long he would be able to maintain that strength. Then his leg muscles were already throbbing. But if Yu Hansel gives up there, as Gulord said, if it continues like that, then he will lose his life. But Gulord asked to let him lose his life. But he will never be able to face the former Ghoul Lord who happily volunteered to help with training. But what if only with one punch? Because he has to finish all that with one basic movement. Suddenly, Yu Hansel ran very fast while extending his hand. Then Yu Hansel did a bench press, and his hand muscles enlarged again. Yu Hansel was very excited, and burning to do 1 RM is the heaviest force that can be lifted for one repetition of the movement in training. Then, his extraordinary muscle recovery skills were activated, and 15% of his muscles recovered. However, there was a warning that the leg muscles could not handle the upper body muscles. Therefore, to relax the upper body muscles and expect muscle damage. So, it is necessary to relax the upper body muscles. Suddenly, there were many hands pushing him. They were all helping him and pushing his heavily muscled shoulders. The Goodybuilder smiled and called his name. Then, Yu Hansel was confused by all of them helping him. Then the Goodybuilders shouted out that they were going to do an extra set, with great enthusiasm. Yu Hansel smiled at their enthusiasm. Then Yu Hansel replied confidently, of course he would, and his chest glowed. Suddenly Yu Hansel stretched out both hands and made all the cock chickens bounce strongly. He released a very powerful force, and was helped by all of them punching him. Then Yu Hansel thanked the former Ghoul Lord for everything. Then the cock chicken hens bounced and bled from their mouths. Then they all defeated the cock chicken hens. Then they all lay down amidst the corpses of the cock chicken hens. Yu Hansel asked them all to end the training that day. Hansel lay on the ground, staring at the battlefield. His calm demeanor belies his exhaustion from the endless challenges he faces. Nearby warriors discussed the drastic change Hansel brought. Once enemies, now comrades, they'd grown to admire his unmatched strength. Hansel bent slightly, catching his breath. He glanced around, half smiling. Who's going to help me stand now? He thought. His sharp gaze noticed the others suddenly avoiding eye contact. They nervously shifted, unsure how to respond to his question. Frustrated, Hansel's voice rose, commanding their attention. "Don't ignore me, you ungrateful lot!" he shouted, shaking the group from silence. After some time, a warrior awkwardly thanked Hansel for his hard work. Hansel stretched, trying to shake off fatigue. Hansel's eyebrows furrowed as he noticed their odd expressions. Their behavior was different today, and he couldn't quite pinpoint why. One warrior explained he'd felt unwell earlier, taking a nap before joining. The group exchanged uneasy glances at the mention. Suddenly, the group charged at Hansel with exaggerated energy, shouting with excitement. Their enthusiasm startled Hansel into a defensive stance. "Why are you all so intense?" Hansel thought, laughing nervously while stepping back, overwhelmed by their strange, sudden camaraderie. The group's antics escalated. "Stop it, you maniacs! I swear I'll fight back!" Hansel yelled, though his words were ignored. Finally breaking free, Hansel waved them off. "Take care of yourselves," he muttered, retreating while the chaos simmered behind him. The insignia of their group flashed. Hansel glanced back, proud yet exhausted from the responsibility of holding everyone together. Elsewhere, a quiet town buzzed with the news of Hansel's achievements. His name now carried weight far beyond the battlefield. In a grand chamber, leaders whispered about Hansel. "The one who defeated the monsters? Yes, he's someone to watch closely." The commander leaned forward, assessing Hansel's capabilities. "This kid isn't ordinary," he thought, noting the chaos Hansel left behind. Shadows shifted as monstrous figures emerged. Their glowing eyes pierced the dark, a reminder of the looming threat ahead. "We can't predict their next move," a soldier murmured, nervously eyeing the growing menace. Their fear hinted at what lay ahead. Back at camp, Hansel noticed the absence of Dido. Unease crept in as he scanned for his trusted companion. Someone pointed towards the horizon. Hansel squinted, spotting Dido far away. His mind raced, piecing together what could have happened. Hansel approached the group huddled together, curiously observing their odd behavior. Their unusual silence immediately caught his attention. A burly warrior tried to push someone aside. Hansel stood firm, unamused by the lack of coordination in their actions. "Look at this! What a mess!" Hansel thought, his annoyance growing. "These guys have no idea how to handle things." Hansel's expression darkened as he noticed their treatment of Blog. "This isn't right," he muttered, stepping in to correct them. A strange power surged as Hansel stepped forward. His frustration ignited a determination to remind them of basic decency. Hansel clenched his fist tightly. A faint glow surrounded him, signaling his intent to make things clear in his unique way. "Ever think about improving yourselves?" Hansel asked, his energy calm yet commanding, inviting others to join his relentless path forward. The group hesitated, their confusion palpable. Hansel, however, remained patient, offering them an opportunity they couldn't fully grasp just yet. One member spoke, mentioning Blog's departure. Hansel sighed, shaking his head. "Letting that happen was your biggest mistake," he reflected. Despite the chaos, Hansel knew one thing: this was just another challenge. His resilience would guide them through, as always. Standing by the flickering firelight, the group begged their master to rescue Blog, desperation evident in their trembling voices. The master pondered the situation. "Exercise magic," he mused. It sounded absurd, but uncertainty kept him from dismissing it outright. His gaze turned sharp. "Your leader isn't reckless," he declared, subtly preparing the team for an unexpected countermeasure. Determination surged. The master slammed his hands, resolving to teach a valuable lesson to their foes through decisive action. His energy ignited like a flame, signaling readiness. "Your turn," he whispered to himself, stepping forward with blazing confidence. Radiating energy, the master turned to his subordinates. Their hesitation was palpable, but his resolve left no room for doubt. "Why are you frozen?" he roared. His booming voice jolted the group into action, shaking them from their stupor. A young warrior clenched her fist, steeling herself. Her fire burned brighter, showing she'd learned much from the master's lead. Together, They rushed through the dim hallways, each step reverberating with purpose as they prepared to confront the impending challenge. With Leiper and Hendard by her side, the young warrior's resolve solidified. This was their moment to save Blog. In the ghoul village, the troops stood in formation. The leader shouted commands, their strict regimen reflecting intense training discipline. Hansel observed the scene, his curiosity piqued. What even is a squat? He thought, feeling strangely intrigued by the activity. Smiling confidently, Hansel stepped forward. "I'll teach you," he declared, his energy contagious as he prepared to lead by example. "Squats are the foundation," Hansel explained, demonstrating with ease. "They build stability and strength," he added, inspiring awe from the group. Blog hesitated, his knees wobbling. Hansel laughed, offering encouragement. "No shortcuts," he teased, helping Blog adjust for the perfect squat. Blog attempted a squat but struggled, his form completely off. Hansel stepped in, gesturing for him to stop immediately. "To squat, you need balance and focus," Hansel advised. Blog listened carefully, eager to learn from his experienced mentor. Hansel adjusted Blog's posture, ensuring his feet were spaced properly. "Widen your stance a little," he instructed with precision. With a demonstration, Hansel explained the movement, bending knees, aligning hips, and maintaining balance. Blog watched, slowly mimicking his every move. Pushing himself up with steady thighs, Blog felt the effort. Hansel nodded approvingly. "That's a squat," he said, satisfied. Hansel praised Blog's first attempt, acknowledging his potential. Blog's dedication showed as he recalled his training in swordsmanship. "Swordsmanship builds discipline," Hansel remarked, preparing Blog for more. "Now try another squat. Keep your core tight," he suggested calmly. Blog braced himself as Hansel handed him a barbell. His eyes widened, sensing the unexpected weight on his shoulders. Determined, Blog held steady under the barbell's pressure. "Feel the strength building," Hansel encouraged, watching him handle the challenge bravely. Blog struggled briefly, beads of sweat forming. "Yes, it's heavy," he admitted, gritting his teeth to maintain his balance. Hansel's sharp voice carried through. "Don't lose your posture," he instructed, emphasizing form. Blog focused, determined not to falter. "Squat!" Hansel's command echoed. Blog pushed hard, channeling all his energy into perfecting the movement under intense scrutiny. The repetitive motion tested Blog's endurance. Hansel's encouragement and precise corrections fueled his resolve, helping him push past his limits. Blog's knees wavered, but Hansel's unwavering gaze pushed him forward. His persistence inspired the other villagers to watch in awe. With a final push, Blog completed his set. "Okay," Hansel acknowledged, satisfied. Blog smiled, grateful for the lesson's intensity. Hansel observed Blog carefully. Despite the added barbell, Blog's determination shone. His focus on maintaining proper form impressed Hansel greatly. Even under pressure, Blog's posture remains intact, Hansel thought. He smiled, realizing Blog's potential was stronger than anyone had imagined. Hansel's confidence grew as Blog showed resilience. He finally uttered to himself, "That's what real strength and powerlifting are all about." Turning to Blog, Hansel asked about his motivation. Blog hesitated, but then he spoke about wanting to grow like his friends. "I want to be strong enough to stand beside them," Blog declared passionately, his voice filled with an unshakable resolve. Hansel stared at Blog seriously. "True strength isn't about imitating others," he said, his tone firm yet encouraging. Blog looked down, admitting his insecurities. He confessed his fear of never matching the genius of his stronger companions. Despite his doubts, Blog thanked Hansel. "If I learn this, I can stand tall and face life's challenges alone," he said. Hansel softened, his gaze steady. "Strength isn't just physical. True strength lies in protecting the people you care about." Blog nodded, a newfound determination in his eyes. He realized this journey wasn't about comparison, but about finding his own path. Hansel gazed at Blog with pride, his tone soft but firm. "You have something rare, a talent only few possess." Blog's eyes widened, his emotions raw. It was the first time someone truly acknowledged him, leaving him momentarily speechless. As the sunset painted the horizon, Blogg smiled faintly. Hansel's teasing brought him back. "Keep going, don't waste that talent." Hansel carefully cradled the baby cocks, their bright yellow fluff glowing, while others stared at him, utterly perplexed. Holding the little creatures, Hansel explained his reasoning. Saving the cocks responsibly could prevent bigger problems down the line. A soft smile spread across Hansel's face as he reassured everyone, "They grow fast. Raising them won't take forever." The cocks chirped cheerfully, unaware of the crowd debating their fate. Hansel remained firm, focused on nurturing instead of fighting. Someone commented on the monster's strength, but Hansel, confident and calm, simply adjusted his grip on the adorable creatures. "Right now we're stronger," someone muttered. The group collectively weighed their odds, glancing at the tiny cocks with unease. Hansel stayed quiet, watching the hesitation. His confidence was unshaken, like a mountain overlooking a chaotic sea of doubts. A pause lingered in the air before Hansel's silent glance made the speaker stammer, "Well, maybe, we probably could." The tension broke with an awkward retreat from the group, who shuffled away. Hansel's relaxed demeanor softened the heavy mood. Quietly, Hansel turned to the cocks, his mind already strategizing ways to balance care, growth, and training for the future. The ghoul training ground buzzed with activity. Hansel instructed everyone to lift, guiding the rhythm with effortless confidence and sharp focus. Sweat poured as Hansel demonstrated, muscles flexing. His commands carried an upbeat energy, blending discipline with the drive to excel. Preparing for combat, he applied chalk to his hands, gripping the weights tightly, ready to face the next challenge head-on. Training weapons glowed with raw energy as others sparred fiercely. Hansel's teaching clearly brought a new intensity to the group. Turning to his companions, Hansel smiled and asked, "Are you ready?" His calm assurance fueled everyone's determination to push forward. With a loud thud, Mark braced himself, lifting the glowing weights. His fierce determination pushed him beyond his usual limits. Energy surged as Mark channeled everything he had. The purple aura around him pulsed, amplifying his incredible display of strength. Sparks of raw power flared as he pushed harder, summoning every ounce of willpower to meet the training's demands. A deep roar echoed through the training grounds, his body shaking with effort, inspiring others to give it their absolute best. "You've got this," Hansel thought, watching Mark push through the pain. It was a defining moment of grit and growth. The training ground buzzed with energy as the group struggled to keep up with Hansel's relentless commands, muscles burning in unison. Hansel paced, counting loudly to maintain rhythm. His energy brought discipline to the group, strengthening their resolve under the sun. A loud, piercing scream interrupted the session. Everyone froze, turning toward the source of the sound with cautious curiosity. In the distance, something tore through the training ground's calm. Dust clouds rose, signaling the arrival of an unexpected visitor. "Intrusion," someone muttered as figures emerged from the haze. Hansel's gaze hardened, and the trainees readied themselves for anything. The ground trembled under the force of an explosion. Smoke and debris filled the air as everyone scrambled for cover. Hansel stood firm, scanning the chaos for answers. The trainees, rattled but unharmed, gathered behind him with uncertain eyes. A figure approached through the smoke, cloaked and confident. The air around them carried an intensity that couldn't be ignored. "What happened?" one trainee whispered, but their words were drowned out by the stranger's cold, assessing gaze sweeping the crowd. The stranger smirked, eyes locking on Hansel. "Are you the one responsible for this?" they asked, tone challenging and sharp. One trainee stammered nervously, unsure how to respond to the imposing stranger. Hansel's calm presence grounded everyone in the chaos. The stranger's blade gleamed in the sunlight as they demanded answers. Hansel, unshaken, stepped forward to shield his group. Dust erupted as the stranger made their move, forcing everyone to stay on high alert. Hansel's composure remained unbroken. A confident smirk crossed the stranger's face, but Hansel held his ground, his unspoken strength making the tension even sharper. "We're only training," Hansel replied with a grin, effortlessly holding back their attack. his body unfazed by the flashy swordplay. The stranger faltered for a moment, shocked by Hansel's physical resilience. The crowd began to murmur, sensing an unexpected shift. Hansel inspected himself, almost casually, and wondered if the sword strike even left a mark. His confidence filled the air. The stranger whispered to their allies, eyes narrowing. "Yes, this is him," they confirmed, preparing for their next move together. Hansel stood tall, his presence unnerving the intruders. The group gathered their courage, readying themselves to act under their leader's orders. The stranger beckoned their companions with urgency, the brewing clash promising to determine the strength of both sides in this standoff. Hansel addressed the situation with ease, his calm demeanor setting the tone. "We don't steal students," he remarked pointedly. One trainee sheepishly admitted they had past connections with the strangers, glancing at Hansel apologetically, unsure of how to explain. Hansel smiled, breaking the awkward silence. "No worries," he said, gesturing to the weights. "Let's focus on what really matters." The atmosphere shifted back to light-hearted determination as Hansel reminded everyone why they were here. For growth, not pointless drama. "Exercise beats swordplay any day," Hansel concluded, inspiring laughter among the trainees. The training resumed with renewed energy and focus. Hansel's calm voice cut through the tension, urging Blog to share his feelings. The atmosphere softened, easing Blog's lingering hesitations. Blog lowered his head, nervously admitting his preference. His words surprised everyone, but also brought a sense of clarity to the group. The air grew heavier as Blog apologized for his decision. His conflicting emotions were evident, but he stood by his choice. The stranger's piercing gaze burned with intensity. Their pride had taken a hit, and they weren't willing to let it go. Determined, the stranger unsheathed their sword. Hansel, however, stood still, his calm demeanor a sharp contrast to the growing tension. The blade's glow intensified as the stranger prepared for battle. Their intent was clear, to settle this dispute through strength. With a sharp swing, they charged forward, their fiery sword aimed at Hansel. Sparks flew as metal clashed with unyielding will. Hansel effortlessly deflected the attack, his movements calm yet powerful. The ground trembled under the force of their collision. Stepping back, the stranger sized up Hansel, realizing his strength wasn't just physical. It came from unwavering confidence and strategy. A determined smile spread across the stranger's face. "If strength is your focus, let's see whose will dominates," they thought. Hansel flexed, muscles glowing with effort. The stranger's attack struck, but his body barely moved. Shock filled the onlookers' faces. "My pride," the stranger muttered, retreating slightly. Hansel's sheer resilience seemed to make their flashy moves lose their dramatic edge. Hansel, ever composed, offered Blog a clear path. "You want to grow stronger? Here's what it will take," he implied. Blog hesitated but nodded, his desire for growth overpowering his doubts. Hansel's calm encouragement guided him toward the next challenge. The stranger, seeing Hansel's approach, adjusted their strategy. "We'll compete," they decided, readying themselves for a trial of endurance and will. The stranger smirked, confident in their martial arts skills, challenging Hansel. Their eyes burned with a desire to prove superiority. Hansel laughed lightly, explaining exercise wasn't about combat but strengthening oneself. His calm words carried wisdom the stranger couldn't ignore. The stranger recalled Hansel's past victories, questioning his true motives. Hansel remained composed, justifying his actions as necessary for survival. A spark of doubt crept into the stranger's expression. They questioned the practical use of exercise, eager to undermine Hansel. Hansel's expression shifted, eyes narrowing. The subtle insult ignited a silent challenge, his presence growing heavier with quiet determination. The stranger's smug smile widened as they taunted Hansel, mocking his pride. Their words dripped with arrogance, daring him to react. Hansel remained silent for a moment, his expression hardening. The stranger's ridicule grew sharper, dismissing strength without combat skills as useless. Energy surged around Hansel as his resolve ignited. The ground beneath him cracked, and his presence filled the air with intensity. Hansel stepped forward, his body radiating power. "I'll show you the purpose of strength," his aura proclaimed, silencing all doubts instantly. Spectators debated Hansel's strength compared to the skilled woman. Their curiosity piqued as the two stood face to face. The vast arena bore witness to their standoff, tension thick, both fighters exuding an air of quiet confidence. "Size doesn't matter," one observer mused, hinting at Hansel's unmatched reputation against foes of all shapes and abilities. Hansel's opponent was scanned through his skill's vision, revealing her remarkable stats: a sword master with unparalleled muscle control and focus. Astonished, Hansel pondered, how did she land a wound on me with just her exceptional balance of power and precision? Despite his hardened physique, Hansel couldn't ignore her skillful strike, leaving him pondering her mastery over unconventional fighting styles. She stood firm, undaunted by Hansel's towering frame, her technique rooted in precision rather than brute strength or intimidation. The air crackled with energy as Hansel shifted his stance, readying himself for the unexpected power of her swordsmanship. With explosive speed, she unleashed a strike so swift it left even Hansel's iron body momentarily shaken by its impact. Onlookers gasped, awestruck by her overwhelming strength and agility, wondering how Hansel would counter such an impressive display of skill. She demonstrated a martial art that seamlessly merged energy and blade, slicing with precision that left foes scrambling for defense. The battle intensified, her movements a blur of calculated ferocity, while Hansel's strategy adjusted to her relentless pace. "You'll learn much from this fight," she thought, her strikes meant to teach as much as to challenge Hansel. Hansel acknowledged her power but remained determined to prove his endurance, a clash of willpower as much as raw strength. The final exchange sent shockwaves across the arena, both fighters pushing beyond limits, an unforgettable duel etched in memory forever. Hansel noticed the red aura surrounding his opponent's body, a striking clue revealing her power linked to demonic energy. She charged forward with precision, her movements enhanced by the ominous glow, slicing through the air with deadly efficiency. Hansel realized the deeper her aura reddened, the closer her connection to a demonic bloodline, amplifying her extraordinary combat skills. Her attacks grew sharper, blending raw power with expert technique, as she pushed Hansel to confront his limits head-on. With a ground-shaking move, she unleashed her signature skill, forcing Hansel to respond with unmatched strength and calculated precision. Hansel acknowledged her mastery. Understanding her technique didn't merely rely on raw power, but an intricate combination of finesse and energy. The earth trembled under their battle, each strike shattering the ground and resonating across the arena, mesmerizing the spectators. Hansel remained composed, absorbing each blow, his mind analyzing her fluid movements to discover the secret behind her overwhelming aura. She emphasized the significance of refined technique over brute strength, showcasing how harnessing mana with control could defy physical limitations. A blinding flash of light followed her ultimate attack, leaving the audience stunned at the spectacle of unparalleled skill and energy. Hansel countered with a surge of energy, grounding himself and unleashing his own hidden power to match her fiery attacks. She summoned countless swords in a dazzling display of mana control, her fighting style an artful mix of power and elegance. Hansel stood firm, his body enduring the relentless barrage as he prepared for his own devastating counterattack. The clash of their skills reached its peak, shaking the earth and forcing everyone watching to witness their extraordinary potential. Despite the fierce battle, Hansel understood her warning. True mastery wasn't about raw strength, but using what was lacking to fight smarter. Hansel dismissed the martial art as useless for humans, his confidence growing, questioning how it could challenge his refined strength. The opponent stood firm, defiant, refusing to yield under Hansel's skepticism, their resolve unshaken despite his dismissive remarks. Hansel observed their adaptability, wondering how they had reached such a level, with their movements sharper than expected. What power drives them forward? Hansel pondered, seeing their unyielding determination manifest in every strike, pushing him to reconsider. A smirk crossed his face, realizing the opponents had become stronger overnight, the realization adding fuel to his competitive fire. Strength doesn't plateau, Hansel mused, seeing potential everywhere. His body tensed as he prepared to counter their unexpected resilience. She summoned radiant energy into a striking display of power and skill, leaving Hansel both impressed and curious. Hansel flexed his perfected physique, drawing on every ounce of muscle to counter her unrelenting attacks with equal precision. Posing front double biceps. His overwhelming presence caused the arena to glow with fiery energy, a statement of unbreakable resolve. Hansel declared that relentless training and discipline set warriors apart, creating moments where strength met preparation in extraordinary battles. To grow stronger overnight! How? Hansel roared, pushing his own limits, recognizing growth came from facing unmatched challenges head-on. The energy of their clash rippled across the arena, with Hansel finding joy in finally meeting an equal challenge. 10 reps! Hansel shouted, channeling his strength, driving his body beyond its limits, radiating sheer determination and incredible power. As the battle raged, Hansel promised to pass on lessons through this duel, a test of strength and wisdom combined. Blood pumping and hearts racing, the duel reached its climax, the arena witnessing the unyielding drive for mastery and growth. Hendard approached Hansel with a nervous expression, as if preparing for a difficult conversation that had been postponed too long. Leiper stood beside Hendard, hesitant but determined to explain their reasons for consulting their master, despite Hansel's possible anger. Hendard admitted their decision could strain their friendship, but their loyalty to growth and improvement surpassed fear of temporary conflict. Hansel, puzzled, reassured them, wondering why they felt so burdened, unaware of how deeply they valued his guidance and training. The group grew somber as Hendard revealed guilt over past actions, hoping for a fresh start under Hansel's patient leadership. Hansel clarified he never resented them, but simply sought to grow stronger, explaining his focus on improving himself and others. Relief washed over Hendard and Leiper as Hansel's perspective dissolved their guilt, strengthening their bond through shared determination. The trio discussed the martial art Hansel aimed to master, curiosity bubbling about the training methods and their deeper meaning. Hansel prepared to share his insights, inviting them to learn together, creating an atmosphere of mutual support and personal growth. Eager to help, Hansel led them to the training grounds, ready to demonstrate and instill valuable lessons on technique. Hansel began by testing their memory, asking if they recalled the foundation of their training, emphasizing consistent effort over quick results. Leiper eagerly answered, remembering the importance of lower body strength, highlighting how foundational exercises supported mastery of advanced techniques. Hansel explained the next drill, squats, emphasizing proper form to target their quads and gradually build enduring power and balance. Enthusiasm grew as Hansel encouraged patience, suggesting practice with precision before incorporating heavier weights to minimize risk and maximize benefits. The group laughed as one trainee voiced concern, reminding them that every step forward required trust in discipline and steady improvement. Hansel agreed to assist with their squats, his confident presence motivating the team to push harder and aim higher. Counting reps aloud, Hansel maintained a steady rhythm, guiding the trainees through every movement with precision and encouraging discipline. Hendard suddenly paused mid-rep, overwhelmed, prompting Hansel to ask if the weight or the form was causing unnecessary strain. Hendard clarified they weren't struggling, but marveling at Hansel's energy, which seemed to make the entire session unusually intense. Hansel smirked, explaining he was reserving his true strength, promising to push harder when everyone matched their technique perfectly. Hendard and Leiper groaned as the reps piled up, but their dedication held strong despite the growing strain on their muscles. Hansel noticed their determination, subtly nodding in approval while adjusting his stance, ready to demonstrate a flawless squat once more. Hendard looked confused as Hansel suddenly lifted additional weight, showcasing the next level of intensity for advanced training techniques. Observing Hansel, the trainees questioned his methods, debating whether his seemingly effortless routine was even possible to replicate consistently. Hansel assured them it was all part of his unique program, designed to build strength through mental focus and repetition. After witnessing Hansel's intensity, the trainees grew inspired, vowing to incorporate his techniques into their future training regimens. Hansel emphasized that passion and teamwork strengthened not only muscles but also bonds, ensuring everyone stayed united through shared goals. Hendard reflected on how Hansel's methods brought out the best in everyone, turning grueling workouts into transformative learning experiences. The group shared a triumphant handshake, marking the end of an exhausting yet rewarding session that solidified their camaraderie. Hansel smiled, proud of the group's progress, knowing their hard work would pave the way for greater challenges ahead. Aaron grabs Hansel's arm enthusiastically, admiring his impressive muscles while the serene landscape adds a peaceful backdrop. She curiously pokes Hansel's biceps, asking about his routine. Hansel smirks, clearly amused by her sudden fascination with his strength. Laughing nervously, Hansel admits his strength comes from swinging a sword endlessly, far from the intense methods she imagines. "Swords are heavy," Hansel says, flexing his forearm confidently. Aaron's eyes widen in surprise, both impressed and slightly skeptical. She grins mischievously, teasing him, "Teach me your secret method for free." Hansel chuckles, finding her humor refreshing. Hansel passionately shares his vision of spreading fitness across the world. The healthier people are, the better everything becomes. As they ride through the forest, Hansel enthusiastically gestures, explaining his grand plan while others listen, half amused but intrigued. Hansel talks about CrossFit, weightlifting, and other exercises, claiming these techniques can revolutionize training methods everywhere. Dreaming big, Hansel imagines gyms in every corner of Lycia, turning fitness into a lifestyle rather than a luxury. Aaron chuckles. "You're funnier than I expected." Hansel smiles, knowing his dream seems outrageous but appreciating her encouraging words. As the sun sets, Hansel stares into the campfire, munching snacks while pondering the possibility of making his dream real. "Your ambition is bold," someone remarks. Hansel nods, feeling determined despite the challenges his vision presents. Another shares wisdom, emphasizing the need for balance and value. Hansel listens intently, inspired and encouraged by the advice. Across the camp, training silhouettes spar. Hansel imagines these gatherings evolving into organized gyms, fostering growth and unity. Under the stars, Hansel silently commits to creating a future where fitness is accessible and celebrated by everyone. Hansel reflects on his habits, worrying they might alienate people like Aaron. He wants fitness to unite, not divide. He notices the group growing quieter, realizing they might misunderstand his intentions. He feels the need to explain things better. "Maybe I should consider everyone's thoughts," Hansel thinks, hesitating. He wonders if pushing his ideas too hard might create problems. A distant campfire draws their attention. They glance at each other, deciding it's worth investigating for more supplies or help. Hansel sits by the fire, quietly analyzing his surroundings while eating. He notices something strange about the oats he's consuming. Hansel crunches on the snack, analyzing its unique texture. "It's sticky and rough. Definitely oats," he concludes, his face lighting up. The realization strikes Hansel. "This must be why the horses are stronger." He feels a spark of inspiration from this clue. Hansel pinches the oats, seeing their potential. "A clean carbohydrate source. Only horses eat it?" he ponders, feeling the absurdity. His enthusiasm grows as he imagines the oats' impact on humans. He resolves to explore how it can enhance training. Nearby, someone teases Hansel for eating horse feed. Hansel chuckles, unfazed, focused on the nutrition value rather than the ridicule. Hansel experiments with combat rations, determined to see if monsters' diets offer valuable insights. His curiosity knows no bounds now. He discusses monster eating habits, noting their inefficiencies. "We can learn better from nature," Hansel considers, studying his portion. A towering figure suddenly approaches, holding their meal. The others glance nervously at the imposing presence, unsure of its intent. The creature places the ration down. "This is our combat ration," Hansel thinks, observing its composition. It smells surprisingly appetizing. Hansel boldly takes a bite, analyzing its flavor and nutrients. "This could work," he concludes, focusing on function over taste. Hansel savors the dish, tears welling up as he's overwhelmed by the perfect balance of sweet, mild and spicy flavors. His expression shifts dramatically, astonished by how a seemingly simple dish can reignite his appetite. It feels like a miracle. The meal's spices invigorate him, the vibrant taste a reminder of life's simple joys. Hansel silently praises the chef's genius. The mysterious figure offers to share the recipe, but insists they stop speaking ill of monsters. Hansel agrees, intrigued by the challenge. "I've got it!" Hansel exclaims, declaring his next goal with newfound enthusiasm. The others watch, slightly baffled but curious. As the group sits by the fire, Aaron questions Hansel's peculiar habits. The glow of the flames makes the evening peaceful. Hansel laughs, confirming he remembers their plan for the march tomorrow. His confidence sparks curiosity among the group members. He reveals a small bag of oats, explaining how they've inspired him. "This is more than just food," he declares. Aaron teases Hansel, asking if he's secretly raising cattle. Hansel grins widely, declaring, "We're going to eat it!" with conviction. The group chuckles, entertained by Hansel's unwavering enthusiasm. His energy makes even the most mundane things seem exciting and worthwhile. Aaron hesitates, feeling unsure about the idea of eating cattle feed. Hansel's confidence makes her question her doubts. Hansel reassures everyone, explaining his vision. "Even small things can hold value if used correctly," he adds with a determined smile. The group contemplates Hansel's perspective, still skeptical but intrigued. Aaron quietly admits she's impressed by his unshakable determination. Hansel offers to help improve their camp. "You can upgrade your dwellings into houses of wood," he suggests, gesturing confidently. The others exchange glances, their curiosity growing as Hansel's plans seem to expand beyond just fitness and food into grander ideas. Hansel stands in awe, leveling up his base camp to a proper home. It feels like progress toward his goals. A mysterious figure suggests wearing warrior attire instead of staying bare. Hansel's expression shows slight embarrassment at the unexpected advice. For sustenance, the figure hands over strange meat. Hansel recoils in disbelief, clearly expecting something more ordinary for a balanced meal. Hansel exclaims, warning about the dangers of excessive protein consumption. His concern for the liver highlights his focus on overall health. Explaining further, Hansel stresses the importance of carbohydrates. Glycogen production boosts energy and muscle power. He emphasizes passionately, determined to educate. Hansel introduces oats as a complex carbohydrate, promoting their long-lasting energy. His excitement feels infectious as he shares this discovery. The image of golden oat fields inspires Hansel, calling it the king of grains from his previous world. Hansel passionately declares oats as the ultimate reward, believing nothing else can compare to its value. His energy sparks curiosity. Aaron looks skeptical but amused by Hansel's obsession with oats. She silently wonders how far he'll take this enthusiasm. Hansel clenches his fist, his unwavering dedication to fitness and nutrition inspiring even those who doubt his unconventional ideas. The crowd of monsters grows animated, yelling about muscle growth. Their excitement makes Hansel question if monsters might be onto something. Hansel observes the scene, realizing the shared focus on strength might unite everyone. He sees potential in their dietary habits. The group agrees to try the oats, feeling challenged by the monsters' enthusiasm. Their competitive nature pushes them to experiment. Hansel joins the others, ready to lead by example. He believes adapting will help them face challenges more effectively. Amid the lively camp, everyone embraces the idea of trying something new. Hansel's vision of fitness begins taking root. Hansel and the group rush toward the food, their excitement turning into disappointment as they realize the oats taste underwhelming. The monsters boo loudly, expressing their dissatisfaction. Hansel's face tightens as he tries to process the surprising rejection of the oats. "It's not good," one of them declares, dramatically spitting it out. Hansel begins analyzing what went wrong in his recipe. Aaron sighs, watching Hansel struggle to explain the value of oats. Despite their disinterest, she admires his persistent determination. Hansel remains unfazed, tasting it himself. "The chewy texture is excellent," he muses, seeing potential others fail to appreciate. One of the group members takes another bite and admits, "It's actually not bad." Hansel grins, finally gaining some support. Hansel watches in awe, noting how even eating seems to be a talent. He sees this as a step forward. Erin shakes her head but can't help laughing. Hansel's satisfaction with oats seems boundless, and his confidence is unshakable. "I'll ensure the best quality oats to meet everyone's needs," Hansel declares, determined to refine his approach even further. The team laughs together, their spirits lifting as they begin to see Hansel's vision coming to life in small ways. Hansel praises Erin for her efforts, calling her the best. Erin smirks, brushing off the compliment but clearly enjoying it. The group heads toward the gates of a fortress. The air is filled with excitement as they approach their next goal. Guards at the gate announce General Rihanna's return. The gates creak open, revealing a bustling scene filled with eager anticipation. The group enters the fortress, greeted warmly by the inhabitants. Hansel surveys the new surroundings, already planning his next big steps. Amid the chatter, Hansel feels a renewed sense of purpose, ready to take on the challenges and opportunities ahead. Hansel listens carefully as his companion reminds him of the strange customs and unique people in the place they're visiting. Walking through the crowded streets, Hansel observes the eccentric behaviors and outfits. It truly is the country of oddities, he thinks. Amid the bustling market, he hears whispers about this nation's unmatched reputation. "They're the best in the continent," someone murmurs. Hansel feels the weight of watchful eyes as he walks through the streets, sensing the scrutiny in this judgmental society. The muscular group marched in sync through the bustling streets, their impressive physiques drawing curious stares from everyone around them. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd as people noticed the unusual harmony and discipline among the group. One member paused, lowering himself to the ground, adjusting his form, trying to perfect the angle of his posture. A sudden realization dawned on his face, his widened eyes locking onto something unexpected amidst the sea of faces. Another companion chuckled, explaining lightheartedly, "They're staring because you all stand out. Maybe it's the confidence more than the muscles." Intrigued, the group flexed as a united display, responding to the attention with a playful showcase of strength and poise. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted, cutting through the moment, jolting them back to their focus and snapping their attention forward. Tension built as an intense energy filled the air, and one member stepped forward with purpose, ready to face the unknown. The dramatic display caught everyone's eyes, drawing cheers and whistles from onlookers who admired the unique charisma they carried. Striking a dramatic pose, the team stood tall, exuding confidence and dominance, leaving the audience completely captivated by their presence. As the sun dipped lower, their energy surged. Each member felt an unexplainable connection driving them toward the mysterious castle. A reflective thought crossed their leader's mind. Why did these strange creatures resonate so deeply with his sense of determination? The castle loomed ahead, a foreboding yet welcoming structure, calling them to uncover what lies within its ancient walls. Entering the throne room, the group approached cautiously as the figure seated ahead greeted them with a knowing smile. "This isn't about monsters or glory," the leader declared boldly. "It's about creating a new legacy for all of us." The Lord narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased with the situation, muttering to himself about the group's unannounced and bold approach. With a heavy sigh, he explained how the general had explicitly requested their presence, though he wasn't entirely pleased about it. But duty compelled him to allow their entry, though his stern gaze revealed lingering suspicion about their true intentions. One of the team members politely thanked him, bowing slightly, fully aware of the tension that still hung in the air. The Lord suddenly raised his voice, gesturing dramatically, emphasizing the stakes of their mission and the importance of staying vigilant. The Lord's expression softened slightly, but his words carried weight as he directed them to focus solely on their task ahead. Their leader nodded enthusiastically, flashing a confident smile, determined to make the best of this unusual but important opportunity. The Lord gave a begrudging nod of approval, though his stern demeanor suggested he wasn't entirely convinced of their sincerity. Stepping out of the throne room, they whispered among themselves, feeling the weight of expectations but ready to tackle the challenge. Meanwhile, the Lord sat back in his chair, muttering about hidden motives, his mind racing with plans and contingencies. Alone in the dim room, the Lord smirked ominously, revealing he viewed this situation as a potential game-changing opportunity. He barked orders to his servants, commanding swift action to gather resources and reinforce his position in this unfolding drama. His voice grew intense as he imagined future victories, clearly relishing the idea of outmaneuvering even the powerful general himself. Outside, the team arrived at the bustling training grounds, where soldiers prepared diligently under the unforgiving sun, adding to the energy. The scene buzzed with determination as the group braced themselves to begin their unique assignment amidst rigorous drills and watchful eyes. The training ground suddenly came alive as Instructor Kim called everyone to halt, promising an exciting and unconventional session ahead. Standing confidently, he introduced the special guest, Hansel, as a new instructor with unique skills to improve their training routines. The soldiers exchanged confused glances, murmuring about the unexpected choice, but curiosity quickly replaced their initial skepticism. Instructor Kim reminded everyone that following orders was non-negotiable, and any defiance would be seen as a direct challenge to authority. Hansel stepped forward, grinning brightly, ready to demonstrate his approach, while the soldiers hesitated, unsure of what was about to unfold. Hansel clapped his hands, instructing everyone to start stretching, his vibrant energy contrasting sharply with the soldiers' stiff, hesitant movements. He noticed some soldiers still hesitating and sternly commanded them to drop and participate, his charisma leaving little room for argument. The soldiers, caught off guard, grudgingly complied, dropping to the ground in unison while mumbling quietly under their breaths. Hansel's commanding presence began to shine, his enthusiasm infectious even as he challenged the group to push themselves further. His voice rose, urging everyone to stretch deeper and put in more effort, inspiring reluctant smiles from even the grumpiest soldiers. A soldier muttered about the unusual methods, catching Instructor Kim's sharp glare as he reminded them to respect the chain of command. Hansel overheard, his grin widening as he turned the tension into a light-hearted moment, earning laughter from a few participants. The atmosphere shifted as Hansel led by example, demonstrating techniques with ease, making even the skeptical soldiers begin to follow his lead. Instructor Kim nodded approvingly, acknowledging Hansel's ability to motivate the team in such a short amount of time. By the end of the session, the soldiers were exhausted yet invigorated, finally understanding the value of Hansel's unconventional methods. Hansel's calm expression contrasted with the heated accusations as the soldiers debated whether to respect his methods or reject them entirely. Instructor Kim tried to mediate, urging everyone to maintain order, but the group's defiance only seemed to intensify. Tensions rose as one particularly bold soldier shouted, rallying others to question their pride and loyalty to the military's mission. Hansel stepped forward, breaking the mounting chaos, his relaxed demeanor masking the determination burning brightly in his sharp gaze. The standoff reached a critical point as Hansel prepared to address the group, his confidence radiating with every subtle gesture. With deliberate calm, Hansel began to counter the arguments, challenging their assumptions with logic and pointing out flaws in their reasoning. He highlighted the absurdity of resisting growth opportunities, emphasizing the importance of adapting to new strategies and achieving their shared goals. The vocal soldier's frustration peaked as he raised his voice, claiming Hansel's methods undermined their strength and discipline as a unit. Hansel didn't flinch, turning the situation into a challenge, offering to prove the validity of his approach through action, not words. The air grew electric as Hansel's proposal stirred a mix of curiosity, skepticism, and competitive determination among the soldiers. Hansel's expression sharpened as he confidently declared, "Let's settle this with a test of strength, skills, and teamwork right now." The soldiers, initially hesitant, felt their competitive spirits ignite as the challenge spurred them to push past their doubts and insecurities. Hansel's team roared with excitement, ready to showcase their abilities, their united energy inspiring even the skeptics to join the fray. As the battle began, Hansel's strategy unfolded like clockwork, seamlessly blending discipline with creativity to outmaneuver the opposing team. By the end, the soldiers stood in awe, their respect for Hansel cemented, though his cheeky grin still stole the spotlight. A confident soldier smirked, stepping forward to accept Hansel's challenge, eager to prove his worth in the upcoming competition. He declared his allegiance proudly, positioning himself on the human side while eyeing his opponent with a mixture of bravado and curiosity. From the other side, the opposing figure emerged, a towering, muscular presence that immediately caught the attention of everyone watching. The soldier, unfazed, laughed mockingly, claiming that his skills as a mercenary were unmatched and far superior to any monstrous opponent. His cocky grin spread wider as he boasted about his reputation, preparing to showcase the strength that built his legend. With a sudden burst of speed, the soldier charged forward, determined to demonstrate his power against the formidable opponent ahead. Each step echoed through the arena as he closed the distance, his movements calculated and aggressive, driven by confidence. Launching himself into the air, he aimed a powerful strike, intending to end the match in a single, decisive blow. The towering opponent reacted swiftly, countering the strike with effortless precision, halting the soldier's attack with an impressive show of strength. The crowd watched in awe as the clash of forces unfolded, the outcome uncertain but undoubtedly intense and captivating. The crowd froze as the defeated soldier stirred slightly, his reddened face proof of the powerful hit he endured gracefully. Hansel stood firm, his toned muscles glistening under the sun as he faced the challenge in the dusty arena. "Stay focused," Hansel muttered, watching his opponent stumble slightly, their resolve visibly shaken by his unwavering confidence and fierce determination. Breathing deeply, Hansel cracked his knuckles, silently commanding attention from the crowd. The tension in the air was unmistakable and heavy. The opponent lowered their gaze, clearly intimidated, while Hansel's confident smirk spoke volumes about his dominance in the competitive setting. "Now that you've lost, obey the rules," Hansel stated calmly, his authority unchallenged, earning murmurs of respect from the gathering crowd. The crowd roared as Hansel moved forward with purpose, each step radiating power, signaling the beginning of something intense and dramatic. "Don't underestimate me!" the opponent yelled, rushing forward with a newfound resolve, their movements fueled by adrenaline and sheer desperation. Hansel raised an eyebrow, observing his opponent's rapid approach. Without hesitation, he activated his combat skill, his aura shimmering ominously. A sudden flash of violet energy erupted from Hansel's hands, shocking everyone. His opponent froze, sensing the incredible force unleashed. "Heavy Blunt X10!" Hansel bellowed, unleashing an explosive attack. The ground trembled as the impact sent a shockwave through the arena. The opponent staggered back, their eyes wide with disbelief, as the energy dispersed, leaving visible cracks in the battle-worn ground. Undeterred, Hansel advanced, his gaze locked on his opponent, a reminder that retreat wasn't an option in this confrontation. Hansel's hand tapped the ground, his power surging once more, sending a towering pillar of energy upward, silencing the crowd. Dust filled the air as the arena shook violently. Hansel stood tall, commanding the battlefield with an undeniable, unyielding presence. Raising his fist triumphantly, Hansel soaked in the crowd's cheers. Victory was his, and the stage belonged to him alone. Hansel clenched his fists as murmurs of skepticism filled the arena. His patience thinned, but he maintained his composure. Approaching the training grounds, a stern figure observed the crowd. His aura commanded respect, silencing the room's chaotic energy. "Hansel, good to see you back," said a fellow fighter, offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement amidst the restless crowd. The gathered warriors debated fiercely, pointing at Hansel and whispering about the extraordinary feats witnessed during the recent battle. Doubts arose about Hansel's strength, with accusations of magic spreading. He stood firm, unwilling to entertain false claims about his abilities. The sudden clang of the gates silenced everyone. A commanding presence entered, eyes sharp, ready to address the brewing chaos. The newcomer locked eyes with Hansel, sensing the tension. "Instructor, what's the situation here? Explain clearly without missing any detail." A group of fighters gestured angrily toward Hansel. "They didn't follow orders, General. They claim Hansel's power isn't natural at all." "Our soldiers lost badly," the instructor admitted reluctantly. Some are spreading rumors that Hansel used forbidden techniques to secure his victory. Hansel's expression remained calm, but the accusations stung. He had trained tirelessly for years, and now his integrity was being questioned. A curious officer stepped forward. "Hansel, clarify. Did you resort to using forbidden skills during your match?" he asked directly. Hansel shook his head, replying firmly. "I relied only on strength and training. I have nothing to hide," he affirmed. "I believe him," said a bystander, but others scoffed in disbelief. The crowd's trust was clearly split, fueling the ongoing debate. The general raised a hand for silence. "We'll investigate further. Until then, no rash conclusions," he declared, earning reluctant agreement. Hansel exhaled slowly, his resolve unwavering. He turned to leave, knowing this incident was far from over, but determined to endure. The general's piercing gaze scanned the scene, his posture exuding authority as he demanded a clear explanation for the situation. Voices rose in the crowd, challenging his allegiance. "Are you with us or them?" Their tone carried an accusatory edge. "I stand with my people," the general affirmed firmly, his words calming some, though a lingering doubt hung in the air. A younger officer stepped forward, questioning the general's decision. The tension between them was palpable, drawing every eye in the courtyard. Hansel's carefree demeanor cut through the tension. "You're here to work, not ride," he joked, breaking the awkward silence. The soldier's unexpected remark caused a ripple of laughter, lightening the mood momentarily, even though the air remained heavy with conflict. "Hansel, maybe it's not what we think," someone interjected, signaling him to step aside and reassess the chaotic situation. The general paused, looking into the crowd. "You know I value all of you, but disruptions threaten the peace here." The weight of his words fell heavily, as a sense of urgency crept in. Hansel, however, stayed composed and silent. Nearby, a student sat injured, a somber reminder of the clash. His wound symbolized the stakes of this unresolved tension. The general raised his voice, his declaration booming. "As leader, I cannot ignore this disorder. Order must be restored immediately." Frustration flared in the crowd. Murmurs of resistance grew louder, questioning his authority and calling for harsher measures against perceived threats. A shadow fell across the courtyard, reflecting the growing division among the soldiers. Fear and anger threatened to take hold. The general's resolve faltered briefly, but he stood firm. "My decision stands. Trust in me, and peace will prevail." Hansel, sensing the escalating unrest, prepared himself for what lay ahead, ready to act if diplomacy failed to hold the line. The general chuckled, his earlier tension fading slightly. His humor, however, couldn't mask the lingering unease hanging in the air. Turning toward Hansel, a soldier stepped forward apologetically. "We've been poor hosts. You deserve better respect." Their tone carried genuine regret. Hansel shrugged with a faint smile. "Life rarely follows the script we want, but we adapt. That's what matters most." The younger officer requested, "Let these guests stay as promised for 3 months." And the general nodded solemnly, agreeing to the terms. Preparations complete, the officer looked ahead, ready for the next phase. Her determined gaze hinted at challenges yet to come. The officer's commanding voice silenced the restless crowd. "Enough! This behavior dishonors our code. Respect the decision or face consequences." With steely resolve, she berated the crowd for their arrogance, pointing out their failure to embody true discipline and honor. The murmurs of discontent grew quieter, yet defiance lingered in the air, threatening to spark conflict. Her authority kept it at bay. She turned to Hansel. "Their resistance isn't just about you, it's fear manifesting as ignorance," she said, eyes filled with resolve. The tension melted into reluctant compliance as the officer's unwavering leadership quelled doubts, restoring fragile unity among the troubled soldiers. The officer addressed Hansel directly. "Prepare yourself. You'll face more trials ahead, but this is just the beginning of your journey." Hansel smirked as he walked back. "I wonder how many more challenges lie ahead before this chapter closes," he mused. The promise of growth filled the air. Hansel felt anticipation building. "I'll be stronger when you return," he declared confidently. The officer's laughter echoed in the arena. her departure marked by renewed hope among those she led. Shadows danced under the moonlight. Hansel stood quietly by the tower, watching the stars. The battles ahead stirred something deep within, determination and the promise of greatness. A lone figure contemplated under the moonlight, dreaming of a simpler life, free from the endless cycle of struggle. Thoughts of opening a flower shop filled his mind, imagining a future surrounded by peace and beauty for his loved ones. A faint chuckle escaped his lips, the ridiculous idea momentarily breaking the seriousness of his otherwise heavy thoughts. His gaze softened as he looked at a cherished pocket watch, the image inside reminding him of his family's warmth. "Just a little longer," he whispered to the photo, a silent promise of reunion shining in his determined eyes. The peaceful night shattered as fire engulfed the village, screams of terror and chaos echoing in every corner under the stars. Among the flames, shadows danced, figures of destruction mercilessly tearing through everything, their intentions painted in blood and fire. The entire settlement crumbled into ash, its once vibrant life reduced to sorrowful embers lighting the night in fiery despair. A piercing scream broke the air as a villager fell, their desperate cry for help swallowed by the roaring inferno. Watching from a distance, a dark figure smirked, satisfaction etched on their face as the devastation unfolded beneath their feet. Emerging from the shadows, a stranger greeted an old acquaintance with twisted glee. Their shared past hinted at an ominous reunion. The stranger mocked the roomies, calling it a grand homecoming, as if destruction was the welcome they truly desired. Standing tall with dark elegance, they extended a hand to another, their playful words masking the weight of their intentions. "Shall we?" they said, a sinister smile spreading as they invited their companion into the chaos with an unsettling charm. The companion hesitated briefly, their silence heavy with contemplation, before stepping forward into the night, the destruction framing their path. Under the dim crescent moon, the pair stood on the cliff's edge, singing a haunting melody as flames devoured the village. Hansel walks across a stone bridge, enjoying the crisp morning breeze. He waves goodbye to his friends, feeling refreshed today. Yuna catches up with Hansel, looking determined. Her toned arms reflect her hard work, but her gaze carries hidden enthusiasm. Hansel raises an eyebrow, curious about Yuna's sudden appearance. She grins, ready to explain herself, her energy radiating brightly. Yuna shrugs casually, saying she's free from training and thought she'd tag along. Hansel nods, happy to share company. With a playful smirk, Hansel suggests visiting a distant spot. Yuna raises her concern, but curiosity eventually wins over. Yuna laughs, flexing her muscles as if to say, "Don't underestimate me." Her confidence shines through, lighting up Hansel's mood. Hansel claps and decides to lead the way. The duo starts walking down the bustling path filled with energetic villagers. The air grows lively as villagers cheer for Hansel's booming voice. Yuna seems impressed, watching his charm win people's hearts. Yuna teases Hansel, hinting at bravery being his one missing trait. Her words linger, causing him to pause momentarily. Hansel, feigning disbelief, counters with a sarcastic quip about Yuna's age. Their banter echoes, drawing a few laughs nearby. Out of nowhere, commotion erupts as Yuna suddenly yells for Hansel to flee. They both sprint with unmatched urgency. Startled by the chaos, Hansel dodges as Yuna jokingly blames him for being reckless. Their light-hearted argument fades into the distance. A serene forest replaces the commotion. Hansel and Yuna catch their breath, standing before a shimmering, mysterious green slime. Without hesitation, Hansel leaps forward, aiming to test his strength. The slime moves swiftly, its surface glowing under the sunlight. With a loud impact, Hansel successfully lands a strike. He stands triumphantly as Yuna cheers, appreciating the day's unique adventure. The kids lift slimes like weights in the forest, their energy contagious. Hansel approaches, amused by their creativity and determination. A muscular figure reassures Hansel that his recent injury is fine, flexing confidently. Hansel smirks, admiring the group's playful enthusiasm. Hansel laughs, commenting that perhaps they need a lesson in form. The kids nod eagerly, ready for their teacher's unexpected guidance. Nearby, Yuna watches the scene, unimpressed. She taps Hansel's shoulder, motioning for him to follow, her expression a mix of mischief and focus. Hansel waves to the kids, promising to join them later. He turns to Yuna, curious about her sudden change in plans. Yuna gestures toward the forest path, her voice calm but determined. Hansel looks ahead, sensing the adventure brewing just beyond the trees. A mysterious figure explains they need slimes for a strange purpose. Hansel raises an eyebrow, intrigued yet skeptical of the explanation. Yuna points out that slimes aren't typically useful for medicine. Hansel's eyes narrow, calculating whether this task is worth pursuing. Hansel decides to follow, curiosity winning over doubt. The group moves deeper into the forest, their footsteps echoing through the quiet surroundings. The path leads to a clearing where more slimes gather. Hansel prepares for action, sensing the start of something unexpected. Hansel notices a group further down the road, their focus intense. Yuna whispers something, drawing his attention back to their task. The group's leader signals them to halt, explaining the slime's unique properties. Hansel listens intently, realizing the potential hidden in this discovery. Yuna chuckles at Hansel's growing interest, nudging him teasingly. Hansel smirks, but keeps his attention on the leader's explanation of slime versatility. The slimes gather near a pool of sparkling water, their movements hypnotic. Hansel takes a mental note, realizing their importance to the task. Hansel turns to Yuna, confident about their next step. Together, they approach the group, ready to assist with this peculiar yet promising quest. Yuna asks Hansel about the plan for the slimes. Hansel crosses his arms, pondering thoughtfully before explaining his unique approach. Hansel reflects on observing the students at the training ground. Their efforts inspired him to find creative ways to improve their regimen. With a sly grin, Hansel explains that traditional methods aren't always enough. Slimes might hold the key to building better equipment. Yuna squints, imagining how this involves slashing like a duel. Hansel smirks, assuring her this is something entirely different and innovative. Hansel shouts to the group, signaling the start of an unusual experiment. The slimes wiggle curiously, unaware of their impending role. Hansel grabs a slime, demonstrating his first step. He firmly grips the squishy creature, setting an example for the curious crowd. With a swift pull, Hansel stretches the slime, its gooey texture elongating impressively. The students lean forward, watching in utter fascination. Hansel explains that slimes regenerate rapidly. Pulling them into specific shapes creates sustainable tools without causing harm to their unusual bodies. The group listens as Hansel reveals that the stretched slime acts like elastic. He emphasizes how versatile and reusable this method is. Hansel encourages everyone to try it themselves, his tone excited. He envisions the training possibilities this quirky innovation could unlock for all. Hansel demonstrates again, poking a hole in the slime's center. He carefully manipulates its form, highlighting its stretchy, adaptive properties. With a determined look, Hansel stretches the modified slime between his arms. The creature's elasticity impresses the group watching nearby. Hansel proudly shows how the slime, when shaped correctly, forms resistance bands. He suggests exercises to maximize its potential. The group murmurs with amazement, brainstorming how this unique material could enhance their daily routines. Hansel feels a sense of achievement. Hansel smiles, handing a slime band to Yuna. The two exchange a nod, ready to implement this discovery in the training grounds. Hansel elaborates on slime properties, discussing how their colors signify traits like durability or flexibility. He hopes these findings benefit everyone's training. A student thanks Hansel profusely, bowing deeply. Hansel scratches his head awkwardly, feeling flattered but uncertain about the excessive gratitude. Yuna observes Hansel closely, her piercing gaze filled with curiosity. She admits having doubts about his intentions but slowly starts understanding him. Yuna reflects on past suspicions, considering whether Hansel's dedication was genuine or an act. She concludes that he's been entirely truthful. Hansel smiles warmly as Yuna silently acknowledges his honesty. A shared understanding between them begins to form, strengthening their camaraderie. Yuna sighs, admitting her perceived failures as an educator. Her voice carries a mix of regret and determination to make amends. She explains tolerating the feudal lord's rule for stability, yet she hopes Hansel can inspire change beyond her limited efforts. Hansel listens intently, sensing her belief in his ability to spark transformation. Yuna gestures boldly, confident he can make a difference. Hansel flexes playfully, grinning widely. "Change," he mutters under his breath, feeling a surge of determination to live up to her faith. The group exchanges glances, invigorated by the sense of purpose in the air. Their resolve to move forward becomes unshakable. Hansel gathers everyone, enthusiastically declaring a new group workout. Yuna smirks, her earlier doubts replaced with newfound admiration for his leadership. The group cheers, their energy contagious. Yuna glances at the excited crowd, realizing this collective spirit embodies the change she envisioned. Hansel points to the horizon, rallying the group toward their next task. The bonds forged today will carry them forward. Yuna observes the smiling faces around her, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Hansel's charisma has undeniably sparked a transformative movement. Together, the group strides ahead, unified in their goals. Yuna quietly hopes this is just the beginning of something far greater. A villager steps forward, asking Hansel to guide the younger generation. His voice is steady, carrying a mixture of hope and trust. Hansel stands firm, his muscular frame embodying confidence. He clenches his fist, silently accepting the responsibility to inspire and lead. With a loud declaration, Hansel reassures everyone, igniting excitement among the crowd. The atmosphere shifts, charged with anticipation for the future. The villagers rally together, their numbers growing. Each individual carries renewed determination, ready to follow Hansel's path toward strength and progress. The scene fades to black, emphasizing the start of a transformative journey for everyone involved, united under Hansel's passionate leadership. Chaos erupts as soldiers charge into a burning village. Their heavy hooves thunder against the ground, leaving a trail of devastation. The lead knight commands the troops to dismount, his cold gaze surveying the destruction. His presence exudes authority and intimidation. Addressing the survivors, the knight speaks of responsibility, veiling his words with false kindness. The villagers remain tense, unsure of his motives. The knight warns his soldiers to maintain order, emphasizing discipline. His stern tone leaves no room for disobedience or dissent. With a sharp command, the knight raises his sword, signaling action. The soldiers respond instantly, their loyalty unquestionable despite the chaos. The commander shouts, "Charge!" as soldiers rush forward with swords drawn. Hansel steadies himself, sensing the tension build in the chaos. Flames consume the village as soldiers march forward, their orders clear and merciless. Hansel remains hidden, observing the unfolding chaos. The commanding officer calls for discipline among the troops, his sharp tone resonating over the crackling fire and cries of fear. Raising his sword high, the officer signals an attack. The soldiers respond immediately, charging into the heart of the burning village. A soldier shouts as they engage the fleeing villagers, their desperation echoing through the fiery roomies. The air grows heavier with dread. A wide shot captures the devastation. Homes ablaze, people scattering, and the relentless advance of the soldiers bringing Rumi to all. In a shadowed clearing, Yuna clenches her fists, wrestling with her decision to remain hidden. Her breathing quickens, reflecting inner turmoil. She confides her fears of involving Hansel in this brutal conflict, her voice trembling with the weight of her hesitation and doubt. A lone wolf appears from the forest, its intense growl piercing the tense silence. Yuna freezes, caught off guard by its arrival. The wolf lunges forward, its sharp fangs aimed at Yuna. Her reflexes kick in, narrowly dodging the ferocious attack with a roll. Yuna retaliates swiftly, her dagger flashing in the moonlight as she strikes the wolf. Its pained howl fades into the dark. Yuna stands over the defeated wolf, her expression cold but resolved. A sinister laugh emerges from the shadows, breaking the quiet. A masked figure steps into the moonlight, his face twisted into a mocking grin. His confidence radiates, filling the space ominously. The masked man gestures toward the smoldering village, dismissing the destruction as theatrics. His nonchalance sends a chill through Yuna's spine. With a low, guttural growl, the man signals an unseen army. The ground trembles as shambling figures emerge from the darkness. The scene cuts to Hansel rallying his trainees, his commanding voice rising above the chaos. Together, they prepare to face the enemy. Hansel shouts instructions, urging trainees to use resistance bands for stretching and warm-up. The group responds eagerly, ready for intense training ahead. A trainee interjects with excitement, suggesting a CrossFit session instead. Hansel pauses, intrigued, as curiosity about the method spreads among the group. Hansel raises a brow, asking what CrossFit involves. The trainee explains its focus on varied functional exercises that build holistic strength and endurance. With vivid demonstrations, the trainee showcases CrossFit movements, emphasizing their practicality. Hansel nods, recognizing the potential in incorporating this versatile training style. Hansel explains the value of balancing different exercise methods, stressing teamwork and camaraderie as essential pillars for effective group training sessions. Hansel splits the trainees into teams, assigning exercises that build trust and coordination. The group eagerly embraces the challenge, camaraderie growing. With clear instructions and structured groups, Hansel motivates everyone. Energy surges as the trainees prepare to tackle their first teamwork-based workout. Shouts of determination fill the air as the teams dive into their exercises. The intense pace fosters cooperation and mutual encouragement. Amid the physical intensity, Hansel leads by example, pushing himself and inspiring others. His presence lifts the energy to its peak. Hansel pauses briefly, observing the synchronized effort among the trainees. His face lights up with pride, confident in their collective progress. The trainees execute complex drills, their precision showcasing the hours of training. Each move reflects their growing strength and dedication under Hansel's guidance. Sparks fly as weapons clash in simulated combat, testing reflexes and endurance. Hansel ensures the trainees remain focused amid the controlled chaos. With sweat dripping, the trainees power through, relentless in their efforts. Hansel's voice cuts through the noise, reminding them of their goals. The session ends with a burst of adrenaline as everyone pushes past their limits. Hansel silently commends their resilience and growth. Hansel stands amidst the trainees, his determined gaze reflecting his hope. Their progress is just the beginning of something extraordinary. Hansel hears the distant wail of the siren, questioning its purpose. His companion explains its use as an alert for zombie sightings. The feudal lord dispatches reinforcements to nearby villages, believing the opposing force to be far stronger than initially anticipated. Hansel observes as a trainee struggles with proper form during squats. His sharp correction highlights his commitment to safe, effective training. Despite Hansel's teaching efforts, his companion watches, amused by Hansel's singular focus on training even in such tense circumstances. Hansel sighs, brushing off any distractions. He adjusts his posture, preparing himself to resume teaching the group proper exercise techniques. The soldiers gather in tight formation as the commander praises their discipline. Their stoic expressions reflect their readiness for the upcoming battle. Scouts report locating the enemy base along a hidden path. The commander roars with determination, rallying the troops for an all-out assault. The soldiers' thunderous war cries echo through the valley as they charge forward. Their unified voice is a testament to their loyalty. A massive wave of soldiers advances, an unstoppable force surging toward the enemy. Hansel watches from the distance, evaluating the situation. The commander signals for a decisive charge, his commanding presence driving the army forward with unwavering intensity and purpose. The battlefield erupts as swords clash and chaos ensues. Hansel quietly strategizes, observing weaknesses within the enemy's approach. The commander bellows orders, emphasizing strength over tactics. His focus lies on overpowering the enemy with sheer force and relentless aggression. A soldier points out that zombies don't require traditional weapons. The commander nods, realizing this fight demands unconventional thinking. Hansel notices the enemy's unique strategy and calmly assesses their next move. His sharp instincts prove vital as the battle progresses. The scene fades with Hansel deep in thought, preparing to step into the chaos. His resolve grows, ready to face the challenge. Commander Wardo led his troops through the dense battlefield, every step shaking the ground as chaos erupted around them. He rallied his men with sheer determination, his voice carrying an aura of leadership as they charged forward without hesitation. The battlefield became a sea of clashing bodies, a relentless tide of warriors pushing and pulling under the moonlit sky. Hidden in the shadows, Ben observed with an amused expression, silently orchestrating her plans amidst the swirling chaos. Her confidence grew as the battlefield unfolded, her every move calculated to fuel the relentless conflict between the opposing forces. Explosions echoed across the forest, tearing through the air. Wardo's forces stood strong despite the relentless onslaught of enemy attacks. Dark-armored beasts emerged from the smoke, their fearsome presence striking terror into the hearts of soldiers scattered across the field. The enemy's leader revealed himself, a hulking, wolf-like figure exuding dominance as his minions charged into the fray. Wardo, undeterred, analyzed the situation carefully, his mind crafting a strategy to counter the monstrous foes closing in on his men. With a fierce howl, the wolf led his pack into battle, their ferocity unmatched as the clash reached its peak. Ben fought valiantly amidst the chaos but found himself cornered. A beast lunged, striking hard and sending him to the ground. Blood stained the earth beneath him, but Ben's determination burned brighter, his mind searching for a way to overcome the beast. From a distance, Wardo noticed Ben's struggle and charged through the chaos, his blade slicing through enemies with deadly precision. As Wardo neared, Ben emerged from the shadows, her calm demeanor contrasting the turmoil as she prepared her next move. The tension grew as her presence changed the battlefield. Wardo steadied himself, ready to face the looming threat she posed. Wardo swung his blade with precision, countering his opponent's strike. His determination burned brightly, even against this mysterious foe. Facing a figure from his past, Wardo noticed something uncanny. His adversary had not aged a single day. Wardo reflected on how time had worn him down, yet this opponent seemed immune to the weight of years. As their swords clashed, sparks lit the battlefield. Wardo's thoughts raced, searching for a strategy against this unrelenting foe. From a distance, the enemy's reinforcements gathered, signaling that the battle was far from over. Wardo gritted his teeth, resolute. The clash intensified as Ben unleashed her power. Green energy crackled, revealing weapons forged for this exact moment of confrontation. Wardo charged forward, deflecting the energy blasts. Every movement reflected his years of training and relentless preparation for moments like this. Ben's strikes were precise, targeting Wardo's weak points. He felt the sting of her power but refused to show any pain. Ben stumbled, witnessing the intense battle from afar. He clenched his fists, realizing his strength alone might not be enough. Wardo shouted towards Ben, his voice heavy with urgency. The weight of the battle rested not just on his shoulders. Wardo stood alone in the field, scanning the eerie silence around him. A faint rustling sent a chill down his spine. From the shadows emerged a monstrous figure, its grotesque form illuminated by pulsating energy. The air grew thick with dread. The creature's grin widened as Wardo pieced together the horror before him. Experiments on humans. The realization struck him like lightning. Wardo froze, gripping his sword tightly. The chilling air carried an unsettling presence. He knew something monstrous awaited him tonight. The distant sound of crunching gravel echoed, making Wardo's heart race. He turned his gaze upward, catching sight of it. Towering over him, the mutated creature roared, muscles bulging unnaturally. Its glowing eyes reflected Wardo's trembling resolve to face it. Human experiments, Wardo whispered in horror, realizing the beast was once human. Rage filled his chest at the inhumane atrocities. The creature lunged forward, each step shaking the ground. Wardo steadied himself, determination overtaking fear as he prepared his stance. With narrowed eyes, Wardo noticed shadows closing in, enemies creeping around him. The distraction was perfectly timed, testing his limits. His mind raced as his attackers surrounded him. Ben must have summoned these creatures, he thought, anger fueling his willpower. The beast roared again, charging toward him. Wardo's grip tightened as he remembered his combat training. He couldn't back down. A surge of energy flowed through him as he activated his ability, light radiating around him, illuminating the cold battlefield. Golden energy enveloped him, his speed doubling, With precise movement, he delivered a powerful strike, the sound of impact resonating. The clash between Wardo and the beast sent sparks flying. His blade connected with unimaginable force, shattering through its defenses. The beast howled in pain, but retaliated with unmatched speed. Wardo narrowly dodged, his focus sharpening on the creature's movements. Another strike landed, the beast stumbling backward. Wardo realized the key was not strength, but agility to outmaneuver its brute power. As the dust settled momentarily, Wardo spotted the insignia on the beast. A bitter truth dawned. It was Ben's doing. The beast leapt forward, its claws glowing green. Wardo braced himself, dodging the attack and launching toward its exposed chest. The beast's claw struck the ground with terrifying force, sending shockwaves through the forest. Wardo rolled, narrowly escaping the attack. Breathing heavily, he muttered to himself, realizing how close he came to death. Adrenaline surged as he adjusted his stance. The beast charged again, its movements relentless. Wardo focused on the trajectory of its attacks, formulating a strategy to counter it. If I can predict its path, I can land a decisive strike, Wardo thought, his confidence bolstered by determination. Golden energy burst from Wardo's sword. With a shout, he activated another combat skill, preparing for the next devastating exchange. The beast roared, lunging forward with incredible speed. Wardo's energy flared, his blade clashing violently against the monster's glowing claws. Sparks flew as their attacks collided. Wardo was momentarily overwhelmed by the beast's strength, realizing it was far superior physically. This thing is beyond anything I've faced, Wardo thought, narrowly dodging another strike that carved deep scars into the ground. Summoning his remaining strength, Wardo unleashed a powerful slash that forced the beast to stagger. His focus intensified as the air shifted. The two stood still, locked in an unspoken duel of endurance. Both prepared for a final blow, tension filling the space. Silence filled the battlefield as Wardo caught his breath, the beast standing tall against the dim glow of the shattered moonlight. "This is bad," Wardo muttered, gripping his blade tighter. The sheer power of his opponent made him question his odds. He felt the weight of the battle, his body trembling. Even with his skills, he couldn't fathom its unnatural strength. The beast growled, flexing its monstrous arms. Its glowing veins pulsed ominously, revealing the dark experiments that made it what it was. As the beast charged, Wardo steadied his blade, pushing aside fear. This battle was no longer survival. It was personal redemption. The cloaked figure sneered, his piercing eyes fixated on Wardo. A chilling voice echoed, shaking Wardo's already fragile confidence. "Development at the cost of lives," Wardo thought bitterly, anger bubbling inside him as the man's words struck a nerve. The man's mocking expression hardened. His words cut deep, exposing Wardo's doubts. But Wardo's resolve remained unshaken despite his trembling hands. The air grew tense as Wardo clenched his sword tighter. He stood firm, refusing to be diminished by arrogant taunts. The figure smirked and gestured to his hulking creation, daring Wardo to attack. The creature's looming shadow eclipsed Wardo's small frame. Wardo shifted, watching the beast with cautious precision. The figure's taunts faded into the background as battle instincts took over. "You think strength alone defines victory?" Wardo muttered internally. The beast flexed, ready to pounce, muscles rippling with immense power. The figure grinned, anticipating Wardo's hesitation. But Wardo's focus was sharp, his mind calculating every possible move before striking. The creature lunged with surprising speed. Wardo dodged, pivoting into an attack that barely scratched its armor-like skin. Time slowed. "This isn't working," Wardo admitted silently. His eyes darted to weak points, formulating a desperate plan while the beast roared. Blood spattered across the ground as the beast rampaged, crushing everything in its path. Wardo sidestepped, narrowly avoiding certain death. Soldiers and creatures clashed in chaos, their cries filling the air. Wardo stood amidst it all, searching for an opening. One chance, Wardo thought, spotting a vulnerability in the beast's stance. His grip on his sword tightened, determination reigniting. The battlefield was a blur of violence and fire. Wardo leapt forward, his blade slicing through the air like lightning. The beast roared in agony, but it wasn't over. Wardo's resolve burned brighter, knowing this battle was far from finished. Wardo stumbled, his voice cracking under pressure as chaos erupted. His soldiers fell one by one, overwhelmed by the beast. Desperation flooded Wardo's mind. He couldn't accept the reality that his forces, trained for years, were falling apart this fast. The cloaked figure's gaze burned with disdain. Wardo felt the weight of judgment and failure pressing harder against his trembling chest. "You are nothing!" the figure sneered, as if reading Wardo's mind. The monstrous beast obeyed its master's command without hesitation. With one last shout, the beast surged toward Wardo. His instincts screamed, activating his combat skill, blades flashing in defense. Wardo's skill materialized, 9 gleaming swords orbiting him. With one motion, the blades launched forward, slicing through the creature's massive frame. Dust and debris filled the air. Wardo gasped for breath, his knees buckling under exhaustion, but the enemy remained relentless. A soldier rushed forward, shouting his resolve to protect Wardo. His energy flared, shielding them momentarily from the creature's wrath. Wardo stared at the soldier, conflicted by the selflessness of his subordinate's actions. A flicker of shame crossed his face. The soldier's determination shone brightly. "Retreat!" he cried, his courage igniting hope. Wardo hesitated, realizing his role wasn't to fight now. Wardo stumbled back, retreating toward the shadows. His breath came ragged as he cast a wary glance toward the advancing beast. The cloaked figure's laughter echoed, piercing the battlefield. It was cold, mocking, a sound that unsettled even Wardo's remaining soldiers. "He only cares for himself," the figure muttered, watching Wardo retreat. The judgment cut deeper than any blade could have. Wardo screamed for his soldiers to retreat, panic evident. His voice carried fear, not leadership, unraveling the trust of his men. Chaos consumed the battlefield as Wardo's forces scattered. The beast roared triumphantly, its master savoring the breakdown of human resilience. Ivan raised his voice above the chaos, commanding his retreating forces. "Run to safety! Regroup and prepare for a counterattack!" Soldiers fled, their silhouettes disappearing into the night. Ivan's words gave them purpose, despite the grim reality of their defeat. Ivan stood alone, his blade gleaming under the moonlight. His determination remained unshaken, though his body felt the strain. The beast roared, charging at Ivan. Its shadow loomed large, but Ivan's heart burned with a final surge of courage. A sharp strike sent Ivan's weapon flying. He gasped, realizing the odds had shifted further against him in seconds. Soldiers on horseback dashed through the forest, branches scratching their armor. Fear gripped them, but Ivan's commands still echoed in memory. The beast hesitated, towering over the battlefield. Its feral gaze scanned the horizon, contemplating whether to chase the fleeing troops. "Let them run," said the cloaked figure, his voice low and calculating. He knew precisely where they were headed. The figure's smile widened, satisfied with his foresight. "Wardo will play into my hands as I've planned from the start." The beast growled in approval, its allegiance unwavering. It stood, watching the distant trail of soldiers vanishing into the wilderness. The cloaked figure smirked, his plan advancing perfectly. His enemies, desperate and scattered, were unknowingly aiding his carefully calculated schemes. Wardo stumbled through the dark, his troops around him in disarray. Despair clouded his judgment as fear consumed his thoughts. "How did it come to this?" Wardo muttered bitterly. His mind raced for a solution, grasping at fragmented strategies. The distant pounding of hooves reminded Wardo of his dwindling forces. He cursed his own failure to predict the enemy's trap. His soldiers gathered nervously, awaiting orders. Wardo's silence weighed heavy on them as they questioned how to recover from the devastation. Hansel's muscles burned as he counted every repetition, pushing his body beyond limits. Each number reflected grit, determination, and unrelenting focus. The rhythmic pounding of hooves echoed through the battlefield as Captain Jaren led his weary soldiers, desperation etched into every motion. Anger surged through Jaren as he surveyed the chaos. His booming voice demanded answers from anyone who could provide clarity. Rumi stepped forward, sweat dripping from his brow. He saluted briskly and prepared to deliver grim news of their plight. "Out of 400 soldiers, most are lost or incapacitated," Rumi reported gravely, the weight of their situation clear in his tone. Jaren's expression hardened as he clenched his fists. Despite the odds, retreat wasn't an option and failure wasn't a choice. Thoughts churned in Jaren's mind. The idea of leading just 26 soldiers into battle felt like signing their death warrants. Rumi hesitated before suggesting, "What about General Ryon?" The possibility of her arrival seemed like a distant glimmer of hope. Jaren's frustration boiled over. There wasn't time to wait for reinforcements. The enemy wouldn't pause while they regrouped. Rumi's gaze flickered with an idea. "The monsters in the castle. Their leader once fought as an equal to General Ryon." Doubt lingered in Jaren's eyes. He despised the thought of relying on monsters, but their options were fading fast. Jaren stared into the distance, the weight of his decision settling on his shoulders. There was no other choice left. After hours of deliberation, the order was given. Messengers rode out to propose the unthinkable alliance, carrying their hopes with them. 3 days passed, and the gates of the castle loomed before them. Soldiers murmured nervously, their faith wavering under pressure. Inside, humans and monsters began to train together, the shared tension palpable as they prepared for the battle ahead. Watching from a distance, Jaren whispered to himself, "This gamble might be our only chance to survive and prevail." The sound of hooves skidding to a halt broke the rhythm of the training ground. All eyes turned to Jaren. Among the crowd, Hansel stood out, his confident demeanor and peculiar equipment drawing both curiosity and unease from the others. The soldiers hesitated, their uncertainty mirrored in their shifting stances. The tension in the air was almost palpable, thick with doubt. Slowly the group gathered, forming an uneven circle. Whispers rippled through the ranks as they awaited the purpose of the assembly. Jaren's commanding presence filled the silence. His focus was sharp as he appraised Hansel, his thoughts hidden behind a stern expression. Hansel's posture exuded ease, his movements almost playful despite the weight of the situation. It contrasted sharply with the soldiers' apprehension. Jaren, steady as always, remained unaffected by Hansel's demeanor. His actions and commands carried a sense of dire urgency. The gravity of Jaren's intent pressed upon the gathered group. The weight of unspoken debts loomed, demanding acknowledgement and action. As Jaren raised his fist, the atmosphere shifted. His movements were decisive, leaving no room for hesitation or misunderstanding. The monsters stood in silence, their expressions unreadable, caught between the looming threat and the choices forced upon them. The silence stretched, broken only by the soft murmurs of the wind. Jaren's patience wavered as the monsters remained motionless. Despite the tension, Hansel's presence grew more commanding, a quiet confidence radiating from him that demanded recognition. Jaren's resolve hardened. His thoughts churned with the stakes ahead, knowing that unity was their only path to survival. Hansel's eyes sparked with determination, his body shifting into motion. This was his moment to show his unwavering strength. The energy in the air thickened. All eyes were on Hansel as the unspoken challenge to rise echoed through the group. Hansel's movements became deliberate, every action a display of precision as he prepared to unleash his physical prowess on the ground. The energy in the training ground shifted, anticipation building as the sound of Hansel's steps echoed, commanding attention from all. Muscles rippled and flexed as Hansel showcased his strength, his actions inspiring a mix of awe and disbelief among the crowd. Jaren observed the scene in confusion, his stern demeanor cracking slightly as the spectacle unfolded before him with unexpected intensity. Without missing a beat, Hansel presented himself confidently, exuding pride in his demonstration of what discipline and training could achieve. A wave of admiration swept through the crowd as Hansel stood amidst the awestruck onlookers, radiating both strength and confidence. Jaren's patience faltered, and his commanding tone resurfaced as he demanded focus from the group, tension rising in his voice. The soldiers snapped out of their trance, reminded that survival demanded unity, not theatrics, as the battle loomed closer. Hansel, unshaken, responded with a calm but fiery determination. His presence alone became a rallying point for the hesitant group. A shadow of doubt passed over Jaren's face, realizing the unpredictability of Hansel's methods, yet the results couldn't be ignored. The room darkened metaphorically as Hansel's intense glare silenced dissent. He radiated a commanding aura, demanding respect from all present. Realizing his error in dismissing Hansel's methods, Jaren's resolve softened, the weight of leadership humbling him before the group. Apologies hung in the air, unspoken but understood as the tension eased. The group's focus returned to the challenges ahead. Hansel led the way, his confidence contagious. The soldiers followed, a renewed sense of purpose driving their collective determination forward. As the sun rose, their unity solidified. Hope ignited within the ranks, sparking the first real chance of survival together. Rumi's suggestion lingered as Jaren weighed the possibility of trying to reason again, the tension in the air palpable. Frustration bubbled beneath Jaren's calm facade as he dismissed the thought of cooperation, his resolve sharpening with each passing moment. The mention of General Ox shifted the mood, an enigmatic figure whose strength rivaled legends but carried an air of unpredictability. Jaren's steps echoed as he issued the command to gather soldiers, his focus unwavering as plans formed in his mind. The castle gates loomed ahead, standing as both a barrier and a symbol of hope for the battle to come. The soldiers assembled, their faces grim with determination as Jaren's words ignited a spark of resilience among the weary ranks. The castle's towering presence stood as a silent witness to their preparations, casting long shadows across the training grounds. In the distance, General Ox's imposing figure emerged, his reputation for raw power and questionable demeanor preceding his arrival. Jaren watched intently, noting every detail of Ox's movements, his thoughts clouded by the unpredictability of their volatile ally. Beyond the hills, the enemy's approach grew imminent, a foreboding presence reminding them of the urgency of their preparations. General Ox's booming voice shattered the stillness, his fierce expression a blend of defiance and raw, untamed energy. The looming threat brought an unusual determination to Ox, his voice rising with a surprising suggestion for negotiation. The battlefield stretched before them, a vast expanse where survival hinged on strategy and strength, not mere brute force. The sight of the enemy advancing filled the air with tension, their formation a chilling reminder of the stakes. Ox's massive frame led the charge, his booming presence inspiring both fear and courage among those who followed his lead. Jaren's gaze sharpened as the figure of Ben emerged. Her sudden appearance brought a mix of confusion and apprehension. Ben, standing atop the tower, observed the battlefield with a calm but sharp expression, ready to assert her presence. General Ox, ever the warrior, raised his voice to declare the strength of their defenses and their unyielding resolve. The tension in the air grew as Ox proposed a duel to settle the conflict, a bold but risky suggestion. With Ox standing resolute and Ben watching intently, the outcome now depended on the warriors who would step forward. A sly smile played across Ben's face as she leaned forward, her confidence challenging Ox's bold declarations from the walls. General Ox's fiery spirit surged as he prepared to prove himself, his booming voice calling for the enemy's champion. The battlefield stilled for a moment, anticipation thick as soldiers and monsters alike waited for someone to accept the challenge. Ox's defiant roar echoed as his massive frame dominated the field, his unshakable resolve inspiring awe among his troops. All eyes turned to the gates, awaiting the arrival of the enemy's chosen warrior, the stage set for a duel. The air grew dense as a guttural growl escaped from Titan's lips. His glowing red eye radiated a terrifying energy. Titan's roar erupted, shaking the ground beneath him. His immense frame advanced, every step resonating with unstoppable power and fury. The sky cracks open, and Jiro falls through, landing with a thunderous crash that shakes the battlefield beneath him. A towering figure rises, his piercing gaze scanning the crowd, his muscles rippling with power and unmatched determination. "Who among you will face me?" roars Jiro, his voice echoing like thunder across the desolate plains. A challenger steps forward hesitantly, gripping his weapon tightly, his resolve tested by the overwhelming aura of Jiro's might. Jiro unleashes a guttural roar, charging forward with explosive energy, each step sending shockwaves across the trembling ground. The opponent sizes up Jiro, his grip tightening on his sword. "You have great size, but can you fight?" Jiro smirks, launching himself forward with incredible speed. His massive fists aim straight for his opponent's chest with precision. The challenger retaliates, swinging his blade downward with ferocity. Jiro dodges and counters with an earth-shaking shoulder tackle. A fierce exchange ensues, their movements blurring as power clashes against skill, causing shockwaves to ripple through the air. Jiro lands a crushing blow, sending his opponent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground with a deafening thunderclap. Jiro dusts himself off and comments dryly, "Quite sturdy." He charges again, fists blazing with raw, unstoppable energy. A flurry of punches rains down as Jiro unleashes his relentless assault, each strike shattering the ground beneath them. The opponent attempts to counter, but Jiro's precision and overwhelming strength leave him battered and struggling to regain his footing. With a final, devastating punch, Jiro breaks his opponent's defenses, sending him reeling, blood spraying in the air. Victorious, Jiro watches as his opponent collapses, his imposing figure standing tall against the brilliant light of the setting sun. Jiro moved swiftly, avoiding the massive strike that shook the ground, his sharp instincts keeping him ahead of danger. The opponent's peculiar form revealed itself, his strength uncanny and unmatched, making Jiro question the limits of his own abilities. A low growl resonated as the enemy's aura intensified, radiating an unsettling power that filled the battlefield with tension. Without warning, the opponent dashed forward at blinding speed, forcing Jiro to recalibrate his approach and track his every move. Jiro chased relentlessly, his massive strides closing the gap. The thought of retreat was never an option in his mind. Each step from Jiro thundered like an earthquake as he closed in, determination radiating from his every calculated move. The opponent maintained his pace, every second stretching as Jiro's energy surged, preparing for an inevitable clash of might and skill. The battlefield blurred as they neared each other, the tension climbing, their respective strengths about to erupt into a decisive exchange. A shout from afar pierced the air, drawing attention to a sudden threat. Jiro adjusted mid-motion, his focus sharpened further. The unexpected shift in momentum sent shockwaves through the fight, adding another layer of unpredictability to an already chaotic scene. The ground exploded as Jiro landed, debris scattering while the opponent's failed strike showed just how close the battle became. Jiro retaliated with devastating precision, his fists connecting with bone-crushing force, sending the enemy tumbling back amidst a cloud of dust. The air vibrated with tension as the aftermath of the strike settled, each participant recalibrating their strategies for what came next. A figure emerged from the shadows, laughing maniacally, their presence disrupting the rhythm of the fight, turning order into disarray. The intruder's chaotic energy shifted the dynamic entirely, leaving the original combatants to prepare for an unexpected and unpredictable confrontation. A sinister grin spread as the figure loomed, radiating confidence. The intense battle revealed deeper motives hidden beneath the chaos. The opponent's fierce strike connected with the ground, shaking the battlefield, their attacks becoming more calculated with every passing moment. The tactical movements intensified, each side anticipating the next move, testing limits in a war driven by precision and raw power. The clash spiraled into a chaotic exchange as the opponent's relentless charge forced their rival to adapt amidst the crumbling terrain. Jiro staggered briefly, regrouping with sharp focus, realizing that this fight was far from over and demanded absolute resilience to survive. The battlefield grew silent as reinforcements arrived, observing the chaotic scene. Their presence alone shifted the momentum entirely in an instant. The towering figure's gaze narrowed, tension filling the air. Every move became deliberate, the stakes higher with this unexpected audience. A brutal takedown followed, dust clouds erupting as forces clashed. The sheer impact was enough to command respect from onlookers. Jiro's stance tightened, calculating his next steps, unyielding against the forces trying to disrupt his ultimate objective in the fight. The crowd erupted as chaos unfolded, the onlookers' voices blending with the battlefield's energy, pushing both warriors closer to their limits. The opponent leaped with unparalleled force, shaking the sky itself as their trajectory cut through the air with unmatched ferocity. The ground cracked and splintered beneath the impact as the enemy landed, their intent clear and no mercy to be shown. The fallen combatant clutched his wounds, surrounded by destruction, realizing that this battle demanded more than just strength. It required cunning. Blood stained the broken field, the red seeping into the dust as the final moments of this confrontation drew closer. As the dust settled, the survivors stood amidst ruin, their determination glowing in the face of insurmountable odds and struggle. The soldiers stared grimly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Even the strongest among them seemed to struggle against fate. Across the field, the enemy stood firm, offering an ultimatum. The tension escalated as power and pride collided under the sun. The kingdom's refusal to surrender echoed through the air, driven by unyielding loyalty, igniting an explosive standoff with dire consequences. With mockery in his eyes, the enemy's leader dismissed the rejection, signaling that this battle was far from its end. A chilling command followed, his hand gesturing with precision. The balance of power shifted, foreshadowing an overwhelming and inevitable assault. With a single, commanding word, the enemy unleashed a wave of soldiers surging forward, their sheer numbers threatening to overwhelm defenses. The advancing army moved like a tidal wave, forcing the defenders to scramble, their walls trembling under the growing pressure. Archers prepared their bows, inexperienced and panicked. Their hesitation threatened to cripple the defense, creating an air of palpable desperation. The chaos deepened as uncertainty gripped the defenders, their lack of preparation becoming more apparent with every passing, crucial moment. Amid the confusion, frustrations erupted. The leaders scrambled to devise a plan, but time was slipping through their grasp rapidly. In the midst of the frantic chaos, the commanders exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to respond to the mounting threat. Desperation filled the air as commands faltered. Leaders hesitated, their plans collapsing under the relentless surge of the advancing army. Panic overtook the troops. Some hesitated, others faltered, and the weight of responsibility crushed the resolve of their inexperienced ranks. The realization hit like a storm. Chaos had consumed their ranks. Their uncoordinated defense became an easy target for the onslaught. Amid the wreckage, survival became the only goal. The defenders braced for the storm, hoping to endure the unrelenting wave. Werdo sprinted through the fortress, his feet pounding against the stone floor, trying to escape the mounting chaos behind him. As he ran, memories of his past haunted him, the taunts of failure and cowardice echoing like ghosts in his mind. Shadows danced around him, specters of his regrets and the weight of responsibility he desperately tried to cast aside. The oppressive voice of his mentor reminded him of his duty, the crushing expectations weighing heavily on his trembling resolve. A soldier watching from above chuckled softly, shaking her head as she observed Werdo's frantic escape with mild amusement. In the dim light of the study, Werdo's reflection stared back at him, a man struggling against insurmountable expectations. The fortress trembled as the invaders pressed forward, the panic of the defenders contrasting with the grim determination of their attackers. Werdo clutched his weapon tightly, his thoughts swirling with indecision, torn between fleeing and standing firm in the face of peril. The air outside was thick with tension, soldiers calling out orders as the enemy's relentless advance shook the gates. Werdo's doubts screamed louder than the battle outside, questioning whether his choices would doom his people or bring salvation. Werdo's trembling hands reached out, desperate to stop the inevitable, his internal conflict driving him toward a breaking point. His cries for help echoed across the battlefield, a plea for redemption and forgiveness for the mistakes that led to ruin. Tears streamed down his face as he begged for mercy, not for himself but for the lives of his soldiers and people. Kneeling amidst the chaos, he sought to atone for his arrogance and mistakes, his voice carrying a desperation unseen before. The battlefield paused momentarily, his desperate cries resonating deeply, a stark reminder of the fragile balance between power and humility. Wardo collapsed to his knees, desperation consuming him as he pleaded, his voice trembling with the weight of impending doom. A towering Hansel stepped forward, his presence imposing, his smirk implying understanding yet laced with undeniable, overwhelming power and confidence. Hansel's voice was calm but firm, suggesting a path for Wardo, a way forward through unimaginable struggle and resilience. The air thickened with determination as a muscular form emerged, radiating strength and purpose, leading a charge of undeniable resolve. Hansel stood confidently in the crowd, his muscular physique drawing attention as challengers eagerly approached him, seeking participation. A bulky man snarled at Hansel, brushing past him with confidence, trying to assert dominance in the atmosphere. Hansel noticed others murmuring, their focus only on competitors with impressive strength, over 400 kilograms in their powerlifting totals. "Stay out of this," Hansel muttered, closing his eyes briefly, exuding a calm aura amidst the brewing tension. Hansel's calm demeanor shifted. He stepped forward, muscles rippling, ready to silence any doubts about his strength and resolve. A skeptical observer glanced at the group, underestimating them as mere enthusiasts, oblivious to their formidable skills and strength. Hansel's team lined up, backs gleaming under the sunlight, an intimidating sight as they prepared for their next challenge. So cool, Hansel thought to himself, his admiration building as he resolved to push his limits alongside his new comrades. The group's banner was hoisted high, a symbol of determination and unyielding spirit in the face of daunting obstacles. Their unified charge began, synchronized steps shaking the ground, every member driven by a shared goal to prove themselves. The coach barked orders, emphasizing the importance of emergency drills. Interval training was crucial for both speed and endurance. Hansel, focused and determined, counted his paces steadily, every step resonating with his growing power and persistence. Reaching the final count, Hansel picked up his pace, transitioning into a burst of energy, leaving others trailing behind. 1 minute and 30 seconds of speed. The coach's voice pushed Hansel, who powered forward with sheer grit and determination. Behind him, exhausted participants struggled to keep up, panting heavily, but Hansel kept his focus, pushing past his own limits. Breathing heavily, the large participant glanced back, overwhelmed by the sight of the swift runners leaving a trail of dust. "They're so fast," he muttered, his legs trembling under the strain as the relentless pace took a toll on him. A frantic commotion erupted nearby as a desperate parent shielded their child, chaos engulfing the arena with tension rising fast. The mother's scream echoed, drawing immediate attention as Hansel's powerful charge shattered obstacles, clearing the path for safety. Relief washed over the mother's face, her child unharmed as Hansel stood firm, ensuring no harm reached them further. "It's okay now, they saved us," the mother reassured her child, watching Hansel and the group stride ahead powerfully. Hansel's back gleamed under the sunlight as the child watched in awe, inspired by the strength and unity displayed. "Can I grow strong like them, Mom?" the child asked, his eyes sparkling with hope and admiration for Hansel's abilities. The mother smiled gently, explaining strength wasn't just physical, but she promised to learn about Hansel's methods after the battle. Hansel led his group onward, their synchronized steps echoing as they headed confidently toward the next challenge awaiting them. Approaching the towering gate, Hansel's group prepared for confrontation as an ominous horde emerged, the air filled with tension. Hansel analyzed the strange movement of the horde, perplexed by their erratic behavior and the unexpected threat they represented. A member explained, "They're zombies, not just ordinary foes," leaving Hansel to reassess the strategy needed for survival. Memories of past battles surfaced as Hansel steadied his resolve, ready to face enemies with strength and calculated precision. "Just think of them as weights," Hansel muttered to himself, charging forward with his group to eliminate the oncoming danger. Hansel smirked, his hand raised with confidence, ready to confront the incoming danger without hesitation or second thoughts about his strength. A teammate nervously asked Hansel what the plan was, observing the approaching zombies and the gate swarming with enemies. Hansel glanced casually toward the gate, already devising a strategy that relied entirely on his sheer power and physical prowess. "What if I just push them all out with my chest muscles?" Hansel joked, his confidence drawing mixed reactions. His teammates' bewildered expression highlighted the absurdity, but Hansel remained unfazed, fully trusting his own unconventional methods to succeed. Hansel grinned widely, brushing off doubts from his teammate, who hesitated but agreed reluctantly to his eccentric plan. "Can I lead the team at least?" his teammate asked, stepping up as Hansel encouraged him to take the role. Their conversation shifted focus to strategy as Hansel approved, stepping aside to allow his comrade the chance to take charge. His teammate issued orders confidently, dividing groups to guard the village while ensuring no zombies breached the defenses. The tactical plan came alive as each group mobilized, climbing the walls and engaging the zombies head-on with fierce determination. Hansel's team rushed to the castle walls, swords drawn, blocking every incoming attack as chaos erupted in the battlefield. The defenders, led by Hansel's teammate, coordinated their efforts to intercept enemies climbing toward vulnerable positions on the castle walls. Hansel's team reinforced the vulnerable sections, battling relentlessly, ensuring no zombie crossed the lines while others pressed forward. With unwavering determination, Group 5 joined Hansel at the gates, prepared to execute his audacious plan with full trust in him. Hansel stepped forward, planting his feet firmly, unleashing a massive push to shove the incoming horde back with overwhelming force. Watching the zombies forced back, Hansel's teammates stared in disbelief, amazed at how his unconventional method actually succeeded flawlessly. Realizing the threat wasn't over, Hansel's teammate shouted orders to block the gate, trying to ensure no zombies slipped through. The urgency heightened as they realized the gate was broken, leaving no physical barrier to halt the invading horde. Hansel's teammates struggled with the chaos, unable to find a solution as panic gripped the defenders, weakening their coordination further. "Impossible!" someone exclaimed, staring at the overwhelming enemy force pouring in as hope began to waver among the group. Anticipating the broken gate, Hansel's teammates sprang into action, revealing a massive object carried by him and the senior team. With synchronized effort, they hefted the enormous gutty builder, a colossal object, as others gawked at their remarkable display of strength. Despite doubts, Hansel's senior demonstrated unbelievable power, shocking everyone with his ability to lift such a massive load effortlessly. Carrying the goody builder to the gate, Hansel and his team secured it, reinforcing the weak spot against the surging zombies. Hansel's unconventional leadership, combined with the team's strength, turned the tide, restoring hope as they prepared to counterattack. Hansel's senior sprinted ahead with resolve, but suddenly faltered, his legs refusing to cooperate as exhaustion finally overwhelmed him. "My quadriceps are done," he gasped, unable to keep moving as panic spread among those relying on him for leadership. Hansel, seeing his senior struggle, stepped forward with determination, motivating the others to continue without losing their composure. "We know how much you value our strength," Hansel reassured, inspiring his team to rally and face the challenge. With unity restored, Hansel and his team surged forward, determined to hold their ground despite the overwhelming odds. Hansel's senior cautioned the team, reminding them not to overexert their bodies to avoid injuries that could halt future training efforts. Struggling under the weight, the senior muttered, "Leave me." But his determination to assist hadn't entirely faded away. Despite his exhaustion, the senior tried to push forward, yet his body betrayed him, leaving him slumped on the battlefield. Hansel shouted urgently, refusing to accept the senior's resignation, his voice igniting renewed strength among the scattered and disheartened group. The massive goody builder symbolized their resolve, a reminder that their combined effort was stronger than any individual's physical limit. Hansel's junior panicked, wondering how the rest of them could possibly lift such an enormous object without their senior's help. Struggling, Hansel approached the goody builder, gathering every ounce of his energy, proving that determination can surpass even the greatest obstacles. Against all odds, Hansel lifted the weight, his victory igniting cheers from his team as the zombies watched in stunned silence. The group rallied, surrounding Hansel to protect him, the newly named Kettlebell Guardian, of their defense strategy against the horde. Hansel's actions inspired the team to dig deep, proving that resilience and teamwork would overcome any challenge they faced together. Hansel's team moved the glowing gutty builder toward the entrance, the surreal purple aura signifying the culmination of their intense efforts. As the energy intensified, Hansel's teammate yelled with sheer determination, rallying the group to march forward and block the gate. The unified strength of the Kettlebell group surged as they pushed the glowing object, creating a protective barrier against the zombies. The shimmering purple glow expanded, forcing the enemies back, as Hansel stood tall, leading his team to their triumphant stand. The glowing gutty builder solidified at the gate, radiating intense energy that symbolized their combined effort to repel the advancing horde. Hansel stood silently, watching as his team secured the area, ensuring the gate remained protected against any lingering threats. The aura from the gutty builder intensified, scattering the enemies as Hansel led the team in solidifying their defense at the entrance. With a swift motion, Hansel crouched, urging his team to prepare for the next wave and maintain their focus under pressure. The gate shone brilliantly as the gutty builder's energy merged with the structure, reinforcing their defenses in an awe-inspiring display of strength. Hansel's senior approached, smiling proudly as the group celebrated their achievement, relieved they had successfully secured the castle entrance. One of the teammates exchanged a quiet moment of camaraderie with Hansel, acknowledging his role in bringing everyone together. "Good job," Hansel said, his words brief but carrying immense weight, inspiring his team to push themselves even harder. The banner flew high, a symbol of victory and perseverance, marking their collective success in protecting the castle from the threat. With their confidence restored, the team gathered their strength, ready to tackle any challenges that lay ahead in this unpredictable world. Hansel's teammate commanded the Kettlebell group to rest, allowing other groups to rotate and continue repelling the persistent zombie horde. The remaining groups coordinated under Hansel's leadership, pushing back the zombies with relentless determination and precise teamwork. Each group sprinted into action, their synchronized movements creating an unstoppable force that overwhelmed the scattered enemy ranks. Their charge thundered through the battlefield as Hansel led from the front, embodying the spirit of strength and resilience. The group's combined effort kept the zombies at bay, their energy and teamwork proving more than enough to dominate the field. The team struggled as they pushed forward, unsure if they were applying enough force to handle the relentless wave of zombies. Hansel observed them critically, encouraging more focus on their chest muscles to intensify the effort and increase their defensive strength. With a renewed sense of determination, the team shouted in unison, exerting their full strength to push the horde backward. Zombies screeched and lunged forward, their chaotic attacks growing more intense as they fought to break through the team's resistance. Hansel stood firm, guiding the group with calculated steps, ensuring no weak point was left exposed against the advancing enemy. A defender panicked, dodging swiftly as a zombie lunged toward him, narrowly avoiding being bitten in the chaotic skirmish. From above, Hansel shouted, reminding everyone of the dire consequences of being bitten, a grim fate that turned them into undead. The tension increased as one defender hesitated, glancing down at a gash, fear creeping in as dark thoughts took over. With red glowing eyes, the infected teammate transformed rapidly, eliciting horrified gasps as the reality of the situation hit the group. The infected staggered forward with guttural growls, now an enemy, as Hansel readied himself to neutralize the unfortunate turn of events. The infected teammate roared, muscles swelling unnaturally as the transformation reached its peak, leaving the defenders frozen in fear and confusion. Amidst the chaos, another undead taunted the defenders, mocking their desperate situation, claiming they too would eventually join the horde. Hansel watched, trying to assess the threat, while others muttered in disbelief, the gravity of the situation dawning upon them. Despite the rising panic, Hansel's composed demeanor rallied his teammates, urging them to focus on the fight and stay united. The zombies shrieked louder, charging toward the group in an unrelenting wave, forcing the defenders to brace for another intense clash. Hansel unleashed a powerful strike, muscles flexing as he obliterated the zombie threatening his team with a single, glowing blow. A spray of blood erupted as the enemy collapsed, leaving Hansel glaring at the remains, annoyed at the mess on his body. "You're making my muscles dirty," Hansel muttered angrily, his focus unwavering as he prepared to fend off the next attack. His strike radiated golden energy, cutting through the remaining enemies, leaving his team awestruck at his immense power and precision. From a distance, a mysterious figure watched Hansel, muttering, "What are they?" Their interest piqued by his formidable presence. Perched on a hill, two shadowy figures observed the battle, wondering why some of their kind were helping humans fight. One figure, calm but curious, remarked on the unexpected alliance, puzzled yet entertained by the unfolding chaos below. Adjusting his blindfold, the blue-haired observer chuckled, amused by the unpredictability of the battlefield and the strength on display. A sudden command came from the shadows. "Bite him!" targeting Hansel as the orchestrators prepared to intensify the chaos. Hansel's team noticed the incoming wave of attacks, bracing themselves for the challenge while remaining determined to protect their stronghold. Hansel's teammate lunged forward, swords clashing with the oncoming horde, each strike fueled by rage and the desire for revenge. Sparks flew as Hansel's team retaliated with equal ferocity, shouting their resolve as they fought for fallen comrades and survival. "This is for General Ivan!" one shouted, each blow carrying the weight of their pain and commitment to justice. The battlefield lit up with energy and strikes, Hansel's team proving relentless, refusing to give in to the overwhelming numbers. Their revenge-driven fury left the enemies reeling. The once chaotic battlefield now a stage for the defenders' unyielding might and bravery. Hansel's teammate pushed through the crowd, rushing forward to point out the figures responsible for the chaos, urgency in his voice. With a loud shout, he called Hansel's attention, gesturing toward the distant figure with blue hair lurking on the hill. Hansel's eyes narrowed as he recognized the culprits, readying himself for a direct confrontation to put an end to their schemes. The defenders, confused but trusting Hansel's judgment, followed his directions to target the enemies orchestrating the chaos from afar. "Go straight! Just aim for the guy with blue hair!" Hansel's teammate yelled, ensuring no distractions would derail their mission. Hansel turned to his teammates, asking if they could manage without him. Their confident nods gave him the reassurance he needed. Leaving the front line in capable hands, Hansel stepped back, preparing for a powerful move, his aura intensifying with focus. Channeling his strength, Hansel unleashed a devastating reverse pec deck fly, his muscles radiating energy as he charged forward. The ground shook with the impact of Hansel's move, leaving his teammates in awe of the sheer force he displayed. "A miracle," one muttered, marveling at the scene as Hansel paved the way for a decisive strike against the enemy. Hansel's forceful move sent shockwaves, disrupting the battlefield and catching the blue-haired figure's attention on the hill. Watching the chaos, the blue-haired figure sneered, mocking the incompetence of his own forces as they failed to suppress Hansel. Elise, standing beside him, remained quiet, her gaze sharp as she observed Hansel's unrelenting strength and leadership. "Don't you think they're worthless?" the blue-haired figure mused, trying to provoke a reaction from Elise, who remained composed. "I can't say," Elise replied softly, her voice hinting at curiosity, as she watched Hansel, sensing something extraordinary unfolding. Hansel approached the hill where the blue-haired figure stood, each step deliberate, his aura radiating confidence and unyielding determination. The blue-haired figure smirked, turning to face Hansel, intrigued by the challenger's bold approach and unwavering strength. Hansel's calm demeanor exuded a quiet intensity, his chiseled physique reflecting the resolve that had carried him through countless battles. The blue-haired figure adjusted his stance, realizing Hansel wasn't an ordinary opponent, his mocking tone giving way to seriousness. With a sudden burst of energy, the blue-haired figure lunged forward, unleashing a powerful attack, signaling the clash had begun. Hansel sprinted forward with unrelenting speed, his powerful strides propelling him toward the blue-haired figure with explosive energy. The ground trembled under Hansel's steps as he launched himself into the air, his fist glowing with a surge of power. Their collision shook the battlefield, Hansel's punch meeting the blue-haired figure's counterattack in an earth-shattering clash of strength. Both opponents pushed their limits, their auras intensifying as the duel escalated into a ferocious display of raw physical power. Hansel's determined gaze met the figure's glowing, menacing eyes, both warriors locked in a battle that would determine the outcome. Hansel struggles against the monstrous opponent, their clash shaking the ground as sheer strength collides in a fierce struggle. The opponent growls in frustration, questioning Hansel's audacity to interfere, its monstrous features twisted with rage and power. Hansel smirks, declaring his reason. No one bullies the innocent under his watch, especially not on his training grounds. With a sudden surge of power, Hansel grabs the opponent's wrist, tightening his grip with unmatched force and determination. The opponent winces, its expression revealing pain as Hansel's grip continues to crush any hope of resistance in its core. Hansel raises his voice, declaring his unyielding commitment to protect those who rely on his strength in this strange world. With explosive energy, Hansel launches forward, his muscles flexing as he delivers a strike with earth-shattering impact. The impact sends shockwaves, the ground trembling beneath their feet as the opponent staggers back in disbelief and fear. Hansel grins, catching his breath, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he gears up for the next decisive move. The monstrous opponent falters, its mind racing as it recognizes the sheer power and determination radiating from Hansel's unbreakable spirit. The opponent recovers briefly, mocking Hansel's efforts, but the tension in the air hints at the calm before a storm. Hansel smirks, his resolve unwavering. He steadies himself, muscles tensing as he prepares to unleash his next technique. With a roar, Hansel charges forward, activating his mountain climber move, sending himself and the opponent soaring skyward. The sheer force of the technique shatters the ground below, leaving behind a trail of destruction as Hansel gains the upper hand. High above the battlefield, Hansel seizes control of the fight, determined to finish it with a climactic, decisive move. A shadowy figure dashes forward with lightning speed, slicing through the wind as a mysterious aura trails behind its movements. A bystander stands still, observing the chaos with a calm demeanor, their piercing gaze locked onto the swift-moving figure. The clash of blades ignites vibrant energy, illuminating the battlefield as the combatants exchange blows with precision and unparalleled speed. The swift figure lands a spinning strike, sending their opponent tumbling backward, the ground cracking beneath the force of impact. A cautious voice warns, "Ben, this is dangerous." As the intensity of the fight reaches its peak, tension mounting in the air, a dark command echoes, "Eliminate the risk factors." Shadows gather around the battlefield, intensifying the danger as a new threat arises. The mechanical figure emerges, its sharp claws gleaming as it steps into the fray, ready to carry out its lethal orders. In a blur of motion, it dashes forward, leaving a trail of destruction as it targets a fleeing, unsuspecting enemy. Leaves scatter and tension rises as the figure accelerates, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the dense forest with ease. The scene erupts into chaos as the figure closes the gap, its relentless pursuit showcasing its lethal intent and precision. The attacker strikes with deadly precision, their blades splitting the earth with a brilliant explosion of light and raw energy. Leaves swirl in the aftermath as the relentless figure turns to face their next target, their aura radiating confidence and power. A sudden question pierces the air. "You? Who are you?" The mysterious figure reveals an unexpected identity, intensifying the unfolding drama. With a calm but firm voice, the figure responds, "I'm Ryan's aunt, niece, Rain." Their words laced with both mystery and defiance. The figure unleashes a whirlwind attack, their movements an elegant dance of destruction as they take control of the chaotic battle. Rain turns to the wolf with a sharp command, asking it to locate Ben as the battle grows increasingly chaotic. The wolf dashes off with blazing red eyes, its speed unmatched, navigating the treacherous terrain to fulfill Rain's critical request. Rain steps forward, her confidence unwavering as she questions the enemy's futile attempt to halt her with an ill-conceived strategy. The shadowy opponent hesitates, but manages a sly retort, its dual blades flashing under the ominous glow of the battlefield. Seeing the moment of distraction, Rain capitalizes, shouting, "Here's our chance!" as the tides of battle begin to shift dramatically. A hulking figure stands at the ready, their hands glowing with vibrant energy, preparing to unleash a powerful, unstoppable attack. With a sudden burst of strength, they launch an enormous projectile, its destructive energy carving through the sky like a meteor. The glowing orb hurtles towards its target with incredible speed, radiating intense heat and power as it nears the point of impact. The moment the orb strikes, it triggers an explosive chain reaction, shaking the battlefield and scattering dust and debris everywhere. As the dust settles, the figure shouts a triumphant order, "Now, drop it!" signaling the unleashing of an even stronger attack. The second attack is unleashed with devastating force, the glowing orb now amplified to its maximum potential, hurtling downward in fiery glory. Upon impact, the explosion dwarfs the previous one, leaving a massive crater in the ground and sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Flames engulf the area, creating an apocalyptic scene as the enemy forces falter in the face of the overwhelming destruction. The leader of the group rallies the troops, shouting commands to assess the area and clear out any remaining threats in the village. Soldiers scramble to comply, their determined expressions showing their readiness to finish the fight and secure victory for their side. The leader issues orders, directing Group 2 to guard the front gate while repairs are underway, the tension in the air thick. The teams mobilize swiftly, securing the area as makeshift barricades are constructed to hold off advancing threats, their teamwork seamless under pressure. Group 3 engages in fierce combat, charging at the enemies head-on, their determination shining amidst the chaos of the ongoing battle. Observing from the rear, a strategist notes, "The wall may hold for now, but the weak spots will never sustain prolonged pressure." With glowing hands ready, a hulking figure steps forward, his voice steady as he declares, "What a powerful enemy to face." The history of the Fourth Pandemonium War resurfaces, recounting the heroics of the legendary strategist known only as Ward Dragon. As memories flood in, the name evokes a mix of fear and awe, a legacy too grand to be ignored. The battlefield erupts with dust and debris as forces collide, the weight of history driving everyone forward with unyielding resolve. One warrior charges fearlessly, their movements swift and calculated, breaking through enemy lines with a series of devastating strikes. The battle crescendos as the warrior's spiked gauntlet crashes into an opponent, the sheer force leaving no room for retaliation. Hansel deflects a powerful blow, his muscles straining under the impact as he counters with a precision strike of his own. The enemy staggers backward, giving Hansel just enough time to call upon his unique ability, focusing his strength to new heights. "Use the outer radiate muscle," Hansel mutters to himself, channeling his energy with an intensity that catches everyone off guard. The opponent stares in disbelief, their confidence crumbling as Hansel's power builds. "What the heck is this lunatic doing?" they wonder. Despite every effort, the enemy can't break free from Hansel's grip, their growing panic reflected in their increasingly desperate attempts. The wolf charges forward, howling ferociously as crimson energy surrounds it, signaling the activation of a dangerous technique called Bone-Aid. The skill combines wind magic with necromancy, its swirling power giving the wolf a razor-sharp edge to rip through enemies. As the wolf strikes, its enhanced strength crushes steel-like resistance with ease, leaving devastation in its wake on the battlefield. Bone-Aid proves highly technical, tearing apart anything unprotected, a testament to the wolf's loyalty and its unparalleled training. The attack devastates the opposition, scattering enemies like leaves in a storm and clearing a path for Hansel and his allies. Despite the destructive attack, Hansel emerges unscathed, his muscular body standing tall as the enemy's efforts fail to leave a mark. Hansel smirks, muttering about an acupressure massage, treating the enemy's blows as if they were merely playful taps of relief. The wolf retreats to Rain, licking its wounds, as Hansel reassures it with a confident nod, pushing through the next wave of enemies. A hint of madness flashes in Hansel's eyes as he prepares a new technique, ready to counter the rising tension of battle. "I wasn't going to use this method," Hansel whispers, as he grabs a set of specialized syringes, determination burning in his gaze. Hansel glares at his opponent, warning them that the unfolding chaos is entirely their fault, his voice dripping with cold intensity. He tightens his grip with precision, confident that even the strongest foe won't escape his grasp, control unwavering in the fray. A sudden surge of energy shocks Hansel as his opponent pulls a surprising maneuver, breaking free from the battle's crushing momentum. Hansel's calm demeanor shifts slightly, sensing something ominous brewing in the atmosphere, his body instinctively preparing for an unexpected challenge. Shadows swirl around his opponent, eyes glowing with malevolence as they mutter, "That's what you're thinking, right?" A dark smirk forming. Hansel crouched in determination, the air around him tense. His hands trembled as raw power surged through his veins. A resolute thought crossed Hansel's mind. No matter the opponent, his grip strength would always reign supreme in battle. His fingers dug deep into the opponent's rough surface, veins bulging, testing his unrelenting force against an unimaginable resistance. With a sudden motion, Hansel adjusted his stance, muscles flexing with precision, as he braced himself for an explosive move. A sinister voice echoed, mocking Hansel's resolve. Shadows gathered, amplifying the tension as the real challenge finally emerged. Hansel lunged forward, gripping the opponent with all his might, but its massive size made holding on almost impossible. His grip faltered momentarily, the force propelling him backward as the enemy unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. Hansel regained balance mid-air, his body tense with anticipation, before landing a devastating counterstrike that shook the ground below. Dust and debris exploded into the sky, marking the impact of his strike, as the battlefield echoed with deafening silence. Standing amidst the chaos, Hansel clenched his fists, his resolve unwavering as the enemy loomed larger and angrier. A shimmering web of energy enveloped the arena, sparks flying as the opponent unleashed a series of lightning-fast attacks. Hansel dodged swiftly, his reflexes sharp, his opponent's taunting laughter ringing in his ears, fueling his burning determination. Focusing deeply, Hansel accessed the full potential of his muscles, channeling raw energy into a single calculated movement. His inner monologue detailed his strategy, the balance of red and white muscle fibers, optimizing speed and strength in harmony. Hansel, glowing with unleashed power, surged forward. Victory wasn't just a goal, it was a necessity written in his core. Hansel unleashed a powerful lat spread, showcasing his massive physique, ready to counter the enemy's overwhelming presence with sheer force. Reflecting on red muscles, Hansel acknowledged their endurance, but realized their inability to contract quickly posed a strategic disadvantage. Contemplating white muscles, Hansel admired their explosive power, though their rapid fatigue could threaten sustained performance in this relentless battle. The opponent revealed an unexpected surge in speed, catching Hansel off guard and forcing him to adapt to the unpredictable challenge. Bracing himself, Hansel roared with determination, fully committing to overpowering his opponent before the fight spiraled further out of control. Hansel steadied himself, deciding to endure the enemy's onslaught and conserve energy until the perfect moment to retaliate emerged. Striking a confident side chest pose, Hansel stood firm, awaiting his opponent's exhaustion while exuding strength and dominance in every stance. Patient and unwavering, Hansel understood the fight had now evolved into a grueling test of endurance and relentless mental focus. Despite the confidence, Hansel didn't anticipate the transformation in Ben's body, its mysterious change radiating a new intimidating power. Ben's red eyes glowed with ominous intensity, his body emitting an unsettling aura that promised a devastating escalation in combat. The battlefield lay littered with shattered remnants of weapons, an eerie silence broken only by the anticipation of Hansel's next move. Hansel declared his strategy, summoning all his strength, his voice cutting through the tension as he prepared for a decisive attack. Ben erupted in a maniacal laugh, his sheer confidence unnerving, as he challenged Hansel's determination with merciless ferocity. Hansel drove forward with an immense press, unleashing a powerful impact that sent shockwaves rippling across the field with immense force. Dust settled as Hansel emerged unyielding, his will sharpened, ready to finish the fight no matter the odds ahead. Hansel's opponent, radiating fierce energy, lunged forward, his fists smashing against Hansel's guard as the ground beneath them trembled. Hansel felt an unfamiliar force pushing back, his thoughts racing as he questioned the magnitude of the power confronting him. Seizing an opportunity, Hansel leaped high into the air, the sun behind him, readying an attack to shift the momentum. Ben, realizing brute strength was insufficient, grinned maliciously, deciding to outmaneuver Hansel with cunning and an unpredictable new strategy. Hansel, observing his opponent's movements, deduced the weakness in Ben's overwhelming muscle control, formulating a precise counterattack to turn the tide. Hansel tightened his stance, his body glowing with energy, each breath timed perfectly, preparing for the ultimate test of his abilities. The muscles in Hansel's body expanded rapidly, adapting to the demands of battle, creating an impressive display of raw physical evolution. Questioning when Ben would tire, Hansel maintained his focus, knowing endurance would decide the winner in this increasingly intense encounter. The combatants collided in a powerful clash, each attack creating shockwaves that disrupted the earth and tested their endurance to the limit. As the dust settled, Hansel emerged steadfast, his calm determination overshadowing the immense fatigue his body had begun to endure. A menacing grin spread across Ben's face as he prepared to unleash a secret power, one Hansel hadn't anticipated. A supporting ally joined Hansel's side, stepping forward with confidence, declaring their strength lay not in power but unwavering friendship. Despite knowing their limits, the ally revealed their strength wasn't physical, but in the resilience of their bond with Hansel. They charged forward, fueled by shared determination, their combat skill igniting with vibrant energy as they synchronized their movements seamlessly. Hansel and his allies' combined power erupted, their teamwork forming an unstoppable force aimed directly at defeating their fearsome opponent. Lider launched a powerful attack, his energy surging upward like a volcano, shaking the battlefield as Hansel struggled to recover. A surge of violet energy erupted from Lider, showcasing his signature skill, a chaotic and unpredictable display of combat mastery. Lider's quick sword chaos skill unleashed relentless strikes, each one faster and more intense than the last, overwhelming the arena. Hansel's ally stumbled, unable to control the momentum of Lider's vicious assault, their body succumbing to the chaotic energy. Desperation filled the air as Hansel tried to intervene, the stakes reaching a breaking point amidst the relentless storm of attacks. The chaos came to a sudden halt, leaving an eerie silence. Hansel stood still, questioning his strength amidst the devastation. Lider mocked Hansel's effort, towering with malice, exuding an aura of superiority that drained the energy of those around him. Gathering his willpower, Hansel prepared to push beyond his limits, his determination rekindling against the overwhelming darkness of Lider's power. The ground trembled as Lider's strength reached its peak, the battlefield bearing witness to his sinister display of ultimate dominance. Hansel clenched his fists, his body glowing faintly, as he realized he must tap into something deeper to stand a chance. Lider's ultimate move cracked the battlefield, sending shockwaves across the horizon. Hansel, undeterred, charged forward, relying on his instincts to persevere. Hansel landed, his feet steady. His calm demeanor belied the chaos within, strategizing his next move against this unstoppable foe. He muttered to himself, reflecting on his progress, channeling his strength into a single decisive action to turn the tide. Lider roared with fury, refusing to relent as his form distorted, his monstrous power reaching an unthinkable crescendo before Hansel's eyes. The scene shifted to the outskirts, peaceful and serene, a stark contrast to the fierce battle that continued beyond the cliffs. A soldier frantically called out for General Ryan, sprinting through the castle grounds, urgency evident in every stride and breath. Bursting into the hall, the soldier found Rion at the dining table, his stern expression softened by the warm atmosphere. The soldier's news interrupted the calm. The castle faced a dire threat, an urgent crisis demanding the general's immediate attention. Ryan's companion, initially amused, listened attentively as the soldier detailed the gravity of the situation, her expression shifting from humor to resolve. Mention of Ben struck a nerve, the name alone evoking tension as Ryan and his companion prepared for the unfolding battle. Ryan's companion laughed heartily, her bold demeanor masking the unease that lingered in the air following the soldier's dire warning. The general's frustration grew as he tried to emphasize the urgency, his voice firm, warning of the imminent danger outside. Ryan's companion, though outwardly relaxed, subtly began preparing herself, her sharp instincts revealing her readiness to confront the approaching threat. Ryan questioned her resolve, frustrated by her laughter, but she dismissed his worry, her confident grin unwavering in its intensity. She hinted at a hidden truth, her cryptic words leaving Ryan puzzled as the reality of their situation slowly unraveled. The companion leaned forward, her voice low and serious, explaining the presence of two unknown forces within the castle walls. Rion's mind raced as he considered her words, understanding the implications of the unseen danger they now faced together. She assured him with a sharp, determined look, her confidence cutting through his doubts and renewing his resolve to act. The atmosphere grew tense as the castle seemed to tremble, signaling the arrival of the threat they had both anticipated. Side by side, Ryan and his companion readied themselves for the fight, their bond strengthening as they prepared for battle. Hansel unleashed his latent strength, veins pulsing, as the energy around him cracked, signaling his readiness to end the battle. His opponent, surrounded by a dense, threatening aura, narrowed his gaze, understanding the inevitable clash would determine the battle's outcome. A younger warrior, Hansel's niece, trained nearby, mirroring her uncle's spirit, ready to one day surpass his legend on the continent. Hansel, grinning, pushed forward with relentless vigor, his movements powerful and controlled, inspiring awe from those witnessing his unparalleled strength. His niece, determined and spirited, executed her own training moves with focus, silently vowing to uphold their legacy in her way. The battlefield is overrun with chaos, as Hansel and his team bravely defend against monstrous creatures threatening the kingdom. Memories of the elves' peaceful times echo as they performed rituals and lived harmoniously, undisturbed in their ancient sanctuary. Once revered for their knowledge, the elves now hide in exile, condemned for their magic that humans misunderstood as evil. Hansel meditates alone, reflecting on his training and the burdens of responsibility he carries to unite these fractured worlds. Leaping between buildings, Hansel moves with agility, determined to retrieve a sacred relic hidden deep in the forest stronghold. A serene training ground enveloped in mystic energy awakens Hansel's inner strength, his body glowing with the power of light. Alongside a mentor, he balances strength and grace, pushing his limits to achieve mastery over an ancient combat technique. Within weeks of relentless practice, Hansel develops his unique skill, combining raw power with precise movements to create an unstoppable attack. He unleashes the blast stroke, a devastating technique that channels energy to obliterate any enemy within its radius. Hansel ascends, combining his skills into a strategy that can not only protect his allies, but also end the enemy's reign. Facing the sky, Hansel anticipates the enemy's strike, readying himself for an aerial duel that will decide their fate. The clash begins as Hansel maneuvers mid-air, dodging a lethal strike with breathtaking precision and preparing his counterattack. He performs a daring roll, avoiding projectiles while positioning himself for a clean shot at his opponent's weakest point. Hansel's sharp attack slices through defenses, his blade emitting a radiant glow as he channels every ounce of his energy. Landing gracefully, he prepares for the next wave, his resolve unshaken as he vows to bring peace back to the realm. Soaring confidently through the skies, Ilara channels her energy, preparing to unleash a powerful move against the overwhelming enemy forces. Focusing intensely, she gathers her strength, determined not to falter before completing her critical maneuver to shift the battle's tide. With precision, Ilara spins in midair, creating a circular force field that amplifies her attack, dazzling the onlookers with her skill. The energy spirals downward, hitting the battlefield with devastating impact, clearing a path for her allies to advance unharmed. Smiling fiercely, Ilara challenges the enemy with renewed vigor, knowing her relentless training has pushed her to surpass her limits. Swiftly diving, Ilara dodges the enemy's attack, her instincts guiding her to safety while she plans her next decisive strike. Her blade ignites with radiant energy, slashing through barriers with precision and leaving the enemy no time to recover from the blow. Elara taunts the enemy as her attacks grow sharper, comparing their strength to her unmatched mastery, forged through countless battles. With a triumphant surge, Elara's energy bursts forth, creating golden arcs that signal her dominance over the relentless waves of foes. Landing gracefully, Elara smirks, confident that no opponent can match her precision and sheer determination to end the conflict. Resting briefly, Elara collects her thoughts, realizing the importance of conserving energy for the upcoming, more dangerous phase of the fight. Leaping high into the air, she prepares her signature move, channeling her physical strength and mental focus into a single strike. A burst of light radiates as she commands her weapon to slice through the enemy ranks, leaving them powerless to retaliate. The ground quakes as her attack lands with immense force, signaling her dominance and marking her as the battle's turning point. Golden sparks flare as Elara's power reaches its zenith, solidifying her as an unstoppable force driving hope into her allies. Elara concentrates, her body glowing with fiery energy as she pushes herself to execute a devastating finishing move against the enemy. Her power surges uncontrollably, golden flames encasing her body as she roars, hyperextension, unleashing the full force of her strength. With blinding speed, Elara descends, the ground trembling as her attack lands with explosive power, scattering debris across the battlefield. The impact leaves her drained but victorious, her resolve unwavering even as exhaustion threatens to overtake her after such a mighty strike. A spectator watches in awe, marveling at her endurance, and muttering to himself how relentless training defines her success in battle. Hansel faces an indestructible opponent, frustrated that his relentless punches leave no visible damage, questioning the true nature of the foe. Blue energy spirals form around the monster, revealing its unique, unyielding defense system. Much to Hansel's frustration and growing determination, he wonders aloud, what's the real form of this creature? While assessing weaknesses in its otherwise impenetrable armor-like exterior. Charging forward, Hansel yells with fierce determination, attempting to overpower the beast with raw strength and relentless energy, refusing to back down. With a loud declaration, he sprints toward the creature, declaring the fight isn't over until his strength is truly tested. The ground quakes as Hansel and the monster clash, each strike generating a force that reshapes the surrounding battlefield entirely. The foe's aura intensifies, its power revealed to rival even legendary beings, causing Hansel to recognize the magnitude of his challenge. Summoning his resolve, Hansel charges with full strength, realizing he must dig deeper, pushing himself to surpass his known physical limits. Battling exhaustion, Hansel smirks and mutters, "Guess I need to train harder," as he charges headfirst into the overwhelming storm of energy. Gritting his teeth, Hansel senses his body starting to strain under the pressure, yet refuses to surrender until the fight is won. Hansel leaps skillfully, closing the distance to his opponent, ready to deliver a decisive strike with calculated precision and confidence. Facing the strange monster, Hansel questions what drove its grotesque transformation, sensing an unsettling story behind its fearsome appearance. The monster convulses violently, releasing a sinister yellow glow as its form begins to deteriorate, emitting an ear-piercing screech of pain. Shocked by the creature's sudden breakdown, Hansel wonders if his opponent's strength was fueled by an unstable, dangerous source of power. Watching the creature collapse, Hansel ponders whether its downfall is due to poor preparation or an unbalanced reliance on unnatural enhancements. Exhausted but resolute, Hansel steadies himself, understanding the importance of timing his next move to finish this exhausting battle. A strange sensation overwhelms him, and Hansel recalls the moment he decided to confront the beast, despite sensing something was wrong. Overcome by a fleeting doubt, Hansel hesitates briefly, questioning his motives for fighting a creature that seems more pitiful than malicious. The monster, now weakened and vulnerable, unexpectedly pleads for peace, expressing regret over the senseless battle that has drained them both. Shocked by the creature's sudden humanity, Hansel begins to wonder if fighting is truly the only solution to their conflict. Hansel looks sternly at the creature, questioning its sudden change of heart after causing chaos and attacking so relentlessly. The creature admits fault, breaking down in tears, revealing it was driven by desperation to save someone dear to them. Hansel's frustration peaks, angered by the creature's selfish actions that disrupted others' lives, though he senses sincerity in its words. Bowing low, the creature begs for forgiveness, its remorse evident as it confesses its only wish was to save Elise. Hansel's stance softens slightly, moved by the raw honesty of its plea, yet wary of the consequences of showing mercy. Hansel notices the figure walking through the dark, carrying a small object, surrounded by an eerie, glowing green energy. Realizing the object is Elise, Hansel recalls the tragic story and the weight of revenge that still lingers in the air. Memories resurface of Elise's capture and the grim execution, leaving Hansel filled with anger and a deep sense of loss. A crow watches the scene as darkness envelops the town, the symbol of death casting a shadow over everything. Hansel clenches his fists, vowing revenge as the tragic image of Elise burns in his memory, fueling his relentless resolve. Overcome by frustration, the monster injects itself with a mysterious substance, yellow veins glowing as it struggles to suppress the pain. Holding the syringe tightly, the monster screams, lamenting the drug's agonizing effects, but desperate to gain an edge in battle. Laughing maniacally, it mocks Hansel, blaming the situation on revenge and chaos while preparing to unleash its final, dangerous move. Its body begins to contort unnaturally as it vows to use this temporary power to end Hansel without hesitation. With an unhinged grin, the monster charges forward, determined to deliver its ultimate attack before succumbing to the drug's side effects. The monster's eye widens in panic as it senses an overwhelming force closing in, realizing its reckless gamble has backfired. Sweat drips from Hansel's face as he notices the shifting energy patterns, bracing himself for the inevitable explosive clash. A blinding light tears through the sky, leaving Hansel stunned as a faint silhouette begins to emerge from the chaos. Hansel whispers in disbelief as the figure resembles Elise, the past colliding with the present in an emotional confrontation. 30 years ago in Wurdo country, training grounds were bustling with men honing their skills in preparation for battle. A young Ben observes his friend Wurdo practicing, their bond forged through shared ambitions and the rigorous path of training. Ben explains their nation's weakness in mana reserves, a mystery that fueled their shared quest for understanding magical energy. Wurdo shrugs, uninterested in the discussion, focusing on his physical training rather than pondering magical theories or distant ideals. Ben holds up a book titled The Essence of Magic, determined to uncover truths about their country's mysterious mana deficiency. Wurdo, amused by Ben's serious demeanor, playfully teases him, knowing the two balance each other perfectly through their contrasting personalities. Ben starts narrating the story of their nation's history, describing the events that led to its lack of magical essence. He recalls a time when magic was misused by power-hungry leaders, resulting in a curse that drained the nation's mana. An ancient artifact, the essence of mana, was sealed away by those who sought to prevent further devastation to their homeland. This artifact, Ben concludes, is the reason their people have little mana, shaping the foundation of their country's struggle. Wurdo, unimpressed, jokes that Ben sounds as dramatic as poets, refusing to take the historical narrative seriously in their conversation. Ben smirks, snapping the book shut, challenging Wurdo to put aside words and prove his strength through a sparring match. Wurdo agrees enthusiastically, readying his stance, knowing physical prowess has always been his strength and his way of communication. Both friends exchange smiles, their wooden weapons clashing as the spar begins, echoing the sound of camaraderie and shared determination. The clash intensifies, a blend of skill and passion, each move reflecting their unspoken promise to protect their homeland together. Wurdo swiftly counters Ben's move, showcasing his superior reflexes as the sparring session becomes a lively exchange of skillful strikes. Ben notices a critical gap in Wurdo's defense and seizes the opportunity to land a clean, decisive counterstrike. Wurdo praises Ben for spotting the opening, admitting his friend's sharp instincts despite Ben's tendency to overthink during training sessions. Exhausted but exhilarated, both take a moment to laugh, their friendly competition fostering mutual respect and growth as warriors. Werdo teases Ben about his score, declaring victory while Ben rolls his eyes, knowing the banter is part of their bond. Suddenly, a familiar figure approaches, their master, Ryan, known for her strict discipline and unparalleled combat expertise within the country. Ryan observes Ben critically, pointing out his lack of endurance despite his potential, urging him to focus on consistent effort. She highlights Werdo's enthusiasm and praises his approach, using him as an example to inspire Ben to enjoy his training more. Ryan's presence instantly elevates the session, her advice weaving wisdom and motivation into the friendly atmosphere of their sparring ground. She gestures toward the horizon, introducing Elise, her special student, as a new sparring partner to challenge both of them. Ben locks eyes with Elise, immediately intrigued by her confident stance, sensing a formidable opponent who might push his limits. Ryan explains Elise's potential, emphasizing her unique approach to combat, which complements her keen intellect and precise physical movements. Werdo looks amused, nudging Ben playfully, hinting at the challenge of facing someone whose reputation precedes her arrival. The tension grows as Elise steps forward, her demeanor calm yet sharp, signaling her readiness to prove herself on the field. Ben takes a deep breath, preparing to spar with Elise, fully aware that this encounter will test his skills like never before. Elise smiles confidently, ready to spar, but her remark sparks surprise, making Werdo and Ben exchange shocked glances. Werdo reacts furiously, declaring he won't take her challenge lightly, tightening his grip and preparing for an intense exchange. Elise steps forward, poised and sharp, questioning their perception of her, while Ben and Werdo brace for an unexpected turn. With electrifying speed, Elise's movements overwhelm both, leaving them momentarily stunned by her agility and sheer skill. Ben and Werdo glance at each other, realizing they underestimated Elise, as her power begins to surpass their expectations. Ben and Werdo sit exhausted after the spar, exchanging comments about Elise's incredible strength and resilience during the session. Werdo reflects on how Elise differs from others they've encountered, her strength tempered with humility and a straightforward demeanor. Ben nods, captivated by her balance of charm and simplicity, finding himself quietly admiring her unique qualities as they talk. Werdo teases Ben for his lingering attention on Elise, sensing a new dynamic that could shift the group's dynamics. Elise catches their gaze, smiling warmly, unaware of the effect she's left on both Ben and Werdo's impression of her. As the sun sets, Ben ponders aloud about Elise, his thoughts blending admiration and ambition to grow stronger alongside her. Werdo teases him, asking what's on his mind, but Ben's honesty about his goals catches Werdo off guard. With sudden boldness, Ben declares his dream to marry Elise someday, surprising Werdo with the depth of his feelings. Werdo chuckles, reminding Ben that Elise values strength above all, challenging him to grow strong enough to match her ideals. The sunset bathes them in light, symbolizing Ben's quiet determination to rise above challenges and prove himself worthy of Elise's respect. Ben declares his commitment to intense training, determined to grow stronger and prove himself worthy of the challenges ahead. Their sparring session intensifies as the score becomes competitive, pushing Ben to focus on exploiting even the smallest openings. Despite his best efforts, Ben struggles to keep up, his opponent's growing lead reflecting his need for further refinement. Exhausted and frustrated, Ben collapses to the ground, questioning why he couldn't overcome his rival despite his relentless effort. Looking up, Ben clenches his fists, vowing to find a way to close the gap and emerge victorious next time. Ben asks Werdo if he'd like to spar again, but Werdo refuses, revealing his focus on political responsibilities over combat. Werdo reminds Ben that despite his efforts in swordsmanship, time is his greatest opponent, a foe none can truly defeat. Reflecting on his father's words, Werdo expresses doubts about his readiness to lead, seeking a balance between duty and strength. His father, Leonard Werdo, the Lord of Werdo Country, scolds him, pointing out his inconsistency in managing responsibilities. Rain falls over the castle, mirroring Werdo's conflicted emotions as he contemplates the weight of expectations placed upon him. Leonard sternly advises Werdo to embrace his role, urging him to demonstrate the maturity befitting the future leader of their country. Werdo listens quietly, his inner turmoil evident as he struggles to reconcile his personal goals with his family's expectations. Leonard gestures toward the horizon, reminding Werdo of the sacrifices required to maintain stability and honor within their nation. As the storm intensifies, Werdo steps outside, the rain washing over him as he reflects on his father's harsh yet necessary words. Standing alone in the rain, Werdo resolves to find his path, torn between loyalty to his people and personal aspirations. Elise pulls Werdo from the rain, scolding him for his stubbornness, her determination radiating despite the storm's harsh intensity. She confronts Werdo, refusing to accept his aloof demeanor, insisting his sadness contradicts his claim of being fine. Werdo, surprised by Elise's blunt honesty, reluctantly follows as she promises to show him how to embrace joy amid hardship. As they walk through the rain, Werdo watches Elise, puzzled by her unwavering optimism despite the challenges she constantly faces. He begins to wonder how someone like Elise can smile so freely, inspiring him to rethink his approach to life. Werdo reflects, questioning whether Elise's happiness stems from their time together or if her optimism hides unspoken struggles of her own. His uncertainty grows as he observes her, realizing her joy might be more genuine than he initially believed. In a fleeting moment, Werdo imagines himself becoming the happiest person alive if Elise were to choose him someday. Meanwhile, whispers circulate in the training grounds, sparking rumors about Elise's connections with Ben, creating a lighthearted tension among peers. The atmosphere shifts as everyone speculates about relationships, adding humor to the otherwise serious environment of their rigorous training. Werdo overhears someone suggesting Ben was rejected by Elise, reigniting hope as he contemplates whether he still has a chance. He gathers his courage, convinced their shared experiences reveal a mutual understanding, fueling his determination to express his feelings. Werdo boldly declares his love for Elise, shouting his feelings as though nothing else matters but this moment of honesty. Despite familial expectations and responsibilities, he resolves to prioritize his heart's desire, ready to sacrifice everything for Elise's acceptance. Alone in his room, Werdo reflects on his emotions, dreaming of a future where his love for Elise is reciprocated. Werdo stumbles through the rain, his laughter masking the weight of his emotions, unsure if his feelings will be understood. Reaching his room, he hesitates before stepping inside, torn between retreating into solitude and facing the uncertainty of his heart. The sound of the storm outside mirrors Werdo's inner turmoil as he contemplates his next move, conflicted but resolute. Slowly, he peeks into the dimly lit room, his heartbeat quickening as he notices a shadowy figure waiting inside. His eyes widen in shock and disbelief, the figure's presence hinting at a revelation that could change everything. Ben and Elise walked under a starry sky. Ben questioned her motives, hoping to understand her unwavering trust in him. Elise explained she believed in his potential because he had shown resilience despite the impossible odds stacked against him. Ben reflected on her words, feeling both inspired and burdened by her expectations, unsure if he could truly fulfill them. Magic swirled around them as Ben summoned the energy he had long suppressed, awestruck by the intensity of its presence. With a steady gaze, Elise revealed her secret. Her body was infused with mana, allowing her to resonate with his power. Elise demonstrated her overflowing mana, explaining how it surged uncontrollably and needed periodic release, a truth she hid from others. She admitted releasing mana in solitude to avoid unwanted attention, though she feared this secrecy would eventually lead to trouble. Smiling sheepishly, Elise confessed she hesitated to involve anyone else, especially Ben, in her chaotic and risky life. Ben watched in amazement as Elise released a burst of energy, her glowing figure lighting up the quiet, moonlit night. Suddenly, Elise's face turned pale, warning Ben that overusing mana could have unforeseen consequences if recklessly unleashed. Ben reassured Elise, claiming only he, a skilled magic scholar, could help control her mana and protect her from harm. Declaring his resolve, Ben vowed to stand by Elise, determined to unravel the mysteries of her extraordinary powers. Elise, overwhelmed by his words, smiled softly, promising her loyalty as Ben pledged to stay by her side forever. In a fleeting moment of intimacy, their shared connection grew stronger, illuminated by the warm glow of their intertwined energy. However, in the shadows, an ominous figure muttered Elise's name, their presence threatening the fragile bond between her and Ben. Ben and Elise shared a quiet moment as they fed the small creature, its innocence bringing them temporary peace and joy. The shadow of an unknown figure loomed nearby, his gaze sharp and filled with hidden intent, silently observing their interaction. By morning, Ben and Elise ventured into the woods, the creature following closely, as laughter replaced the lingering tension. Back at camp, the ominous figure revealed his twisted grin, muttering to himself, hinting at plans that involved Elise. Elise turned, her radiant smile masking the growing unease within, unaware of the approaching storm waiting to strike. A sudden disturbance left Elise reeling, her knees buckling as the surge of mana within her body became too much to bear. Ben rushed to her side, his voice filled with panic, desperate to understand what had caused her to collapse so suddenly. Elise assured him it was manageable, but her trembling hands revealed otherwise, the mana's unpredictability becoming an increasing threat. Ben's resolve hardened as he watched her struggle, determined to find a way to ease her burden and protect her. Alone in his study, Ben devised a risky experiment, willing to push boundaries if it meant saving Elise from harm. Ben pleaded with Elise, promising he'd found a way to enhance her physical resilience, if only she'd give him time. He showed her the fruits of his research, a discovery he believed could stabilize her mana and prolong her life. Despite his confidence, Elise hesitated, her doubts fueled by the shadow of a monstrous figure emerging in the distant hallway. The figure charged with ferocity, its intentions clear, as Ben yelled in shock and fear, calling out Elise's name urgently. Elise, summoning her mana, prepared to face the monstrous threat head-on, her determination shining even as danger closed in. Werdo approached Elise and Ben, his voice trembling with emotion, expressing relief at finally finding them after all this time. Werdo, flustered, nervously confessed his feelings to Elise, his words tumbling out in a mix of hope, fear, and desperation. Tears streamed down Werdo's face as he recalled their happier days, begging Elise to consider the bond they once shared. Elise paused, her expression uncertain, weighing her words carefully, knowing the truth might only deepen the wound for Werdo. Her mana glowed faintly as she asked Werdo if he could still love her, even with her criminal destiny. Elise's voice turned firm, questioning Werdo's prior ignorance of her struggles, as her glowing aura signaled her growing frustration. Werdo shouted, his voice cracking, admitting his cowardice in the past, but insisting he was now ready to stand with her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Werdo collapsed to his knees, tears streaking his face as his resolve clashed with his lingering fears. Elise, visibly shaken, whispered her apology, her glowing presence a silent acknowledgement of the pain their fates had caused. The air between them became heavy with unspoken truths as Elise silently prepared to face the challenges ahead. At sunrise, Elise stood alone on the barren field, her gaze distant, contemplating the path her journey had taken. Werdo watched her from afar, his heart heavy with unspoken words as the weight of their situation dawned on him. That evening, Elise stood before the feudal lord's palace, flames of rebellion and determination flickering in her eyes. The townspeople, holding torches high, shouted for justice, demanding reign and answers from the reclusive feudal lord within the palace walls. The feudal lord turned to Werdo, gesturing toward the crowd below, reminding him of his responsibility to protect their people. The feudal lord paced anxiously, muttering about his inability to control the weather, fearing the wrath of the people. His advisor tried calming him, suggesting that the people's anger needed a target to pacify their growing unrest. The lord scoffed, questioning if he was hated, but the advisor reassured him that the people sought someone to blame. The lord laughed darkly, hinting at a plan to shift their fury to someone else, sparking his advisor's unease. With a twisted grin, the lord revealed his scapegoat, leaving his advisor silently dreading the sinister path ahead. The lord declared Elise as the target, catching his advisor off guard, who struggled to conceal his shock and frustration. The advisor stammered, questioning the morality of using someone his son loved as a pawn in this dangerous political game. The Lord's harsh glare silenced him, dismissing compassion as weakness, determined to assert control no matter the cost. Fuming with guilt, the advisor attempted to protest, but stopped, realizing he lacked the power to sway the Lord's decision. The atmosphere grew tense, the Lord's anger boiling over as he issued orders, his booming voice echoing through the hall. The Lord berated his son, questioning his ability to rule when emotions clouded his judgment, branding him a liability. Overcome with humiliation, the son begged for forgiveness, realizing the extent of his father's disdain and unwavering authority. Unable to endure further disgrace, the son was dragged to the dungeons, his pleas drowned by the Lord's cold resolve. As the sun set, the son escaped, determined to defy his father's tyranny and protect Elise from this cruel fate. Standing on the hill, the son vowed to fight, even if Elise could never be his, ready to face the army. Werdo rushed through the angry crowd, desperately calling Elise's name, his heart pounding as he saw her surrounded by danger. Elise, tied and struggling, screamed for Werdo's help, her voice echoing amidst the chaos of the mob's heated accusations. The crowd murmured, questioning Werdo's loyalty. They speculated whether he was an ally of Elise, branding her as a witch. Fury escalated as the mob decided that anyone connected to Elise deserved punishment, their cries for execution growing louder. Werdo stood frozen, sweat dripping as the mob's chants filled the air, and Elise's fate hung in the balance. A shadowed figure appeared, tossing a hood to the ground, revealing Werdo as he stepped forward to confront the raging crowd. His voice trembled with defiance as he proclaimed Elise's innocence, drawing the mob's ire but refusing to abandon her. Werdo's words momentarily silenced the mob, but their leader sneered, accusing him of being another dangerous traitor to the town. Chaos erupted as the mob surged forward, stones and debris flying, but Werdo stood firm, his body shielding Elise. From the shadows, a dark figure watched with an unsettling grin, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Weapons clattered to the ground as a heavy thud echoed, signaling the arrival of a massive, unknown threat in the forest. Werdo's head snapped toward Elise, panic surging as the ominous noise grew louder, signaling an incoming fight for survival. A monstrous beast emerged, eyes burning with rage, lunging at Werdo with its claws as Elise screamed in terror. Werdo clenched his fists, his muscles bulging with effort, shouting a familiar training mantra as he prepared to defend Elise. With a swift motion, Werdo's powerful strike connected, his adrenaline surging as the crowd stared in awe at his strength. He launched himself forward, muscles flexing, fists clenched, ready to destroy anything in his way. Nothing would stop his momentum today. Crashing down like a meteor, he created a shockwave, sending dust and debris flying. The ground trembled beneath his power. His grip tightened, veins bulging, focusing his strength into a single arm. His target stood frozen, realizing escape was impossible now. The creature's face twisted, realizing it had no time to react. Its teeth gnashed, but fear crept into its eyes. With one massive swing, everything exploded into chaos. The ground cracked. His enemy was sent flying, unable to withstand such force. The monster howled, scrambling to its feet, rage filling its face. Its movements were erratic, but its intent was dangerously clear. Without hesitation, he charged again, fists colliding against the beast's thick skin. Each hit sent shockwaves through the battlefield, shaking everything. His grip tightened, refusing to let go as the monster thrashed violently. The struggle intensified, but he would not surrender. Lifting the creature high above, he slammed it into the ground, dust rising from the sheer impact. Silence filled the air. He clenched his fist, steadying himself. The fight wasn't over yet, and he knew this was just the beginning of battle. With another mighty leap, he propelled himself forward, muscles tensed. He wasn't holding back anymore. This was the final blow. His arm swung downward, aiming for a clean strike. The air around his fist crackled, his entire body locked in motion. The impact shattered everything, sending a ripple of destruction through the earth. The force alone made everything tremble violently. He stepped forward, dust settling. His breath was steady, his resolve unshaken. There was only one thing left to do. Turning to his ally, he nodded. The battle was done, but their journey wasn't over. More challenges awaited beyond the horizon. A massive whirlwind formed, twisting violently, sucking everything in its path. The air pressure shifted, signaling an overwhelming force approaching fast. He turned, eyes widening, recognizing the strange energy. This wasn't just any storm. Something familiar was caught in its chaotic swirl. The whirlwind revealed a monstrous creature at its core, howling with fury. Its sheer presence sent chills down his spine immediately. Standing firm, he smirked, cracking his knuckles. The enemy wasn't the only one ready for battle. Strength would decide everything today. The ground shook as he braced himself. Whatever happened next, he knew this fight would push him far beyond his limits. The whirlwind intensified, twisting skyward. A deep growl echoed, followed by an unexpected bark. Something unexpected was trapped within the chaos. She stood nearby, watching, arms crossed. Her eyes were sharp, unimpressed. Whatever happened next, she had no plans to interfere. A cold command was given. She didn't care about the outcome, only that things moved according to her own plan. Watching from afar, another figure screamed, desperate. Fear and urgency filled the air, but no one cared about his warnings anymore. The decision was made. Orders were shouted. The next battle wasn't just physical. It was a war of trust and betrayal. A sword flashed, cutting through the air. With a determined charge, she dashed forward, eyes burning with unshaken fury. Confused, he stepped back. This wasn't expected. Why was she attacking him? What had he done to deserve this aggression? Below, the battlefield stretched wide. With no time to think, he had to move. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive her next strike. Rage filled her expression, her blade steady. The accusations in her eyes were clearer than words. This was personal, and she wouldn't stop. Watching from a distance, another figure sighed. He knew this wouldn't end easily. Another chase had begun, and it wasn't over. The blades clashed, sparks flying as steel met steel. The impact echoed, shaking the battlefield as the tension reached its peak. From the sidelines, voices shouted, desperation filling the air. Some begged for reason, while others knew nothing would stop the inevitable fight. With unwavering determination, she surged forward. Her speed was relentless, each step closing the distance between her and the final moment. They understood the stakes, but standing still wasn't an option. Even if the odds were against them, they had to intervene. Lunging together, they grabbed hold, muscles straining. They refused to let her continue, even if it meant risking everything in this struggle. She stood firm, gripping her swords tightly. Breathing deeply, she focused. This wasn't just a fight, it was her moment to act. With a swift motion, she moved forward. Every fiber of her being surged with energy, her target clear, her will unshaken. A sudden burst of force propelled her through the air. The wind howled as she cut straight toward her ultimate goal. Below, chaos erupted. Blades flashed, bodies moved, but only one thing mattered now: reaching the enemy before it was too late. With a final strike, she landed. The tension thickened, eyes locked. This was it, the decisive confrontation that would change everything. A footstep landed, steady and deliberate. The air crackled with unspoken intensity, signaling the next phase of the relentless struggle ahead. He clenched his fists, his resolve unshaken. If he didn't act now, everything would spiral beyond control. Time was running out. Without hesitation, he lunged. Arms outstretched, he reached for her, knowing that this single moment could shift the course of fate. Their eyes met midair. A flicker of recognition passed between them. This was more than a battle, it was a test of trust. As the dust settled, uncertainty remained. There was no turning back. Whatever happened next, the fight wasn't just about strength anymore. He landed with a solid stance, eyes focused. The fight wasn't over, but something about this moment felt strangely different now. His opponent stood ready, gripping the sword tightly. The wind carried a lingering tension between them, neither willing to make the first move. A smirk formed as she analyzed his movements. He was fast, but she needed more proof before deciding his real strength. The breeze lifted her hair as she locked eyes with him. For a brief second, everything else disappeared from her mind. His fingers curled into a fist, feeling the weight of the moment. He thought about how everything had led to this. A sudden burst of energy, and she dashed forward. The sword gleamed under the sun, aimed precisely at his position. He barely had time to react, dodging quickly. She wasn't hesitating, and that meant he had no room for mistakes. Fear crept onto the battlefield. Someone nearby panicked, realizing just how serious this battle had become. There was no turning back. A sharp swing, the force behind it enough to shatter the ground. The attack missed, but the damage was undeniable. He clenched his jaw, breathing heavily. This wasn't just any fight. It was a battle that would determine the future. He felt the impact as he narrowly dodged another strike. Every move she made forced him to adjust, testing his limits. The battlefield echoed with sharp sounds of steel clashing. She was relentless, pushing him back with each calculated movement. He shifted his weight, bracing himself. The next move needed to count, or this fight would spiral completely out of control. With a sudden burst of strength, he countered. The force sent her flying, landing hard against the ground, dust swirling around them. He took a deep breath, staring down. Was it over? Or had he underestimated just how determined she really was? She slowly opened her eyes, the world spinning around her. Pain throbbed through her body, but she knew she was alive. A bright light shined through the window. The unfamiliar ceiling above made her realize she had woken up somewhere completely different. Memories rushed back. The last thing she remembered was collapsing, the battle still raging, unsure of what had happened next. Someone called her name, their voice urgent. She turned her head, heart pounding. She wasn't alone. Someone had been watching over her. Sitting beside her, a stranger smiled kindly. They had been waiting for her to wake up, ready to explain everything. She sat up, rubbing her temples, trying to piece things together. What had happened? Why was she being taken care of? The stranger spoke, explaining calmly. He had been assigned to watch over her, ensuring she recovered safely before moving again. His words didn't fully reassure her. She needed to know where her opponent was and what had happened after she collapsed. He smiled, offering to take her where she needed to go. His kindness felt strange, but she had no choice. As they traveled, doubts filled her mind. Could she trust him? Or was this all just another trap waiting to unfold? The journey led them to a clearing where she spotted familiar figures. Her pulse quickened. She had finally found what she sought. In the distance, she saw them, her eyes narrowing. Whatever had happened, the battle wasn't over and she wasn't done yet. The air thickened as she prepared herself. This wasn't a reunion. This was another step toward unfinished business waiting ahead. Her muscles tensed, her breath steady. No hesitation this time. She wasn't backing down, not after everything she had endured. From afar, a familiar voice roared. The battle wasn't waiting any longer. It was time to fight once again. His eyes sparkled with excitement, a newfound realization striking him. This was it. The moment he had been waiting for all along. Hansel walked ahead, muscles flexing, leading exhausted warriors behind him. The sun burned, sweat dripped, but training never stopped for greatness. A sudden notification popped in his vision, glowing bright. Trainer mind skill acquired. He smirked, feeling an odd shift inside him. Another message appeared. His trainer mind fused with calm skill. A strange serenity settled over him, sharpening his instincts like never before. He grinned, veins bulging. Exercise is life. Should I push you harder? His aura grew intense, radiating power no one could ignore. Psychopath trainer skill acquired? His laughter echoed, shaking the air. The warriors shivered, realizing their leader had evolved into something terrifying. Hansel's voice boomed, sending a chilling wave through everyone. Muscles flexed, eyes widened. No one could escape the fate of training. One warrior dropped to his knees, screaming. The intensity was unbearable. He begged for mercy, but Hansel's fitness philosophy knew none. Meanwhile, a castle stood proudly in the distance, its stone walls looming over the city, bustling with merchants and adventurers alike. Inside, nobles gathered around a massive table. A man at the head stood, clearing his throat. Let's begin the meeting. Papers shuffled as discussions grew tense. Whispers filled the hall. Decisions made here could shape the entire fate of their kingdom. A mustached man unrolled a scroll, speaking calmly. A troubling report has arrived. The room tensed as he glanced around. Another document appeared, summoning General Ron. His presence alone commanded respect. He studied the message, his expression unreadable. The room quieted. A woman leaned forward, arms crossed. "What's your plan for this?" She wasn't one for patience, expecting immediate answers. The mustached man exhaled. The war hero, Philip, suggested handling this differently. Eyes met across the table, tension thickening between them. Some nodded. "A good idea, sir." The decision loomed. If they agreed, history could shift forever, altering their kingdom's fate completely. More warriors had gathered, drawn by Hansel's extreme training. They admired his physique, knowing only hard work could achieve such perfection. The gates opened, and disciplined soldiers marched in unison. Their synchronized movements echoed strength, forming a new elite combat division. The newly formed bodybuilding sword unit stood proud. Their sheer presence intimidated enemies. Muscles flexed, weapons glimmered, and battle-hardened eyes sharpened. "The unit needs a proper coach," the strategist suggested. "Who better than a bodybuilder? Perfect discipline, unmatched endurance, an ideal combination." The leader smiled. "That's good news." Finally, the nation had an army trained under Hansel's brutal methods. The kingdom felt unstoppable. Hansel raised his hand slightly, a subtle motion yet powerful enough to silence the entire room. Something seemed different about him. Without a word, he turned away. His shoulders stiffened, eyes darkened, and an eerie presence settled over the gathered officials. The leader hesitated, noticing Hansel's tension. "Hansel?" His voice carried concern, but no response came. Only silence, heavier than before. Hansel remained still, shadows covering his expression. His muscles tensed, his mind elsewhere. Something beyond this room demanded his immediate attention. The floor cracked beneath his sudden movement. Energy surged. Whatever was coming, Hansel had already decided. His body was ready for war. His instincts screamed danger. Hansel's eyes locked onto the threat. Something was off, and he wasn't about to be caught unprepared. His stance shifted, battle-ready, muscles coiled like steel, veins pulsing with energy. The room's tension exploded into an overwhelming sense of dread. Hansel's eyes flared. His presence alone sent shockwaves, as if every muscle in his body declared its readiness for absolute destruction. The room trembled as Hansel charged. His movements defied logic, raw power turning the battlefield into his personal training ground. Warriors rushed forward, trying to match his intensity. But Hansel's aura alone made it clear. No one could keep up with him. Hansel leaned forward, eyes gleaming. His intense aura made the room tense. The warriors hesitated, feeling like they were his next target. One soldier slumped forward, sighing. He had suffered too much already. The thought of more training made his legs tremble. The leader of the council cleared his throat, deciding to keep discussions brief. Time was of the essence, and tension was high. A noble cheered dramatically, his admiration clear. The meeting had taken a strange turn, with emotions running higher than expected. A scroll was unrolled. More plans were being finalized, and every decision now held the weight of the nation's future. The council hall was filled with an air of finality. A crucial judgment had been made, one that could change everything. She placed herself in judgment's hands, rejecting power. Her conviction was both inspiring and unsettling, leaving the room divided in thought. The weight of everything finally hit one of the council members. He fell into despair, unable to process the dramatic moment. Hansel, unbothered by the drama, offered a practical solution. His mindset never wavered. Training and discipline were the only real answers. Hansel's eyes lit up with excitement. A new challenge had arrived, and nothing thrilled him more than pushing limits further. The nobles exchanged glances. If Hansel was truly leaving, this could be their golden opportunity to seize more influence and power. A shadowed figure smirked in the corner. His plan was unfolding perfectly, and soon the balance of power would shift. A noble chuckled, lifting his glass. Being a feudal lord was easier than expected, he mused, enjoying his sudden rise. Hansel, completely oblivious to the schemes, flexed proudly. If leadership needed stamina, then training was the only way forward. A noblewoman's laughter echoed through the hall. Politics always favored those who knew how to play the game with charm. The atmosphere grew lighter as people enthusiastically endorsed the new appointment. Everything was moving faster than anyone had initially anticipated. One council member, overwhelmed, yelled for the next agenda. There was no time for hesitation. Decisions had to be made quickly. The room settled as important military strategies were laid out. War loomed in the background, and preparation was now a necessity. Hansel, meanwhile, was more interested in the weapons than the discussion. Training mattered more to him than politics or tactics. A woman with piercing eyes stepped forward. Her presence commanded respect, and murmurs filled the room as she spoke with confidence. She had walked with elves and learned ancient wisdom. Her connection to spirits gave her knowledge few could ever hope for. Hansel's excitement spiked. A chance to fight something legendary? His focus shifted entirely to her, eager for this new adventure. But her request was different. She sought revenge, a vendetta that ran deeper than any battlefield Hansel had ever known. Her gaze darkened. This wasn't about power, it was personal. The ones responsible for her family's tragedy had to pay. The cavern walls shook as Ben clenched his fists. The mission had gone wrong, and he wasn't ready for another failure. Frustration boiled within him. He couldn't afford another mistake. His pride was on the line, and redemption was his only goal. Laughter echoed through the cave. A mocking voice rang out, piercing the tension. Someone enjoyed watching Ben struggle with his missteps. A woman dressed elegantly smirked. Power wasn't just strength. It was influence, and she wielded it like a finely sharpened blade. Beside her, a mechanical figure loomed, its glowing eyes unblinking. In this world, strength alone wouldn't be enough to survive. She took a slow sip of tea, savoring the taste. Without Elise around, things had finally fallen into perfect order. A sudden movement caught her attention. The air tensed as a blade sliced through the shadows, aiming directly at her. Ben lunged forward, his eyes burning with resolve. The odds were against him, but retreat wasn't an option anymore. A sudden blast echoed through the cavern, shaking the ground. Something ancient had awakened, its presence undeniable and overwhelming. From the cliffside, dark figures emerged, their wings flapping against the night sky. Whatever was coming, it wouldn't be peaceful. The night was silent, broken only by the distant cries of birds. Shadows loomed over the forest, hiding secrets within. A warning sign stood by the path, its faded skull marking danger. Few dared to cross this threshold, but hesitation wasn't an option. Boots pressed against the dirt, steady and unwavering. The search had been long, but the trail was clear. The destination was close. Under the moonlight, Rain smirked, gripping her weapon. The organization she sought had nowhere left to hide. The hunt had begun. The fierce warrior Elise leaps forward, her presence exuding a raw, terrifying power, sending shockwaves through the silent battlefield. Her adversary, veins pulsating with rage, snarls ferociously, his eyes glowing with hatred as he vows to destroy Elise. Onlookers chuckle from the shadows, finding humor in the seething fury that radiates from the towering, anger-filled brute. As Elise gazes down, her resolve hardens. A chilling decision forms in her mind that could change everything forever. With a menacing glow in her eyes, Elise declares her intent. Nothing will stop her from eradicating the source of this evil. Energy bursts from Elise's hands, crackling and surging, lighting up the dark arena with an intimidating emerald-green radiance. The opponent recoils, his muscles twitching under the weight of her power, unsure if he's prepared to counter the assault. Elise lunges forward, her strike smashing into the ground, sending debris flying as cracks ripple across the battlefield floor. Amid the chaos, a sly observer remarks how Elise's dramatic actions might just be seen as a betrayal to others. Whispering amongst themselves, her enemies laugh darkly, convinced that Elise has turned her back on everyone she once trusted. Elise pauses, unwavering, her eyes blazing with intent, while her foes grow confident, mocking her for her supposed betrayal. With a sudden movement, Elise claims her target, declaring victory over the chaos she had so carefully planned to overcome. Her adversary falls to the ground, writhing in agony as Elise's raw energy engulfs him, breaking through his defenses. Elise's dominance over the situation becomes clear, her aura commanding, her strike ending the desperate battle with absolute finality. As dawn breaks, Elise's path clears, but questions linger among survivors. Was she fighting for her comrades or her own cause? A sinister grin spreads across Elise's face as she taunts her opponent, her eyes gleaming with anticipation and mischief. Her adversary bellows angrily, slamming the ground and claiming what's his frustration echoing across the darkened battlefield. Elise dances around, mocking her opponent's slow reflexes, her movements nimble as she snatches what he was desperately trying to protect. With the moonlight casting shadows, the two warriors clash, each claiming superiority as their weapons slice through the still night air. Elise unleashes her skill, a luminous sword strike that splits the darkness, aiming to end the confrontation once and for all. A brilliant explosion erupts from Elise's strike, the golden shockwave illuminating the battlefield and forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Chaos ensues as the explosion sends her enemies scattering, their laughter turning into screams as they scramble for safety. Amidst the commotion, a shadowy figure emerges, wielding a blade that moves with precision, targeting Elise with every swing. Elise's adversaries, confused and shaken, try to regroup, but the tension in the air hints at an imminent betrayal. One of the fighters suddenly turns, his expression twisting into disbelief as Elise's hidden trick takes him by complete surprise. Elise's opponent grumbles, surveying the battlefield filled with weeds, their growth seemingly alive, swaying ominously in the night breeze. With a triumphant roar, Elise channels her power, sending a wave of green energy surging through the battlefield with devastating effect. The haunting melody of Song of the Rotten Forest plays as the energy summons vines that twist and grow aggressively. The forest awakens, roots and tendrils bursting forth to trap her enemies who struggle to free themselves from the constricting greenery. As the forest consumes her foes, Elise runs through the chaos, her determined figure blending into the shadows of the wild. Elise weaves through the towering forest, her movements swift as glowing green energy surges and transforms the landscape into chaos. She summons the Rotten Wood Symphony, vines bursting from the earth, spreading destruction with their relentless, suffocating grip. The enemy is entangled by Elise's devastating attack, their struggles futile against the overwhelming force of the surging, wild forest. As Elise's sword lights up the battlefield, her combat skill strikes terror into her opponent, who realizes their disadvantage. Elise charges forward, determined to finish the battle, honoring her resolve with strength that stems from her ancestors' teachings. The enemy glares, their twisted grin mocking Elise as they challenge the traditions she holds dear with malicious intent. Elise counters with her refined combat skill, unleashing her sword for bliss, a radiant strike aimed at her foe's heart. The battlefield erupts in chaos as Elise's strikes shatter their defenses, her power ripping through their form with unrelenting precision. A loud, agonized scream echoes across the field as Elise's opponent falls, their final moments consumed by her unmatched strength. The dust settles, revealing Elise standing victorious, her blade gleaming under the moonlight as the battle finally comes to an end. Ian steps forward, calm and focused, as he clears the path ahead, his precision guiding the group through the dense terrain. She, reluctant but compliant, follows Ian's lead, watching closely for traps while sparing cautious glances at his curious antics. He stumbles, questioning Ian's unconventional path, wondering if their detour holds some hidden significance or is simply a misguided choice. Yu Seoa steps in, her confidence reassuring the group as she reveals a new trail that diverges from the expected route. The group pauses, their journey reaching a significant point as they discover their destination and prepare for what lies ahead. Yu Seoa instructs the group with authority, her voice clear, as they begin the grueling task of jumping squats in unison. She leads by example, her focus unwavering, counting each repetition while the group pushes through the demanding physical exercise. As the routine continues, the serene forest atmosphere contrasts sharply with their effort, the sound of nature blending with their training. The chirping birds and rustling leaves create a calming background, momentarily masking the group's growing exhaustion during the intense workout. The air becomes still, and a faint glow emanates from the spirit's path, signaling the arrival of something extraordinary. A delicate flower blooms, releasing radiant energy that envelops the surroundings, capturing everyone's attention with its ethereal and magical beauty. The glowing energy spirals upward, lighting up the sky as the group watches in awe, feeling its overwhelming spiritual presence. Elise instinctively reaches out, connecting with the radiant energy as it forms a bond, illuminating the path forward with clarity. The light dissipates into the sky, leaving behind a tranquil silence, signaling that the spirits have acknowledged their determination and effort. A voice echoes, breaking the silence, urging the group to focus as the next challenge demands even greater perseverance and strength. He motivates the group to push further, his confident stance inspiring determination as everyone braces themselves for another intense challenge. The group hesitates momentarily, but quickly gathers their resolve, encouraged by He's energy, knowing the importance of their collective effort. She rallies the team, repeating the instructions with enthusiasm, ensuring everyone is on the same page before resuming their exercise. The group shouts in unison, their voices echoing through the forest as they commit to completing the set with unwavering resolve. Their synchronized chant of 60 times carries their determination forward, blending discipline and camaraderie to overcome the limits of their endurance. Jang Yun feels a surge of energy lifting him as the surroundings transform, the weightlessness making him question reality itself. He finds himself soaring through the spirit realm, its ethereal beauty overwhelming as a mysterious power wraps around him. Yu Xiao-ah watches Jang Yun ascend, her calm expression hiding curiosity about how his spirit will adapt to this mystical environment. The group steps into the motherland Gaia, a realm of endless skies and ancient beauty, standing in awe of its majesty. Their arrival in spirit realm, Gaia reveals vast landscapes filled with glowing clouds and a volcano burning with golden light. Sparky leaps with joy upon seeing the new environment, her excitement contagious, though the realm's unique energy makes her uneasy. As she ventures further, the ground beneath her trembles, and pillars of glowing light erupt, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Unexpectedly, she crashes into an unknown object, the force throwing her backward as she tries to make sense of her surroundings. Sparky struggles with an unfamiliar weight on her body, her strength seemingly fading, though Hansel smiles knowingly, urging her to keep going. Hansel demonstrates squats with enthusiasm, his energy infectious, motivating everyone to follow his lead despite the strange conditions they're in. Hansel hears a heavy thudding sound reverberating through the air, drawing his attention to the source with growing curiosity. With a determined look, Hansel realizes the mysterious location includes a home gym, sparking excitement for a new challenge. He learns of a figure called Behemoth, whose reputation precedes him as a powerful and formidable opponent in strength. Hansel steps forward confidently, eager to meet Behemoth and prove himself, his resolve burning as the gym's lights glow ominously. The massive Behemoth stomps forward, each step shaking the ground, its towering form overshadowing the scattered figures below. Hansel braces himself as the Behemoth charges, its heavy strikes smashing the ground and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The collision between them sends Hansel flying back, his determination flickering but not extinguished as he readies himself for round 2. Hansel's allies rush to his side, their concern evident, but his focused gaze reassures them of his unshaken resolve. As Hansel stands, the Behemoth emits a mechanical growl, signaling its readiness for another bout with increased intensity. The Behemoth charges again, its immense weight breaking the ground beneath it, while Hansel prepares for a counterstrike with precision. With a loud cry, Hansel strikes back, his strength meeting the Behemoth's overwhelming force in a dramatic and fiery clash. Hansel feels the strain but welcomes it, his excitement building as he pushes himself beyond his usual physical limits. The battlefield is filled with echoes of roaring, clashing, and crumbling debris as Hansel battles to subdue the behemoth's relentless power. The behemoth's mighty roar signals another attack, testing Hansel's endurance as he counters with unyielding strength and determination. The behemoth begins to glow ominously, its movements becoming erratic as it powers up, the battlefield trembling under its intense energy. Hansel's companions shout warnings as the behemoth's power surges, recognizing this moment as a critical turning point in the fight. Hansel roars, demanding the behemoth intensify its weight, embracing the challenge as he prepares to deliver his ultimate counterattack. The behemoth launches its final strike, its glowing form a blur of energy, as Hansel stands tall to meet it head-on. With a triumphant shout, Hansel unleashes his full strength, overpowering the behemoth in a brilliant display of raw energy and willpower. Hansel's voice echoes through the purple mist, counting reps with unwavering focus, his muscles straining as he completes each squat. Yuseoa observes curiously, asking about Hansel's intense activity, while the group exchanges glances, recognizing it as his leg day. Yuseoa tilts her head, confused about the term, prompting Chaina to explain its significance in building strength and endurance. Chaina gestures enthusiastically, breaking down the concept of leg-focused training, his energy infectiously encouraging everyone to participate alongside Hansel. Meanwhile, a voice from the distance interrupts their conversation, identifying the group as unexpected guests in the spirit realm. The booming voice declares itself as Behemoth, the ruler of spirit realm Gaia, demanding to know the purpose of their visit. Hansel, amidst his squats, cheerfully calls out the Count, unfazed by Behemoth's intimidating tone and the growing tension. The towering figure of Behemoth looms closer, his size and aura undeniable, causing the group to shift uneasily in anticipation. Hansel steps forward confidently, standing before Behemoth, his demeanor unwavering, ready to prove himself against the realm's formidable guardian. Behemoth raises a brow, sensing Hansel's determination, as the air between them grows heavy with the weight of an impending challenge. Behemoth questions Hansel again, his powerful voice reverberating, but Hansel instead starts analyzing the water's role in muscle growth. Hansel enthusiastically explains the importance of hydration in strengthening muscles, observing the unique properties of the realm's water supply. With newfound insight, Hansel and the group begin experimenting with the water, marveling at its softness and potential muscle benefits. The team drinks the mystical water with renewed vigor, their excitement building as they anticipate the strength it might provide. Behemoth looks on, bewildered by their antics, muttering in disbelief as the group turns the serene moment into energetic chaos. Hansel grins after hydrating, shifting his focus to Behemoth, signaling that it's finally time for a serious conversation to begin. Behemoth fumes, frustrated by Hansel's casual attitude, scolding the group for their apparent lack of manners while talking with a ruler. Hansel laughs off the reprimand, confidently declaring that respect must be earned, which only adds fuel to Behemoth's growing irritation. Behemoth decides to teach them a lesson, his metallic companions stirring into action, their thunderous footsteps echoing through the terrain. The group finds themselves entering a labyrinthine maze, walls shifting ominously, revealing the challenge without the spirit's direct guidance. From atop a towering structure, Behemoth explains the maze's constantly changing paths, setting the stage for an intense test of resolve. He warns of golems scattered throughout, their hulking forms ready to pounce on anyone who dares to cross the maze's boundaries. Yuseoa sprints ahead, her quick reflexes propelling her forward as she confidently takes on the maze with a calm determination. Her unique technique, the breaststroke exercise, allows her to glide seamlessly through the shifting walls, maintaining control despite increasing gravity. She shouts back to Behemoth, vowing not to let his increasing gravity hinder her progress or break her momentum. Yuseoa lands after a swift leap, but the overwhelming gravity suddenly forces her to stumble, slowing her calculated movements. She clenches her fists, analyzing the situation, realizing the maze's gravity manipulation is a direct attempt to suppress her agility. Determined not to falter, she readjusts her pace, each step deliberate, eyes sharp as she studies the maze's shifting paths. A sudden thud catches her attention, her instincts kicking in as she prepares for the unknown lurking around the corner. She hears Hansel's familiar voice counting repetitions, his relentless training providing an odd sense of comfort in the maze's uncertainty. Hansel strikes the walls repeatedly, counting each hit aloud, his focused determination causing cracks to appear despite their immense sturdiness. With each hit, Hansel's companions watch in awe, realizing his relentless strength is slowly but surely breaking the labyrinth's defenses. The group learns the maze is governed by the spirit of land, its gravity and traps testing their resolve and endurance. Hansel ignores the warnings about the indestructibility of the walls, proving his sheer power can overcome even the toughest obstacles. With a final resounding blow, Hansel grins, proudly displaying the results of his efforts to motivate his stunned allies. Chaina steps forward, observing the damage Hansel caused, encouraging the group to utilize the weakened points to break through efficiently. His lighthearted demeanor reassures everyone, turning the tense atmosphere into a playful moment as they realize the maze's weaknesses. The group turns their attention to the golems, preparing themselves for the inevitable clash with the mechanical guardians of the maze. One of the companions activates a skill, Honeyed Tongue with a Heart of Stone, aimed at confusing and delaying the golem's movements. The strategy works momentarily, giving the group enough time to regroup and plan their next move while the golems hesitate. A sudden beam of light pierces through the maze, striking one of the golems with devastating force, disrupting the uneasy stalemate. The impact sends shockwaves across the area, shattering sections of the maze and drawing everyone's attention to the unexpected attack. The golems stumble from the explosion, their movements now erratic, as Hansel leaps into action, charging toward the source of the attack. Flames rise from the destruction, and Hansel, undeterred, spots the towering figure of Behemoth, realizing the final challenge lies ahead. Standing before the destruction, Hansel's face lights up with excitement. Eager to confront Behemoth and prove his unmatched strength, Yu Seoa examines the setup carefully, her focused expression revealing her determination to uncover the mechanism behind the looming rope. Below the towering rope, the group notices the base where it's tied, realizing the complexity of the task ahead. Hansel suggests brute force, his confidence unwavering, but others caution him, pointing to the rope's delicate connection to the structure. As the group debates, Hansel's thoughts wander, reflecting on his 11-month journey since arriving in this unfamiliar, challenging world. The rope reminds Hansel of Earth, a symbol of the simpler times he left behind, stirring deep emotions within his heart. At just 17, Hansel has carried the weight of survival, hiding his homesickness behind a mask of determination and strength. Looking up at the rope tied to the roof, Hansel feels a pang of longing for the home he left behind. The pulley system above sparks his curiosity, its odd placement a reminder of the intricate connections between Earth and this realm. Memories of familiar objects from home flood Hansel's mind, making him feel nostalgic as he recalls the life he once knew. His emotions overwhelm him briefly, the weight of his memories softening his expression as he stares at the rope with quiet resolve. A glowing machine stood tall, its steel frame shining under the light, a revolutionary creation designed to build strength through repetition. Long ago, Andrew Well observed athletes lifting weights. He realized the movement mimicked a controlled force, inspiring a machine for efficiency. His idea stemmed from the natural mechanics of lifting. With proper resistance, it could replicate strength training without needing heavy free weights. Through careful design, he crafted a system allowing controlled resistance. It changed the way people trained, making workouts safer and stronger. In the present, variations of this machine exist everywhere. Its purpose remains the same: maximizing strength, endurance, and controlled muscle engagement. Hansel wiped his face, gazing at the machine. The unfamiliar crowd behind him questioned its purpose, unaware of its true potential. Confused figures surrounded him, eyes locked on the contraption. They wondered if it was some kind of trick or dangerous device. An elder among them inspected the cables. Suspicion filled his voice as he hesitated, questioning whether it was truly safe. Hansel stood confidently, demonstrating its purpose. With steady hands, he adjusted the weight, preparing to showcase its true function. He turned toward the crowd. "What have we done to build our back muscles before?" he asked, testing their knowledge. Hansel grasped the bar, tightening his grip. His muscles flexed as he pulled, controlling every motion with pure strength and precision. The weight descended smoothly, following his command. He exhaled sharply, locking his posture, showcasing the power of controlled resistance training. "Lat pull down," he declared. His arms engaged fully, demonstrating the targeted movement necessary to develop strength and endurance effectively. A light spark of realization flickered in their eyes. This movement could build a stronger body with balance, control, and purpose. The crowd roared in excitement. Inspired, they rushed to replicate the movement, eager to discover the strength hidden within themselves. Hansel adjusted the pad's height, ensuring his body stayed stable. A strong foundation prevented unnecessary movement, optimizing the workout's efficiency. He grabbed the bar, hands positioned slightly wider than his shoulders. Stability mattered, and proper form ensured maximum muscle engagement during training. With controlled strength, he pulled the bar down, engaging his back. His core remained tight, preventing excessive strain on his arms. He reminded himself to maintain posture, avoiding backward bending. Relying on pure strength rather than momentum made each repetition more effective. Satisfied with his form, Hansel encouraged others to try. Strength wasn't about lifting heavy, it was about proper execution and control. With one final rep, Hansel pulled hard. A deep breath escaped as something clicked. The machine responded, triggering an unexpected event. A mechanical sound echoed through the cave. Everyone's eyes widened as the ground trembled, revealing a hidden entrance beneath the machine. Excitement spread among the group. The mysterious gateway had opened, inviting them into an unknown area beyond their expectations. Some hesitated, questioning if it was a trap. Others trusted Hansel's strength, convinced his power had unlocked something valuable inside. Hansel smirked. His stamina surpassed them all, yet he let them go first. He'd catch up after finishing his final set. The others entered, but Hansel remained focused. Determined, he continued training, pushing his muscles to their absolute limit without hesitation. With sharp precision, he completed another set. Sweat dripped from his brow, but his energy remained high, fueled by determination. His training wasn't just for show, it was preparation. He finished his last rep, muscles burning, feeling stronger than ever before. A sudden burst of energy surged through the cave. A mysterious force activated, signaling the completion of something far greater. Time to move, Hansel thought, stepping forward. With renewed strength, he entered the unknown, ready for whatever challenge lay ahead. Hansel clenched his fists, feeling the energy surge. His muscles burned, but he remained focused, determined to push past his limits. The hidden platform beneath the machine descended further, revealing a long, winding staircase leading into the unknown depths of the dungeon. A warm glow flickered ahead as torches lit the path. The strange creatures inside seemed eager, preparing for something unexpected. The air grew hotter. Machinery clanked in the distance, hinting at an elaborate system running deeper than anyone had imagined. A group of small creatures bounced excitedly. Their synchronized movements indicated they were not just random beings, but part of a challenge. The ground shook violently as flames erupted, signaling the start of an unusual trial. The creatures began moving in precise patterns. Gears turned, platforms shifted, and metallic contraptions activated. The entire area felt like a massive living training ground designed for warriors. A mysterious woman watched from above, her golden eyes gleaming. She smiled, fascinated by what was unfolding before her. Her excitement grew as she leaned forward, eager to touch the fluffy creatures. To her, they were too cute to resist. Hansel instinctively raised his arms, stopping her. He knew better. This was more than an innocent test. There had to be danger. Hansel furrowed his brow as an unfamiliar voice echoed. A small creature stood before him, its presence commanding unexpected authority. "Behemoth, the spirit king of Gaia," the creature declared. Its tiny form contrasted with the sheer power it radiated effortlessly. The group looked at each other, puzzled. How could something so round and soft hold such an intimidating title? Laughter erupted, but the creature's eyes flared with anger. It refused to be ridiculed and prepared to unleash its fury. A surge of energy burst from Behemoth, shaking the room. Hansel smirked. This was finally getting interesting, a challenge worth facing. A mysterious figure chuckled, watching the scene unfold. His amused expression hinted that he had been observing from the shadows for some time. The small creature in his arms twitched its ears, revealing its name. It was Lena, a high-class spirit of Gaia's domain. With a confident smirk, the figure introduced himself as the real Behemoth. His presence radiated authority, commanding attention from everyone present. He explained that the creatures here weren't just animals, they were powerful spirits, each holding immense strength and unique abilities. Hansel scanned the gathered spirits, recognizing their diverse forms, hamsters, dogs, and cats, all hiding formidable power beneath their adorable exteriors. Behemoth's piercing gaze met Hansel's. He acknowledged Hansel's strength, but remained curious about his reason for venturing into their sacred ground. Hansel wasted no time explaining. He wanted something beyond mere power. He sought assistance in crafting specialized training equipment for his goals. Behemoth tilted his head, intrigued. With the right materials and time, creating such equipment was entirely within the realm of possibility. Before an agreement could be reached, an elder interrupted, warning Hansel about making hasty deals with spirits of unknown intentions. The interruption revealed a noble figure. Count Overpowered stepped forward, his presence indicating deeper political ties to this strange realm. The Count addressed Behemoth with utmost respect. He acknowledged the Spirit King's influence, ensuring negotiations proceeded smoothly without conflict or misunderstanding. Behemoth remained silent for a moment before speaking. His amused tone suggested he found the noble's formalities both entertaining and unnecessary. Instead of demanding wealth or status, Behemoth proposed a trade. He wanted something from their world, an exchange beyond material riches. The Count nodded, eager to appease the spirits. Whatever they desired, he promised to obtain it in return for their cooperation. Behemoth's sly grin widened. The game had just begun, and Hansel realized he had stepped into something far bigger than expected. Dark wings flapped above, signaling the presence of something sinister. The eerie silence was broken by the rustling of unseen forces nearby. A warning sign stood in the overgrown path ahead, marked with a skull. It was a clear indication of imminent danger. Behemoth's gaze hardened as he spoke. A powerful force lurked within the land, disrupting balance and spreading corruption across the area. If this threat was eliminated, Behemoth promised his aid. The spirits would assist, but only if the enemy was vanquished. Hansel exchanged glances with his group. They needed guidance, but only lower-class spirits remained, uncertain of what lay ahead. The spirits trembled as Behemoth's authority filled the room. One small creature hesitated, clearly reluctant to leave the safety of the lair. The hesitant spirit stammered about its duties, nervously avoiding Behemoth's piercing gaze, hoping to escape the responsibility assigned to it. Behemoth's expression darkened. He had tolerated laziness long enough, and his patience had finally run out for the reluctant spirit. A booming voice echoed through the chamber as Behemoth ordered the spirit to join Hansel's group, leaving no room for protest. As the group departed, Hansel smirked, sensing the shift in tension. The real challenge was about to begin in earnest. Ryan burst through the forest, her laughter echoing in the darkness. Shadows chased behind her, their presence filled with hostility and urgency. The soldiers recognized her immediately. Panic spread as they shouted orders, weapons drawn, knowing she was a dangerous foe to capture. With a fierce battle cry, they lunged forward. Their loyalty to Oculus burned in their eyes, determined to bring her down. Ryan dashed through the forest, her laughter ringing out as enemies swarmed. The chase had begun, and she welcomed the chaos. She skidded to a halt, eyes widening. An army stood before her, weapons raised, ready to capture her at any cost. A soldier shouted her name, orders ringing across the battlefield. They recognized her presence as a direct threat that needed elimination. Without hesitation, the soldiers charged forward. Their battle cry echoed as they threw themselves into the fight, determined to take her down. "For Oculus!" they roared, their voices filled with devotion. The night air buzzed with tension as the battle began in earnest. Ryan smirked, stretching her limbs. This wasn't just a fight. It was a test, The battlefield would be her playground tonight. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunged. Her agility was unmatched, weaving through attacks while delivering precise, devastating blows. The soldiers screamed in pain as her attacks landed. They underestimated her speed, and now they were paying the price. Panic spread among them. Her movements were unpredictable, her strikes brutal. She was like a predator, picking them off one by one. A voice called out, desperate and angry, "Ryan!" A leader stepped forward, realizing they needed more than numbers to stop her. A sudden flash of light illuminated the battlefield. Energy crackled as Ryan activated her legendary skill, preparing for her final strike. "Forest of Swords," she whispered, unleashing a wave of golden blades. The air shimmered as they rained down upon her enemies. The swords tore through the battlefield, slicing effortlessly. The sky was filled with flashing steel, and enemies fell before they could react. Silence followed. The survivors trembled, watching in awe. A single soldier stared at the destruction, unable to comprehend what had happened. "What is this?" he muttered, fear gripping his heart. The legend of Rion had just begun, and this was only the start. Rion's eyes widened, realizing the immense power she wielded. Golden swords rained from the sky, illuminating the battlefield with divine fury. The enemies below gasped in disbelief. They never expected her strength to be this overwhelming, their confidence crumbling under the falling swords. The golden blades crashed into the earth, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The once dominant army now found themselves completely outmatched. Silence followed the destruction. The survivors barely stood, their knees trembling as they witnessed the true force of Rion's unleashed abilities. The ground split apart, dust rising in thick clouds. Victory was undeniable, but the battle was far from over just yet. High above, dark figures observed the battle. Shadows moved swiftly, messengers carrying the news of Ryan's unstoppable rampage to their leaders. A lone warrior smirked, standing atop the fallen soldiers. "A waste to wait," he muttered, eyes glinting with malicious intent. The battlefield remained still, but anticipation grew. He cracked his knuckles, stepping forward, ready to teach his so-called apprentice a lesson. In the distance, Ryan turned, sensing an overwhelming presence. The real fight was just about to begin, and she welcomed it. The moon cast its glow over the battlefield, marking the beginning of a clash that would shake the very foundations of war. Hansel sat relaxed under the sun, tossing a small stone. A strange spirit hovered nearby, eagerly inspecting the surrounding minerals. The spirit's eyes suddenly sparkled. A revelation hit, its expression shifting from confusion to overwhelming excitement, as if unlocking a forgotten memory. "It's so delicious!" the spirit exclaimed, licking its lips. Hansel raised a brow, unsure if it was actually serious or just joking. The spirit giggled, waving off its own words. "Just kidding!" it chimed, admitting that its memory wasn't long enough to recall anything. With a playful hop, it pointed to the ground. "Get me those minerals that look really old," it demanded confidently. Ryan's eyes widened, realizing the immense power she wielded. Golden swords rained from the sky, illuminating the battlefield with divine fury. The enemies below gasped in disbelief. They never expected her strength to be this overwhelming, their confidence crumbling under the falling swords. The golden blades crashed into the earth, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The once dominant army now found themselves completely outmatched. Silence followed the destruction. The survivors barely stood, their knees trembling as they witnessed the true force of Rion's unleashed abilities. The ground split apart, dust rising in thick clouds. Victory was undeniable, but the battle was far from over just yet. High above, dark figures observed the battle. Shadows moved swiftly, messengers carrying the news of Rion's unstoppable rampage to their leaders. A lone warrior smirked, standing atop the fallen soldiers. "A waste to wait," he muttered, eyes glinting with malicious intent. The battlefield remained still, but anticipation grew. He cracked his knuckles, stepping forward, ready to teach his so-called apprentice a lesson. In the distance, Ryan turned, sensing an overwhelming presence. The real fight was just about to begin, and she welcomed it. The moon cast its glow over the battlefield, marking the beginning of a clash that would shake the very foundations of war. Hansel sat relaxed under the sun, tossing a small stone. A strange spirit hovered nearby, eagerly inspecting the surrounding minerals. The spirit's eyes suddenly sparkled. A revelation hit, its expression shifting from confusion to overwhelming excitement, as if unlocking a forgotten memory. "It's so delicious!" the spirit exclaimed, licking its lips. Hansel raised a brow, unsure if it was actually serious or just joking. The spirit giggled, waving off its own words. "Just kidding," it chimed, admitting that its memory wasn't long enough to recall anything. With a playful hop, it pointed to the ground. "Get me those minerals that look really old," it demanded confidently. The massive stone soared through the air before crashing down, sending a deep tremor through the ground, marking a flawless execution. Standing tall, Hansel exhaled, his muscles relaxed after the lift. The weight was nothing compared to his relentless training sessions. The others observed his technique, acknowledging the steady control he maintained. His refined posture and raw power made the movement look effortless. His progress had become evident through repetition. Every movement was sharper, each lift stronger, showing the gradual growth of his capabilities. With a confident nod, he prepared for the next set. The weight no longer felt like a challenge but a stepping stone. The trainees moved in unison, their voices rising as they lifted the heavy stones, following the rhythm set by their relentless routine. Their determination grew as the repetitions increased. Even with burning muscles, their movements remained disciplined, pushing themselves beyond previous limits. The small spirit hovered nearby, watching curiously. Its request had been simple, but somehow they had turned it into intense training. A look of confusion spread across its face as it realized their focus had completely shifted away from its original instructions. Meanwhile, in the distance, unfamiliar figures approached the training ground. The peaceful session was about to be interrupted by something unexpected. A long bridge stretched across the rocky valley, leading to an ominous fortress. The air was thick with an unsettling tension. Within the dimly lit chamber, a lone figure sat at a wooden table. Shadows flickered as candlelight danced across the walls. Dark, piercing eyes observed the guests seated before him. The discussion of power and resources weighed heavily between those present. The topic of a mysterious core emerged, its creation demanding unimaginable wealth, proving its significance in their ongoing secretive plans. Without warning, chaos erupted. A furious outburst shook the room as betrayal unfolded, the atmosphere shifting from negotiations to immediate hostility. The dimly lit room held a tense atmosphere. Shadows flickered as the one known as Toad raised his glass, savoring the moment. The rich scent of aged alcohol filled the air. Toad boasted about its divine origins, relishing the taste of its power. Across the table, glowing red eyes observed. The offer was clear: complete allegiance in exchange for dominion over this forsaken place. The tension snapped as fury erupted. A figure rose in defiance, his voice seething with disdain at the mere suggestion. A battle stance followed. Muscles tensed, and the air crackled with aggression. The situation had escalated far beyond simple negotiations. A voice cut through the air, unwavering. The deal was acknowledged, but conditions were not to be blindly accepted without scrutiny. A golden liquid was forced into trembling hands. The scent burned, an unspoken challenge lingering in the air between them. Laughter followed as the intoxicating heat coursed through his veins. The unexpected potency made him stumble, struggling to maintain composure. A smirk formed as the reaction was observed. Strength was measured in more than power. Resilience was the true test of worth. The table was set, the terms now clear. With an abundance of alcohol and tension, a dangerous alliance had begun. A golden glow filled the air, casting shimmering reflections across the room. Laughter erupted as glasses clinked together in boisterous celebration. Hansel's eyes widened as he spotted something unusual. His heartbeat quickened, sensing an intense presence. The tension in the air thickened. A group of creatures gathered, their footsteps sinking in rhythmic chaos. Hansel clenched his fists, gauging their strength before making a move. With a dismissive gaze, the white creature scoffed at the weaklings. He saw them as nothing more than insignificant obstacles. A surge of energy pulsed through the atmosphere, signaling something greater. The challenge ahead would test Hansel's strength like never before. Hansel smirked as he flexed his back muscles. His body had grown stronger, a testament to relentless training and unyielding determination. Hansel confidently explained his belief. True strength came from proper training, not just gaining weight. His opponent's amused grin said otherwise. Confusion filled the air. The opposing warrior frowned, unsure if he could fully agree. Hansel's conviction challenged his understanding of power. Red energy flickered around Hansel as he tensed his muscles. True growth came from stimulation, not just mindless weight accumulation. His opponent's expression darkened. He couldn't understand Hansel's words but refused to back down. He valued brute force over precision. A smug grin spread across the warrior's face. He was convinced weight was everything. The disagreement between them was about to escalate. Hansel took a deep breath. His belief in stimulation was unshakable. Training should challenge the body, not just increase mass. The opposing warrior squared his shoulders, arguing back. To him, weight was king. The heavier, the better. Strength meant sheer mass. The debate intensified as their words clashed. The air between them vibrated, tension rising with each conflicting belief about true power. Realizing words wouldn't settle this, they prepared for battle. Their muscles tensed, their auras clashing. Only one philosophy would emerge victorious. Hansel smirked. A fight was inevitable. He had been waiting for this challenge. With clenched fists, he lunged forward without hesitation. The spectators sat back, watching the intense debate unfold. Muscles flexed, theories clashed, and the ultimate test of strength had begun. A fierce roar echoed across the battlefield. Energy surged as Hansel prepared himself for the challenge ahead. The fight had begun. With authority, the judge called for a lineup. Every muscle in the arena tensed, preparing to showcase their strength and discipline. Observations were made. One side emphasized sheer size, the other precision and symmetry. Strength wasn't just about mass, but about balance. Excitement filled the air as the first pose was called. Competitors flexed, each muscle revealing their dedication to training and power. The front double biceps pose showcased pure upper body power. Muscles tensed under the sunlight, gleaming with the efforts of training. A second pose was announced. Each competitor adjusted their stance, muscles defining years of struggle, discipline, and dedication in every fiber. The front lat spread pose emphasized width. Strength radiated from every inch of their bodies, proving effort was never wasted. Confusion arose as Hansel stared at the spectacle. He questioned what was happening. Why was a debate turning into a flex-off? His name was called suddenly. The moment shifted, the focus now on him. His response would determine the conclusion of this battle. A sudden realization dawned on Hansel. The debate wasn't just about weight versus stimulation. It was about the true essence of training. With a serious expression, Hansel pointed out the importance of core muscles. Without stability, all that mass was just decoration. Muscles alone weren't enough. Hansel urged them to focus on true training, combining strength and proper stimulation instead of meaningless arguments. One competitor hesitated. They needed a real conclusion. Which method was superior? A final decision had to be made. With a smirk, Hansel threw another question into the mix. Dumbbell or barbell? Which tool built real strength? The discussion wasn't over. Hansel smirked as he raised another question. Between leg strength and arm power, which one held greater importance in real combat? His intensity grew, pushing the discussion further. He demanded an answer. Was upper body mass superior, or did core balance define true power? A tense silence followed. Some hesitated, realizing the complexity of the debate. Strength wasn't just mass, but an understanding of movement. Someone finally spoke, breaking the stillness. Perhaps they had been too focused on comparing. Wasn't the true goal overall balanced development? Laughter erupted. The conversation had reached an unexpected but meaningful conclusion. Strength wasn't about one method, but the harmony of all. Hansel placed a hand on his opponent's shoulder. The answer wasn't weight or stimulation. It was mastering both together with purpose. A competitor flexed confidently, proving his point. One didn't have to choose between size and precision. They could exist together perfectly. Something clicked in Hansel's mind. This wasn't just a competition. It was a journey, a continuous cycle of improvement and discovery. Excitement surged in the air. Today, they had felt the thrill of training in their entire bodies once again, reigniting motivation. Hansel grinned. Forget the debate. Time to start over and push themselves harder. From the beginning, but with a stronger mindset. The moment shifted. A strange presence lurked nearby. The ground vibrated slightly, breaking the peaceful atmosphere of their discussion. A mysterious voice interrupted, questioning if they were really going to ignore the mission. Time wasn't meant to be wasted. A dark shadow loomed, a slow but deliberate attack forming. Was it truly weak, or was something more dangerous hiding underneath? A woman's eyes widened, recognizing the threat. This wasn't just training anymore. Real combat was about to begin at any moment. Hansel clenched his fist, staring forward. He had assumed something, but reality was different. Now, he had to fight for real. Hansel wandered through the dense forest, reflecting on training principles. To grow stronger, he needed both resistance and proper stimulation together. He pushed aside branches, scanning the area carefully. Something valuable had to be nearby, something crucial for his next level of training. His sharp gaze caught movement. A subtle shift in the shadows signaled the presence of something interesting. His instincts told him he was close. A grin spread across his face as he finally found it. A small, bouncing slime wobbled before him, unaware of its fate. Without hesitation, Hansel lunged forward. He had a plan. This slime would become the perfect tool for his unconventional training method. With explosive energy, Hansel launched himself at the slime. His determination burned, knowing every bit of resistance contributed to muscle growth. A sudden voice interrupted. Someone else was watching, questioning his actions. Who would interfere with his training at such a critical moment? A large, imposing toad stood before him. It looked unimpressed, confused about why a human would be so interested in slime. Hansel explained casually. He had plans for the slime. It was a key component in a greater, unorthodox training experiment. The toad narrowed its eyes. Humans had strange habits, but this one was particularly unusual. Why did he need slime for strength? The toad scoffed at Hansel's explanation. If strength was his goal, he should meet someone far more powerful, their boss, a great warrior. Hansel hesitated for a moment. He already had a master, but curiosity tugged at him. Who was this so-called legendary toad? A wide grin stretched across the toad's face. Without another word, it motioned for Hansel to follow, leading him toward the unknown. The scene changed drastically. A lively gathering of toads filled a hidden village, laughing and drinking together, welcoming Hansel into their world. Lifting a mug, one toad laughed heartily. Strength, training, and drinking. Perhaps there was more to their philosophy than he first imagined. Hansel leaned forward, slightly tipsy, a warm buzz settling in. His determination never wavered, even as the night grew wilder. The toad across from him listened intently. It never expected to be called strong, much less in a way that surprised it. Laughter echoed through the tavern as Hansel pointed at the toad's progress. It wasn't training muscles, but it was endurance in another way. The realization hit hard. The toad wasn't sure whether to feel proud or concerned about what it had truly been improving on. Across the table, the toad leader chuckled knowingly. There were many kinds of strength, but only time would reveal their real worth. A sly grin stretched across the toad leader's face. The price of indulgence wasn't cheap, and Hansel was about to realize that. A dry sensation crept over Hansel's lips. His body ached, his throat begged for water, and his thoughts blurred into a haze. His vision swam as he forced himself to focus. Where was he? This wasn't the lively drinking hall from before. A pounding headache struck, making him wince. Every muscle in his body felt sore, as if he had fought an unseen battle. Hansel swings his arm, but his movement slows. The strange, sticky environment around him resists, making escape feel nearly impossible now. The thick, elastic material grips him tighter. Every step he takes feels like sinking deeper into an unbreakable, invisible trap. A smug lizard man watches, amused. Hansel's frustration grows as he realizes brute force won't be enough to break free this time. The lizard man chuckles, revealing a disturbing truth. This is a storage place, a waiting chamber where prisoners weaken before their inevitable fate. Hansel's thoughts race as another voice echoes through the cave. A monstrous presence lurks nearby, demanding attention and immediate action. The lizard man sneers, finding humor in Hansel's struggle. Time is running out, and soon, the poison will take full effect. Hansel, always the thinker, questions why they aren't executed immediately. There must be a reason they're being kept alive. The answer is chilling. The lizard man reveals that this place isn't just a prison. It's part of creating something darker. Hansel listens carefully. Dungeons are more than mere lairs. They're alive, thriving on something deeper than just monsters and adventurers. As Hansel hears the explanation, the realization hits. Dungeons aren't just places. They consume, they transform, and they demand power. Shadows swirl in the air, forming eerie spirits. The dungeon's true nature becomes clearer as Hansel witnesses something unnatural unfolding. A horrifying spectacle begins. Ghostly figures absorb the energy of the trapped prisoners, fueling the dungeon's very existence in secret. Light bursts from the center, a nucleus pulsing with compressed power. The dungeon sustains itself through stolen living energy. Hansel's mind races, piecing things together. If dungeons rely on energy, then finding and destroying the core might be key. He glances at the countless prisoners around him. There must be a way to escape before becoming another forgotten sacrifice. The lizard man smirks, confirming there's no escape. The dungeon feeds on their energy, making every movement a costly mistake. Hansel listens as the lizard man warns against resisting. Fighting back only speeds up exhaustion, draining his strength at an alarming rate. He lowers his gaze, frustration settling in. His weakness put him here, and now he must accept the harsh reality. A deep regret washes over him. He apologizes in his mind, blaming himself for his powerlessness in this desperate situation. The lizard man suddenly reacts to a name being mentioned. Confusion spreads. Hansel isn't just any prisoner, but someone of importance. Hansel glances up, realization dawning. Someone outside still cares about his fate, but whether that's good or bad remains unclear. Panic erupts from another prisoner, screaming desperately. His frantic movements only worsen the situation, making him an easier target for absorption. The lizard man watches with amusement, his sharp eyes reflecting cruel understanding. The more one struggles, the faster the dungeon takes them. Hansel stays silent, observing the prisoner's mistake. Reckless actions will only make things worse, and he must think clearly now. A sudden movement catches his attention. A strange presence, a shift in the air. Someone or something is about to act. Memories flood Hansel's mind. A time before this nightmare when training was his only worry, not survival inside a monster-filled dungeon. His past self would laugh, but now, punishment starts anew. Pain shoots through his body as he braces for impact. A horrifying sight unfolds, a massive gaping mouth, ready to devour. His mind screams at him to move, to react fast. But then, a strange voice breaks through. A distant scene appears, people talking, concerned, wondering about someone's whereabouts in a calmer setting. A man speaks, frustration in his tone. The missing person could have asked for help, but instead they acted alone. A woman approaches, asking if there's any news. The atmosphere is tense, but she remains hopeful, waiting for an update. A confident response follows. He's strong enough to handle himself. The speaker believes survival isn't an issue for someone like him. Another voice interjects, warning against complacency. No place is truly safe, and relaxing too much could lead to unexpected dangers. A sudden shift in tone catches everyone off guard. The tension builds as something unexpected is about to happen. A stern command breaks through, setting a strict condition. Comfort is dangerous, and discipline must be maintained at all costs. A masked man begins to speak, introducing the group's current objective. Their target is a dangerous individual with sinister plans. The details are clear. Their enemy intends to turn this place into a dungeon, a terrifying prospect that must be stopped. A warning follows. Focusing on one area might backfire. Tactical awareness is key to avoiding unintended consequences in this mission. Hansel reacts to the mention of a toad, his interest piqued. He remembers past rumors and their strange nutritional benefits. Enthusiasm erupts from the group. The idea of a muscle-enhancing toad excites them, shifting the conversation into unexpected territory. A sudden exclamation cuts through the noise, demanding to know the location of the rumored protein source everyone is obsessed with. The floating creature hesitates but provides a vague answer. The target lives somewhere in a cave, though the exact location remains unknown. A strategy is suggested, splitting into teams to search efficiently. Finding the target quickly will give them an upper hand. Hansel sighs, unimpressed. He dislikes excessive cardio and prefers strength-based exercises over long-distance searching for something uncertain. A cheerful voice reassures him. Searching is a skill best left to experts, and one of them is already prepared. A determined voice interrupts the moment, stepping forward with confidence. They want to take action, eager to prove their strength. Hansel raises an eyebrow, slightly amused. The request is bold, but there's something else, an expectation that needs to be met first. A question follows, cutting straight to the point. Did he complete his assigned squats? The answer will determine what happens next. A blunt response, no, he hasn't finished. The realization dawns that effort and discipline are still required before moving forward. A firm command is given. No shortcuts, no exceptions. Finish the squats first, then talk about taking on the challenge. Deep underground, movement stirs. A large creature hums, shuffling towards an unknown destination, its presence ominous in the dim cave. Entering a concealed chamber, the creature approaches a crimson-draped figure. There's an air of authority surrounding the one waiting. A low, obedient response follows. This is the start of something dangerous, a moment that will shift the dungeon's fate. The command is clear. Step inside. There's no turning back now, and the reality of the situation is about to unfold. A knowing grin spreads. More people will arrive soon, and the dungeon will welcome them in its own sinister way. The dungeon pulses with an eerie glow, signaling something unnatural. The creatures here don't just live, they grow, feeding the abyss. A chilling statement is made. The dungeon thrives on nutrients. Everything here serves a purpose, even unwilling participants. A monstrous presence looms nearby, its identity clear. The one known as the Reaper of Death has finally arrived. Giant, insect-like creatures emerge, their numbers growing. The atmosphere thickens as fear creeps into the hearts of those watching. The creatures lunge forward, fangs bared. The dungeon doesn't wait. It devours, and hesitation means becoming part of its endless hunger. A loud gulp echoes as a floating creature hurriedly eats, its appetite voracious. The fire crackles, casting shadows on everyone nearby. Sitting around the fire, someone notices an absence. Blob left without taking food, and concern rises about his needed protein intake. Hansel leans back, unconcerned. He reassures them that Blob's body is naturally gifted, as if his strength was a divine blessing. Another person ponders aloud. If Blob was blessed with strength, was he simply born that way, never having to train hard? Hansel shakes his head, pointing out an odd flaw. Blob lacks a sense of taste, which, surprisingly, might not be a good thing. Hansel smirks, pointing out the upside of Blob's dull sense of taste. Not being picky means eating anything without hesitation. Suddenly, a dramatic realization bursts forth. The truth is harsh. When it comes to food, there is absolutely nothing off limits. With wide eyes and urgency, Hansel emphasizes that Blob can eat anything except one horrifying exception: his own parents. A chilling thought. Clenching his fist, Hansel demands the next topic. His voice is firm, unwilling to dwell on unsettling thoughts any longer.
Hansel stood calmly, analyzing the beast's reputation, aware its boundless appetite made survival nearly impossible. His sharp gaze revealed understanding knowledge of hunger could become a weapon when discipline guided every action. The monster roared, claiming limitless consumption, its ferocity echoing across the dungeon, shaking stones with terrifying power. He steadied himself, recalling the secret weakness family bonds the creature refused to consume despite endless hunger. Grinning, advanced with certainty, Declaring readiness for the next challenge, muscles tense, determination blazing brightly. He lifted the strange root to his mouth, chewing slowly. Below, villagers watched nervously. The taste was bitter, yet endured, forcing his body to adapt under relentless discipline. Energy surged, moisture spread across weary muscles, fueling him stronger, reminding him of training's true reward. With renewed vigor, shouted, voice echoing, as power coursed through veins, preparing him for battle. He was caught tightly, the beast's grip closing around him, its strength threatening to crush completely. Yet in defiance, he pushed back, muscles straining, breaking free, climbed upward, determination fueling every motion. Reaching stable ground, he steadied himself, hand gripping firmly. A calm smile spread across his face. Confidence restored, silently declaring readiness for the battles ahead, pointed confidently toward the strange creatures, knowing each choice carried hidden strength or dangerous risk. A grin spread across his face. Challenge accepted, instinct alone would decide the path to survival. The horizon stretched wide, mountains standing silent, companions hurried through dense forest trails, urgency pushing every step, searching answers buried within shifting wilderness. They explained calmly dungeons functioned as automated systems, endlessly gathering power, waiting challengers bold enough to enter. A map revealed cursed regions, red marks spreading outward, signaling endless threats lurking beyond known land. Questions arose about dungeon origins, sparking theories whether immense energy and determination could birth such structures. Companions pressed forward swiftly, determination steady, each stride carrying them closer to unraveling mysteries hidden deep. Explanations followed. Humanity's strength relied upon will, requiring resolution strong enough to shape reality into existence. They admitted difficulty sustaining dungeons demanded countless lives, immense effort, and constant vigilance to prevent collapse. The air felt heavy, damp, and stifling, yet the group pressed on, determined despite discomfort. Questions formed about dungeon placement, wondering why such hostile, humid grounds were chosen for construction. Answers emerged quickly if conditions seemed unbearable, then purpose must outweigh difficulty, shaping hidden intentions. One possibility suggested deliberate limitation, keeping an area small to control unwanted external interference. The second revealed deeper truth: creation, deferred when higher objectives existed, beyond dungeon building itself. It was clear both paths carried difficulty, yet determination remained firm, pushing thoughts toward possible creation. Curiosity grew stronger, questions forming about methods, wondering what hidden plan might turn theory into reality. Within smoky taverns, creatures celebrated loudly, mugs raised high, alcohol flowing endlessly across the crowded table. One spoke proudly, boasting of countless taverns, each overflowing with liquor, music, and chaos. He declared confidently alcohol sustained them, energy rising endlessly, claiming even creation itself was fueled through excess. The tavern echoed with noise, companions gathered in unity, raising mugs, celebrating unlikely bonds forged together. A contract was presented, parchment unrolled, terms demanding signatures, binding promises amidst drunken laughter and cheer. Hesitation flickered briefly, yet pressure mounted, urging acceptance of agreements woven tightly within endless revelry. More drinks were poured, cups overflowing, encouraging surrender, as intoxication blurred judgment and dissolved lingering doubt. With enthusiasm renewed, the group marched toward factories, prepared to brew alcohol fueling ambitions and schemes. The gathering swelled with restless energy, voices rising, shouts erupted louder, one demanding alcohol violently. A destructive blow followed, splintering wood and stone, shaking the room, leaving stunned silence behind. Impact sent bodies crashing aside, sparks scattering wildly. Leaders intervened, naming offender reckless troublemaker, ordering restraint, demanding punishment beneath authority of Toad Clan. Orders spread quickly, directing movement outside, ensuring preparations were made for smoother operations within settlements. Guidance was given sternly, reminding workers proper effort and balance ensured stability during demanding construction tasks. Chants erupted, voices unified, shouting encouragement, filling the air with rhythmic cries echoing across fields. Momentum grew stronger, coordinated motions lifting heavy stone, every participant moving together with disciplined precision. Crowds intensified their cheering, drums of feet striking ground, celebrating strength embodied in tireless, unwavering determination. Hansel noticed newcomers approaching, curiosity rising, while companions identified them with casual familiarity as allies. Strength coursed through his frame, muscles tense, the overwhelming energy nearly overflowing from his focused stance. Speculation followed, pondering whether strangers carried friendship or challenge, uncertainty mixing with eager anticipation of trial. Decision made, training resumed immediately, commands given firmly, signaling continuation of relentless sets without pause. Chants echoed again, voices unified in rhythm, toads celebrating resilience and effort through loud synchronized cries. Hansel demonstrated precise form, chest tightening, guiding rhythm with authority, inspiring discipline through visible strength. The toads followed eagerly, mimicking movement, their chants of encouragement growing louder with synchronized motion. Instructions sharpened further, urging relaxation, reminding them balance required shoulders aligned, connected seamlessly with effort. Enthusiasm roared again, shouts echoing together, momentum driving unity, their confidence swelling beyond previous limit. Yet doubts stirred, defiance emerged, questioning leadership, resistance rising as exhaustion tested loyalty to training. Hansel emphasized discipline, reminding companions that equipment mattered, every tool carrying importance in proper training. He reset the pace, encouraging them to restart, focus sharpened as determination radiated from his stance. Accusations suddenly erupted, suspicion rising, companions questioned intentions, shouting betrayal while brandishing weapons with hostility. Confusion grew, their loyalty fractured, demands made for answers, tension mounting as bonds rapidly deteriorated. Hansel countered calmly, asking what betrayal meant, insisting workouts were genuine, built for strength, not deceit. Chaos erupted suddenly, weapons clashing, Hansel surrounded, Hansel blocked swiftly, reminding them discipline mattered, warning equipment misused could harm rather than build strength. Doubt lingered among attackers, convinced no individual could withstand their overwhelming combined force of strikes. Confidence swelled, arrogance painting their voices, declaring survival impossible, certain victory belonged to collective aggression. But Hansel stood unyielding, body glowing fiercely. Hansel's body radiated intense energy, his muscles swelling as crimson power surged violently through him. The ground shook beneath his stance, every step heavier, forcing onlookers to realize his unmatched strength. Hansel pressed down firmly, his body tense, increasing pressure on the struggling toad beneath his heavy weight. He focused on controlled movement, knowing proper stretching would maximize results, forcing muscles to adapt under strain. Arms extended upward, veins bulging, Hansel emphasized resistance, channeling strength while maintaining perfect balance over the creature. His stance widened, core tightened, reminding himself endurance mattered, strengthening both body and resolve with each repetition. Hansel roared fiercely, lifting higher, demanding his body lengthen through tension, forcing adaptation, pushing limits beyond ordinary growth. Hansel stabilized his stance, muscles contracting violently, ensuring every motion followed strict form for maximum effectiveness. His grip tightened, veins rising along his forearm, declaring his body would never weaken under dungeon's demands. A manic grin spread across his face, energy surging wildly, emphasizing the necessity of constant stretching discipline. The terrified toad trembled violently beneath his weight, protesting desperately, overwhelmed by Hansel's relentless demonstration of overwhelming strength. Hansel raised the creature higher, shadows stretching, while its desperate pleas for salvation echoed uselessly across the battlefield. Lifted the toad effortlessly, suspending it midair, showcasing his dominance within the chaotic dungeon grounds. The scene shifted, silence filling the chamber, a transition marking the end of Hansel's overwhelming demonstration. Deep within a hidden chamber, elegantly dressed toads conversed, marveling at feats accomplished by their fellow kin. One rose proudly, glass raised high, celebrating strength and prosperity, declaring today a worthy moment of triumph. The crowd erupted joyfully, echoing chants, filling the room with thunderous celebration as toads prepared abundant drinks. The crowd of toads stomped in unison, dozens continued the chant, creating a rhythm that echoed. Behind the noise, secluded in shadows, a cigar-smoking toad questioned the commotion, sensing their awaited guests arriving. The Redhead Gang executives appeared confidently, their presence heavy, marking the entrance of influential underground figures. Cardro and Kaladi exchanged glances, questioning the timing of summons, uncertain why Drunken called them so urgently. Gulminx cleared his throat, drawing attention as the atmosphere shifted. The Redhead Gang gathered together. Randy and Taljik entered confidently, camaraderie evident, their loyalty strengthening the tense but unified atmosphere inside the hall. A wide grin spread across Drunken's face, satisfied by unity, ready to transform the gathering into festivity. He raised his voice triumphantly, announcing enjoyment, declaring comrades should celebrate together after enduring struggles for so long. The chamber's reality shifted instantly, glowing bright barrels burst open, glowing liquid revealed. The gang shouted excitedly, checking supplies of alcohol with eagerness. A peculiar being appeared suddenly, declaring itself the referee, responsible for managing fairness within the drinking challenge. It explained the rules clearly. The drinking game would alter results daily, fairness judged equally each participant. Those who refused participation were marked instantly, their hesitation punished severely by immediate disqualification without mercy. The referee's voice grew louder, promising a grand prize, declaring alcohol content would soon be distributed freely. Hansol raised the question, curious about blood alcohol content, analyzing how it might affect his training. His ancestors' knowledge surfaced, reminding him alcohol itself didn't directly destroy muscle, but metabolism created hidden risks. The liver prioritized breaking down ethanol before protein, delaying essential recovery processes needed for maximum muscle growth. Energy once reserved for rebuilding fibers instead burned inefficiently, resulting in slower gains, reduced synthesis, and weakened performance. Refusing any chance of losing strength, Hansol clenched his fist, declaring his absolute participation without hesitation. A companion inspected the strange device nervously, unsure if pressing it would trigger danger or hidden function. Another rushed forward urgently, shouting in alarm, convinced the artifact was dangerous and demanded immediate caution. He warned passionately, believing enemy magic lurked inside, fearing reckless actions might doom them all instantly. Yet doubt lingered. He considered risks balanced against opportunity, reasoning hesitation might be worse than action. Ignoring shouts, the companion pressed firmly, triggering an explosion of light, shocking everyone unprepared for sudden activation. The startled warrior screamed loudly, his name declared by the system, unwillingly bound into the strange game. Another pondered carefully, weighing risk against necessity, finally concluding participation seemed unavoidable under current dangerous conditions. Rising steadily, Gurod stepped forward, his decision recognized instantly, his participation recorded as binding within the system. Observers whispered anxiously, recognizing enemies' manipulation, understanding the magical field compelled involvement regardless of personal hesitation. They realized field magic forced compliance, participation no longer optional, outcome determined entirely by collective involvement. Rina pressed the glowing surface without hesitation, her decision sealing fate, system instantly confirming her participation. The referee announced loudly, finalizing the roster, declaring confidently that the players for the match were decided. Team A was set Hansol, Gurod, Werdo, and Rina, their unity tested under uncertain circumstances. Team B gathered together Kardro, Kalade, Randy, and Taljak, their competitive resolve burning fiercely in the chamber. The referee's voice thundered, declaring the start. Dice materialized, glowing brightly, rolling to decide the upcoming challenge. The glowing dice stopped suddenly, energy bursting forth. The referee shouted the result loudly, "Bunny, bunny." Rules were explained clearly. Every participant turned into rabbits, except one per side disguised as a carrot. Victory demanded protecting their carrot while targeting the opponents, turning survival and strategy into the ultimate priority. If a carrot was captured, losers' blood alcohol content increased drastically, forcing defeat under humiliating drunken conditions. Additional participants were granted entry, their excitement rising, eager to join the bizarre challenge without hesitation. The referee grinned widely, announcing the official start, declaring the thrilling drinking game would finally commence. Toads celebrated gleefully, confident their advantage lay hidden, believing their side's carrot would ensure overwhelming victory. Confusion spread quickly as realization struck. Someone unexpected was designated, shocking allies and shattering their confidence instantly. An explosion erupted violently, shaking the battlefield. Toads shouted frantically, begging for support, urging allies to strengthen defenses as the strange game intensified. Some hesitated, uncertain if their carrot was secure, nervous as more opponents gathered around the field. Doubt lingered, uncertainty spreading, yet the tension only grew heavier as the crowd anxiously awaited outcomes. Hansol's muscles bulged with overwhelming force, his strength erupting violently, eyes blazing red. Hansol roared furiously, vowing to never accept muscle loss under any circumstance. Rabbits scattered through the field. One participant stumbled forward, sweat dripping, panic rising as he realized pursuit was narrowing dangerously close. He shouted frantically, demanding allies shield him, his desperation revealing his true role within their group. The truth became clear: he was designated their team's carrot, now the primary target for elimination. Muscular strides pounded the ground, each step shaking the air. The forest opened slightly, revealing a path carved by urgency, burst through foliage, their speed relentless, bodies synchronized with nature's rhythm. a rugged face twisted with confusion, bewildered by the silence, questioning why the forest predators remained distant. Another presence marched proudly, chest thumping deliberately, footsteps forming coded signals that echoed strategy through untouched woodland silence. Broad shoulders lifted slightly, expression calm, as words hinted at hidden plans forming beneath steady confidence. Another presence listened carefully, eyes narrowing, thoughts twisting around strange reasoning that carried both humor and mystery. A hand rose to chin, pondering carefully, struggling to understand how danger could be avoided so easily. Unaware of subtlety, heavy voice echoed outward, exposing intentions loudly, broadcasting secrets across the surrounding wilderness. Open shock struck hard, veins tightened, frustration erupted violently, as realization dawned about reckless exposure, risking their survival. Dark creatures emerged swiftly, their glowing eyes fixed forward, raising tension as pursuit grew dangerously close. One stepped ahead, energy bursting crimson. Observers noted weaknesses, calculating opportunities, recognizing imbalance in structure that might falter under sudden, precise pressure. Muscles coiled, movement redirected sharply, executing practiced lunge sideways. From above descended another presence, sharp gaze unwavering, taunting words carried by confidence while enemies surrounded tightly. Panic surged as speed increased, expressions tightening with fear. Dark energy gathered violently, swirling into a massive sphere, forming destructive weight through concentrated purple radiance. The sphere expanded outward, forced trembling air, threatening devastation while anticipation hung heavy with intense silence.